and got into a pretty solid lead with that last wave. That was awesome surfing. We are here at the Taggart Women's Pro round of 48. This is the seeded round. So you see surfers like Laura Enever. This is the first time she has surfed and been in the water here. And I probably would say it's almost her first event of the year as well. She's spent many a year on the World Tour. I spent a few years with Laura, and she had a super solid junior career. And last year, Terry said it sounded like she had a bit of an injury towards the end of the year. And she's managed to maintain her position on the World Tour again this year. So as you can tell, she's got a 7.10 and a 3.4, so experienced competitor. But we see Philippa up and riding on the replay here. Solid blasting vertical first turn, super whippy second turn, and mouth open, and very aggressive third attack there. So without priority, I think there, Philippa really, you can tell that her experience is really paying off here. She looks dangerous in this event. I would actually say, yeah, a lot of the World Tour competitors might need to watch out for Philippa, because that was some pretty amazing surfing from her. Still waiting for scores to drop, and it is there is 11 minutes 36 remaining. So anything can happen in these final stages, as we can see with the priority systems happening. It changes the hassle. I think last time I was out here, I had 3 other girls, and I caught maybe 1 or 2 waves in the whole heat. So yeah, it's awesome to see that they've brought that in, and WSL has changed the whole lineup a bit with this priority system. Laura a little bit too deep there, unfortunately, on that one. And yeah, she needs to get rid of that 3.4, Laura. I think that's what she's trying to do. She's really keeping busy and making sure she can drop that 3.4 out of her score, because it's a little bit, yeah, it's definitely not one you want to keep when you're sitting in second place. So scores dropping for Sophie McCulloch, 5.10, and there's a big score there for Philippa Anderson, a 7.43. So Philippa knew she had to get rid of that 4 that she was carrying, and that was the highest, or the second highest wave score of the heat. And yeah, she went to town on that. She's now got a total heat score, Terry, of 15.10. That was awesome surfing on that wave.
Oh, I was out the back just doing a bit of a cross to the radio station. I heard all the crowd cheering. I kind of figured something like that had happened. That's awesome stuff. Girl. Yeah, so the locals very parochial around here in Newcastle. Of course, the Novocassian, super tight little community. As we look out and see, Yellow's going to use priority. Well, actually, it was in 4th priority in that situation, according to our little priority sequence board here. That was an interesting little scenario.
Yeah, interesting. I do wonder if you're sitting out the back and you look in, and if you're in that circumstance, if you know who's got, I mean, you've got to be pretty quick to know who's got priority and who doesn't. And I guess you know just from surfing, but yeah, sometimes there might be a little bit of a slip up from yourself or from the other competitor thinking, hey, no, I've got priority. And
that's right. Well, they have some the priority boards out there, and they've also got the announcers. And for the first couple of heats of the day anyway, before it turns hideously on shore, the girls are able to hear quite clearly in the water. We've got a pretty good PA. Here's Laura Enever smashing away. Lovely little hit there, just tossing the fins, and then attempted floater. She was just trying to get out of someone's way, I think, right there, because Sophie McCulloch was almost in the way. Speaking of Sophie McCulloch, here she is.
Yeah, this is a replay of that last wave, and yeah, unfortunately, you're just getting a bit lost on this one, I feel like, and then trying to ride through the inside and do a big blast. So, but again, that shore break's just not playing nice with a lot of the girls this morning.
Yeah, it's always that way. It's always the way down here at Merewether, particularly on the high tide, where it's almost impossible. I used to say to a lot of the girls that I coached down here, with that last manoeuvre, actually make your way there early and go up and hit it, and let it come down behind you.
Smart.
Because if you try and ride down and over it, it's got a big I don't know what that thing's called. I remember I read Mike Stewart, the bodyboarding legend, wrote an article once called the M zone, where the lip comes down and then explodes back up.
And higher than the original.
Yeah, and it gets underneath the board and it flips you over. They use that for bodyboarders use that to land on, of course, when they do their airs and stuff. So they land on that bit.
It's like a bit of a cushion.
Yeah, it's on the way back down. So, but it can bump you off. So yeah, going up early is a good option.
Yeah, interesting. And yeah, I think Laura just did better that position there. She was looking for a second score, and a 5.83 dropping for that wave. I actually think that was a little bit underscored when I saw the replay there. It was a nice carving open turn and a fin throw on the second turn, but we may be waiting for another wave score, but maybe I should definitely just stay out of the judging booth.
I tell you, it takes a whole different skill set to be a judge. You go up there, and those guys are really serious. It's like there's a HSC exam happening when you open the door. They're just so into it.
It's like my nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'll stay down here and just make noise and drink coffee. It suits me way better.
Yeah,
All right. Well, those numbers are locking in at the moment. Philip Anderson looking pretty solid, folks. A 7.67 and a 7.43. Should be feeling a little more relaxed now. Laura Aniver in second. Bailey Narchi's in third. And Sophie McCulloch up and off the back of that one. Sophie's hasn't got priority at the moment, so she's just hanging around the inside. And sometimes some little double sucks can come through there and really offer some opportunities.
Yeah, that one almost did offer that. I think Sophie just went a little bit too hard on that, and was looking to throw some fins. But yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't the best wave in the end. But she has got a 5.10. She's looking for a 7.83, even though she's in fourth position because she is carrying that 5. Laura also has a 5, but it's a 5.83. So, yeah, these girls are... I'm not sure how much time is remaining now, but probably around 7 minutes or 6 minutes remaining on the clock here. So Laura's sitting out the back being nice and patient, and Philippa Anderson is holding priority right now. Those girls have built a pretty solid lead right now, and I guess they're just waiting to build house, as a lot of people say.
Absolutely. Well, we got some more incredible action coming your way, folks. Here at the Taggart Women's Pro, heat number 3 is going to feature the likes of Nikki Van Dyke and Pauline Adu, just to name a couple. Brianna Coping from Hawaii as well as one of the qualifiers. So it's going to be an incredible heat to watch that one, so make sure that you stick around. In fact, we've got 12 heats of the ladies and 12 heats of the guys. So it's going to be another huge day here at Merewether. Forecast for the weather is going to be temperatures in the sort of mid to high 30s, which is about as hot as it gets here in summer. And thankfully, we're sort of stuck away. And right above us here is a lovely little air conditioner. So
yeah, I'm like, oh, is it? It's nice and 20 degrees or something in here. I could almost put a jumper on, but I shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
so boiling outside.
I bought the towel and the boardies. I think there'll be some swims happening throughout the day today. But it's just beautiful summer's day here in Newcastle, and up and riding at the moment. It's Sophie McCulloch trying to get herself out of 4th place.
Yeah, Sophie, nice slashing turn on the inside there. She's picked this one up without priority, and yeah, it's actually, as we said, has lined up on the inside quite nicely, that small wave there. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think judging wise, some of the more patient girls in this heat have got the higher scores, and they've really capitalised on those opportunities when they've come through. Philippa is the one who's leading the charge with those better waves.
Okay, well, we're just coming down towards the 5-minute mark. Sophie McCulloch, once again, just tagging that little inside section, pushing it right the way through. She's a great surfer, this young girl. Very good technique. And it's going to be interesting. That was the replay of the previous wave of White. So judges yet to throw the score on that one. Sophie needed a 7.83 to go to second. I don't think it was quite that, but it will help to. It will probably help to reduce her equation. Right now, this is the current heat leader, Philippa Anderson.
Yeah, Philippa using her priority well on a bigger looking wave, and this is what I was saying that maybe Sophie needed to do. A nice wrapping turn there for Philippa, nearly losing the fins with a foot of back foot planted firmly over the tail there, and a nice blasting third turn. So Philippa, the local knowledge really paying off for her. I think if I was in a heat with her, I'd just go and sit right on top of her. But yeah, she's just really, you can tell that she surfs this wave a lot. And I remember having a heat with her back in the day when she knocked me out of one of these events, and she just knew the wave so well. It was astounding. You just would watch her, and she'd read it like the back of her hand. We've got Billy Nage up and riding here with a nice combination of 3 turns there, and she definitely needed that. She needed to improve on a 3.5 there for Bailey, and she has been a little bit quiet in this heat.
All right. Is that how you say the surname?
I'm not sure, but
okay.
I'm just going to get rid of the Y because...
Yeah.
Yeah, Naj, yeah, I was like, oh, yeah, it sounds, yeah. And I think yesterday it got pronounced Bailey Naj as well by one of the other boys.
Okay,
so
cool.
I thought, yeah, okay, that sounds
Someone
better.
might have done some homework around here. That's a nice change, isn't it? He goes red up and riding. So Laura Aniver throwing it up into the lip, and that one probably won't count in the top 2. So we asked people to jump on Facebook, the Surfest Facebook page, and say g'day. Ken Half from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA, and loving the vibes. Good to have you watching the
Well,
webcast here,
Pennsylvania.
Ken.
Wonder how the waves are there.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Let us know, Ken. Steve Wilson also from St. Louis in Missouri, USA. Quality not the best on the webcast. We just spoke to the webcast guys about that. I think they adjusted the resolution. And Monica Ashtar from Central Europe in Prague is watching as well. So that is super cool.
Prague's
watching this young lady, Sophie McCulloch. Oh my goodness, this could be just what the doctor ordered.
Exactly, yeah. Beautiful. Unfortunately not riding out of that one, but a bigger wave there for Sophie, and I'm really glad that she went out and knew that she had to get something with a bit more of a substantial face on it. And yeah, you could really see the power in her surfing there. The Sunshine Coast competitor, current junior Aussie champ. Nice wrapping turn there to start, a little bit of a rail catch, but it was here on this section where you could see the potential of this girl with a bit of a fin throw. And unfortunately just coming unstuck here. It would have been amazing if she had landed that one.
Wow, that could have been really the difference, because Sophie's in third, needing a 783. And you just need to finish those waves in control to get the big scores. We're down to 2 minutes left on the clock. Second heat of the day. Leanne Hughes is watching from beautiful Ballina. Good on you, Leanne. Thank you for taking time out to touch base with us.
Good spot in the world. I wonder how the waves are up that end today.
Oh, I bet you they're just pumping up there today, that's for sure. And it's safety in numbers up there at the moment. Joy McDougall is back again. She's from Sunset Point, of course, and saying go. Yep. Zoe McDougall. So great to have you back online there, Joy. And who else have we got? A whole bunch of people logging in. And Wingles from Portugal is logging in. We got Lynn from South Africa, and from Spain, Carlos is watching as well. How's the? This is
crazy.
awesome.
That's awesome. I think the first one, the Barbados, the person from Barbados would probably be online waiting for Chelsea Tuark, who has had some solid results over the last few years. And yeah, she's just been an emerging talent from that area of the world. I saw a video of her from somewhere in Central America, and it's there's so many different spots in the world, as we can see with that Facebook page. It's just everybody's on there, and I wonder what the time is everywhere. It's like great that they're online. Yeah,
absolutely. No, it just goes to show the power of the old webcast. It is like a television show that beams out to the four corners of the globe. I've always thought the webcast advertising was really good value. You know, it's like a television commercial that goes out to the whole world.
Yeah, it's
got to make good sense economically, doesn't it? Well, Philippa Anderson, she's making sense at the moment. She's got a 767 and a 743, so very good scores locked in so far. Laura sitting on a 7-1 and a 583, looking to try and replace that second score, and up and riding at the moment. And one of the world's best, just playing her cards pretty safely and close to her chest here on this one. Wants to land that last manoeuvre. Just got down, unfortunately, losing a balance at the end there. And it will be close to see if she replaces that. But I think we're out of time. Back Woods, it looks like Philippa and Laura moving on through that one at the expense of Sophie McCulloch and Bailey Nudge. So we'll move into heat number 3. We'll be coming up shortly. You are watching the Taggart's Women's Pro. It's all part of Surfest for 2016. We're going to throw to a commercial break and be back with more action right after this.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro. I'm Luke Kennedy, the editor of Tracks. I'm here with Rebecca Woods. Well, the last heat going pretty much with the big seeds, Beck.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having Philippa just going to town. Really showing her skills there and her local knowledge, and yeah, also Laura. Just obviously she's been here for many, many years as well. She's been competing for a long time, and I dare say she's probably been up here 12 times in her life or more, competing in this event, probably more, because I do remember her being around as a 12-year-old. So yeah, she's both those girls super solid on their feet and on their boards, straight up in their opening round. And we've got Surfer in Black a little bit too deep on the peak there for Pauline Ado, but keeping other competitors off that wave as well.
That was a real paddle scramble for that first wave, wasn't it? Looked like any one of the four competitors could have claimed it. And Pauline Ado, well, yeah, a little bit too deep, but almost, as you said, perhaps tactically it meant no one else got what was a pretty good-looking little bowl.
Yeah, I think Pauline spent many years on the World Tour, and in the years when we were younger, and we definitely used to scrap a lot for the hassle and jostle positions, so Pauline no slouch with a lot of experience, and we see Nikki Van Dyke up and riding right now. Nikki, I've been watching her surf the last few days, and you can tell she's been working really hard. She had a lot of quarterfinal finishes last year, and I think she finished in the top 10, the Victorian surfer, and yeah, she's just a whippet. She whips it and gets a lot of speed, and we see junior competitor Macy Callahan.
Yeah, the junior dynamo from Avoca Beach, around the corner from your home beach at Copacabana. As we see Macy with a really mature, refined style for someone so young.
Yeah, and really, very composed in the first 5 minutes of this heat, and picking and selecting a really nice-looking wave there for Macy. So not only is she young, but she's very, very wise beyond her years and very smart. And I saw that opening turn of hers on a wave yesterday, and just blew my mind. She did this huge, it was kind of like a drop wallet, fin flare, like very progressive turn, and just blew my mind. I was like, okay, this girl, yeah, she's a force to be reckoned with, and it's good to see her here utilising that priority. Luke.
As we take a look at the replay on her first wave, you can see her really putting the board on rail with that first turn. The board's not flat, and again, the judges love to see that. They want to see that rail in the water rather than the flat part of the board connecting. Now she has to negotiate this really tricky inside Merewether triple up shore break. So not a huge score, but it's going to be a good opener. As we see Macy again up on the inside in this wave, hollowing out. Solid floater to finish.
Yeah, just reading the waves really well. I think a lot of the time when you watch young competitors, they seem to kind of bounce a little bit through sections, and Macy's not doing that. She's keeping the board fluent and really just flowing from one turn to the next. We see a really nice looking wave here for the surfer in white Brianna, but unfortunately just she's not liking that one.
No, that was a really big section on that wave, and it looked like it was going to be a potential high score. I think in hindsight, Brianna would have liked to have just really gone for it with that one turn.
Yeah, I think sometimes we see a replay here of Macy's wave with a nice opening slash and finishing that wave in a tricky shore break, which we've seen a lot of the girls negotiating and coming unstuck on, but Macy manages to keep the board glued to her feet, which is really, again, mature.
And we talked yesterday about combination manoeuvres, and there you saw Macy really flow from one turn directly into the next, which is a sign of an expert competitor.
Yeah, you can tell with this new generation they've been doing their homework, and yeah, just watching her do rail work on that opening wave where she's kind of out in the face and throwing nice, like you said, Luke, putting a lot of rail in the water and then no bouncing and flowing straight from that into the next slashing turn. So yeah, this heat is going to be crazy because you've got Nikki Van Dyke, a World Tour competitor, Pauline Ado, a previous, I think for 8 years or something, Pauline was on the World Tour and looking to get back on. She's very hungry from over in the Basque region in France. You've got Brianna Cope, from Hawaii, also has had a lot of strong results. I think she's made a few finals in 6,000s, and then you've got an up-and-comer in Macy Callahan who is dropping some major scores right now.
Yeah, it's a great heat, and I was just talking to Martin Dunn, who is there behind his video camera, filming this heat for Nikki. He's actually in the coaching corner, and it's definitely an interesting evolution in the sport. How prominent the coaches are now. Richard Marsh, I saw down on the beach, former World Tour surfer. He's there coaching a whole bunch of guys, including Ryan Callanan, who's the local hope for Newcastle. And yourself, Beck, you've been doing some coaching as well.
Yeah, little bits and pieces in between when I can. I've done a bit of work with Georgia Fish a few years ago, and she heard I was going to be around for this event. She said, "Oh, can you help me out?" Unfortunately, she just there was a bit of a priority exchange in the last minute and a half. She was in second, and unfortunately went about out in third place. But yeah, it's a frustrating thing a little bit being a coach, because I just find myself, I get really nervous, and I feel like I'm still competing, and it's also really amazing to work with young competitors, because it just talking about their tactics and looking at how they would approach a heat, and then working with them through that, and I think it just brings a lot of competing back for me as well. So it's great to work with young up and comers. They're exciting. They keep you surfing fresh and thinking always about how you're gonna go in your next surf, and approach a wave. I think that's been the strangest thing coming off tour, and every surf you go for, you feel like you're training, and then all of a sudden you're not on tour anymore, and you're like, oh,
what's the reason for doing? What's my objective here?
Yeah, what am I going to do today? Should I go out and just go straight, or you're not really actually working on anything, you're just having fun, and I think that's here we go, Brianna up and riding, and a couple of searing slashing turns there, and a better looking wave there for Brianna. She wanted to attack that one after the first wave was a bit. I think she just kind of got a bit like, oh, I don't know if this is a good wave, and I'm just going to pull off. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a much more solid score as we look at the replay. If you watch Brianna's top turn, she really aims to punctuate it. You'll see this with the next slash. Really jams the tail down hard to throw spray and let the judges know that she's committing to the turn.
Yeah, Brianna, she's a tall competitor, Brianna, and I always I enjoy technically watching tall competitors. I mean, Steph Gilmore's very tall, and just the way that they own right, those competitors, they use their body as a spring coil to kind of enter into turns and get that power behind them and the flow. And Brianna really, she technically, it's interesting watching that, and as you said, just accentuating the turn and throwing the tail a bit more there, and seeing the spray come off. I don't know if I can do that because my legs are too short. So it's a good little technique to have a look at.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at some of the taller competitors. Owen Wright's a good example. I think he's probably well over 6 feet tall, but he probably surfs at about 5'9". When you look at him, he's always in quite that compressed position.
Yeah.
We send all our best wishes to Owen, who's still recovering from his major injury in Hawaii, so hope to see him fit and well as soon as possible.
There was a fair few injuries, wasn't there, in that Pipeline Pro? I think the men really putting their bodies and their lives on the line. Sometimes in conditions, I just was watching that event and I was like, oh my gosh, like it's very confronting. B. Durbridge breaking his pelvis, and they're just amazing. The athletes, and they do it because they love it, and they're just astounding on those waves.
Yeah, and it puts into perspective. I mean, Carissa Moore's performance in the exhibition event at Pipeline was phenomenal, also posting some really huge scores at Backdoor.
Yeah, it was great that they gave the women an opportunity to have one heat out there. I was also interested to see how Tatiana Weston-Webb would go. She's coming up soon in this contest. I saw her surfing from a young age in super solid waves in Fiji, and I found that wave super intimidating, especially backside. But she went out and she gave it a dig too, and Carissa, I think there was a point there when she paddled back out the back and she was the only one in the lineup at Backdoor, and the set of the day came through, and I think she just knew, I have to go. I've got the whole pressure of women's surfing on my shoulders right now. Imagine if I don't go this wave. And you could just see her, and she just was like, okay, like something switched, and she just took off and just stood tall and an awesome barrel, and I just was like, was epic.
You were cheering at home.
Yeah.
And you talk about everyone who's ever been to Hawaii or watched it knows how valuable a single backdoor wave is, because on a given day there's probably over 100 guys competing for one good wave. So if one comes your way in a heat and you're on your own, it's like someone just threw a diamond your way. You can't knock it back.
No, there's a whole bunch of pressure that goes along with that, I think, at the same time. So I'm like, if she had a nosedive or if something had have happened, it just would have been an interesting situation. But she just stood up and under pressure. That's a world champion. She's won 3 world titles now, I think, Chris, and she's very young still. So I just thought, that was phenomenal. It was really good to watch. And all of these competitors in round of 48 with seeds. Nikki Van Dyke has spent a fair few years on the tour now, and she's still super young, hailing from Victoria, looking for a bit of a score here, only carrying a 2.67. Oof.
Whoa. Might be a bit of a fin check after that last turn. I think Nikki knew she was only chasing a 4.07 and felt like she needed to really complete that last turn, whatever it took, as we see Brianna Cope up and riding, slashing back into the pocket. Only 2 turns, but both solid. So obviously it's the Evoca Wonder Kid, Macy Callahan, out in front. We saw those 2 consecutive rides early on in the heat, and that's really put her in a commanding position.
Yeah, very smart tactics there. We see the replay here of Nikki. Nikki definitely, she's not afraid of rocks at all. She's really coming from Victoria. I think they just get used to surfing on rocks. That could be Bird Rock or somewhere right now, but she's just like, rocks. I'm going to stand up and walk over them. But
I actually remember Nikki was always in Hawaii. Even a few years ago, you'd see her every day on the push bike with the board under her arm, riding down to surf backdoor.
Yeah, right.
And she was one of the girls that really embraced the idea of free surfing at backdoor pipe and off the wall.
Yeah, okay. And off the wall is intimidating. I remember paddling out, trying to get out the back. We see a replay here of Brianna. Nice vertical up and over, and a little bit of a drop wallet type little slashing
it's just
layback there.
that kind of tiny little extra something to distinguish your surfing and give the judges a reason to throw down an extra 0.5 can be the difference.
Yeah, definitely. So it is Macy Callahan, the junior up-and-comer, who's been smashing her way through heat. 6.83 and a 5.5 is in the lead right now. She's got a solid total of 12.33, and Brianna Cope is holding second place, with the more experienced competitors now moving down in 3rd and 4th position, but Nikki only needing a 5.76.
And here's Macy going really deep on a hollowed out wave, looking for a section now, puts it on rail, good slash, maintains her speed down the line as well. It's kind of easy to get caught behind this wave off the rocks. It's a little bit deceiving on camera. It goes to the layback slash. Well, maybe just went for a little bit too much at the end there. Beck had a couple of solid turns.
Yeah, see if that improves a 5.5, because she did get a 5.5 on that smaller inside wave. But again, wave selection beyond the years. We've got Nikki up and riding right now, a bit of a floater, looking to get down the line on this one, but not liking that wave too much. Macy, here we see a replay, Luke.
Look how deep she is. It looked like it was D-bar off the rock or something like that. Big rail turn. Exits the turn to maintain her speed down the line, wraps it around again. Now she lines up the inside and she tries to go really big. Or perhaps I think just that whitewater kicked the fins out a little bit more than expected.
Yep.
The question is going to be, does that improve her position? She waited a long time for that wave.
We've got Black with priority, and I think she was really eyeing this wave off. She's been waiting for a while, Pauline, and this is a good-looking wave for her. Nice off the bottom, off the top combo. Coming around, and a bit of a whitewash coming back at her, and a nice solid finish turn. I think a lot better there from Pauline. She was carrying some super low scores, and it was well worth the wait, I think.
Yeah, a couple of quality turns there from Pauline, and I think that's going to put her right back in contention for this heat.
Yeah, it's interesting watching the experience come out in these girls under pressure. 10 minutes remaining. Nice, there it is again, the opening attack. She manages to get around this section here and goes for broke high, nice and high and tight and vertical in that second turn. But I was watching Macy on her previous wave. We've got her up and riding right now. All the girls were watching her. I found that interesting. I'm like, I don't think I like watching my competitor when they're on a wave, because all you can see is spray from their turns, and you're like, oh, they've done another turn. So you see her up and riding, and she's a threat. Obviously, if the girls are out the back and they're watching her, they're wondering what's going on.
What's going on, and they're feeling threatened. Yeah, I mean, as a coach, it's an interesting point. Do you advise your surfer to watch what the competitor is doing? I guess in some respect, you've got to get a gauge on what you need to do. But you can really psych yourself out by watching someone else.
Yeah, I think when you're watching the back of a wave and you're imagining them doing like an Air 720 and all these types of things, you've got to really, I think, just focus on your own game plan. And potentially the girls are just sitting out the back and trying to paddle in and move themselves in. But if you sneak a look at what your competitors are doing at the same time, sometimes it can play with your head a little bit. So, yeah, I think Macy's she's definitely got a pretty solid lead. She did improve on that 5.5 with that, even though she fell in the last turn. She's got a 6.83 and a 5.77 now. So. Pretty solid lead there. Looks like scores dropping for Pauline, which might put her back into this heat. Up and riding, we've got Brianna Cope from Hawaii. Nice solid opening turn with a second slashing turn. And this is a better looking wave for Brianna, all throwing fins there. Unfortunately, just going too big.
Yeah, I think, well, it was already a solid score. There were 2 good turns. And you know, how intentional was the fin throw there? Is it, do you think she really went for it? Or it was just one of those things where they popped out and you got to ride with it?
Yeah, I guess we'll see here on this replay going for a bit of length there and a really nice slashing second turn, like you said, Luke. So did she need to go? Was it intentional?
I think it was. I think she was going for it. I think she was feeling like, I'm feeling confident. I've got some momentum and flow on this wave.
I'm going to really go.
I feel like whatever I do, I'm going to pull off.
Yeah, which is that's a great way to approach a heat. I think sometimes if you do hold back and get rewarded for it, it kind of sets something in your head where you're like, oh, do I need to hold back and get the score? But yeah, it would have been nice if Brianna had nailed that last turn, because the scores would have gone up into the excellent range, I would have said.
And I guess it's really, there's actually wave psychology, because there's those times you're on a wave, you've done 2 good turns and suddenly you feel invincible. And you've got to make that decision. Okay, do I just pull it back a notch here?
Yeah.
Or do I ride the confidence that I've built up just on these first 2 turns?
Yeah, well, I look at the score dropping there for Pauline Nato, a 6.33, and that is the second highest heat score, a wave score of the heat. And I think in that circumstance for Brianna, she is looking to improve on a 3.93, and she is carrying a 4.5. So potentially it may have been better if she did hold back a tiny bit just to complete a wave and maybe push a score up into the 6 range, just to keep these 3rd and 4th place getters under a bit of pressure, because Pauline now only needs a 2.10.
How hard is it when you're competing to do the arithmetic in your head while you're actually trying to kind of counter that with just your actual natural surfing approach? Yeah,
it's really hard. I think you try and forget about it, but sometimes when it comes down to the last 5 minutes, you're like, oh, if only I'd have just done this or done that, or But Brianna up and riding, keeping busy right now with a nice second slashing turn. Bit of a wrap there, and looking for the inside here. Nice solid finish, and she does really get some height with her own height. She manages to get really high and
really projects beyond the lip with that final turn and making it clear to the judges that she rode out cleanly. Watching Brianna's surface, she looks to make, as I said, a really conscious effort to turn hard off the top.
Yeah. Yeah, really, she does get a lot of height. We see Mace up and riding with a really nice opening slash here for the surfer in yellow. Coming around this section here and hitting the lip, but Terry was saying he coaches competitors to come up and under the lip here and ride down from the bottom and hit it off the top, and I think that is the reason why a lot of the girls are having a bit of trouble. Brianna Cope, this is another replay of the previous wave where she just went a little bit too hard.
That was the move for the cameras. It looked good.
Yeah, it did look good. Be a good photo.
Yep. As we see surfer in red, Nikki Van Dyke powering down the line. Gets a little bobble with the backwash, but rides through that wave, hollowing out. Looked great for a second there, but unfortunately didn't offer any more scoring potential for Nikki. Yeah,
Nikki has been a little bit, I wouldn't say quiet in this heat. It's just been the waves that she has selected. They do look great, but they're just not doing the thing on the inside here. We've got a replay of Brianna's last wave, a bit of a whipping first turn and a second turn. She goes straight into a third turn with a bit of a behind the body hand drive and finishes cleanly, and that's the one we did see previously.
So a strong wave from Brianna. Perhaps the judges might have liked to have seen a little bit more variation in the repertoire. Some of those turns looking quite similar.
Yeah.
But obviously that element of the criteria is important.
Yeah, definitely. I think Brianna, after maybe not completing the previous wave, thought, I'm just going to get one and I'm going to complete it and I'm going to keep building here a little bit. She is in a situation where Pauline only needs a 2.10. And yeah, scores are coming through for Brianna, and it's an interesting little exchange coming through for all the girls. Pauline and Brianna are really neck and neck right now.
As we see Nikki chasing that 5.76, still very much in this heat, and we know she can do that with a wave easily. Wraps that turn right around. Strong finishing manoeuvre, really making the effort to demonstrate to the judges that she rode out cleanly. So 2 strong turns. Is that going to be the 5.76 Nikki needs to go up into second?
Yeah, well, it looks like Pauline Ado has moved into second, and we've got Macy up and riding. Again, I know that's a replay of that one with the shore break, which isn't very nice, but Pauline has moved into second place with a 3.1 I didn't see that wave, but yeah, Brianna did better her situation with a 4.63 on that previous wave, but Pauline not needing too much and moving into second place. Now it's Brianna who only needs a 4.88, but this wave of Nikki's, I dare say, is going to really, it will definitely improve her situation. Not
yeah,
that one,
not
but
that the next one.
The one that she caught that actually had 2 solid turns,
well,
really solid turns on it.
That needs to be a 6.83 if our scoreboard is up to date. So I think that's going to be the big question. Nikki's thinking, okay, I need another wave here on the inside.
Yeah, she's been smart. She knows she's got a score now, so she's thinking, okay, I'm just going to get a second one here, nice floater to finish. But yeah, I mean, she needs to improve on those 2s, and I think obviously not holding priority. She's just thinking I'm just going to get busy. But Macy,
well, may well have extended her lead with that wave in the last few minutes there, Macy.
Yeah, 12.60. She's looking to get rid of that 5.77, but we've got a replay here of Nikki's really nice, smooth roundhouse, really high completion there, and a massive, huge belt off the shore. Negotiates well, rides out cleanly, and I think that's going to be a solid score for Nikki Van Dyke.
Will it be the 6.83? I mean, it looked pretty good on screen. Sometimes the screen doesn't even do justice to the surfing either, Beck. It looks even more impressive to the judges who are looking at the live action.
Yeah, that the roundhouse cutback. I haven't seen a lot of roundhouse cutbacks today, but that was a very complete and technically sound roundhouse. I've got a replay of the floater of Nikki's last wave. There's a lot of waves being caught right now.
There is. It's busy. But as you say, talking about the roundhouse cutback, it's great when you see the surfers come all the way back around. It almost becomes a backhand snap off the whitewater to bring the board back around.
Yeah, and you can tell Nikki's been surfing a lot of right-handers. She's got that move perfected, and it's in her repertoire as one of her more solid manoeuvres. We've got Brianna looking to get busy here on this one. Unfortunately, just catching the nose on that shore break.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration there for Brianna, looking for a 4.88 and just perhaps sensing that wave wasn't going to offer her the option to do so.
Yeah, I'm just having a little laugh at that shore break because it's just not nice right now. I think it's just the timing. It's already hard enough to try and time some of these waves out the back, but the shore break's just throwing a massive spanner in the works for everyone. So we do see scores dropping for Nikki Van Dyke. She did get a 6.8 on that last wave, but she is in third position because Pauline did get a 3.17, so just missing.
Yeah, the interesting thing for Nikki now, with only a minute 20 remaining, she's chasing a 2.70 and just kicked out of that last wave. Pauline will try and block her on this one, and she takes off.
Yeah, Pauline looking to improve on a 3.17, and she's done a really nice opening carve and a second nice combo turn with a finish on the inside there. So Pauline, she under pressure. Pauline is a phenomenal surfer. She knows what she has to do. She's got years of experience coming from France. She even through the QS when she was younger, I remember as a 12 to 15 year old, and just remains super composed, as you can tell there with that nice opening slash combo straight into a second turn, and then finishes this wave really well on the inside.
With the airdrop float, I think we can fairly confidently say that will better her 3.17, make the situation harder for Nikki. But here she goes, taking off really deep. That wave almost barreling straight up into the lip. Racing down the line, looking for another big section. Floats out of that one, maybe went up a fraction early, just slightly mistimed the second manoeuvre, but
negotiated it well. Again, both these girls, Nikki Van Dyke needing only a 2.7, but Pauline probably did improve her situation, and that's a replay of Macy's.
Macy's just free surfing out in front at the moment. Although Pauline, have we seen that last score drop? She's needing a 6.28, that could well project her up into first position. So a flurry of waves ridden there in the last few minutes. The judges with plenty of work to do.
Macy actually did better her situation there with a 6.27 on her looked like second last wave. So yeah, Macy really solid performance there from the young Avoca local. She's that was a hotly contested heat, and she did really well to take that one out. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be right back with live action from round 48.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane seater.
No, Mark said the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip.
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat.
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro at Newcastle Surfest. Well, Beck, an exciting finish to that last heat.
Yeah, that was intense. I think my mouth fell off. There were so many waves ridden. I think, Nikki Van Dyke taking the heat win there in the dying seconds, getting a really big score, 8.0 I think it was, or 8. I don't have it up here anymore, but
it was definitely a score in the excellent range, and it was an indicator of just how quickly circumstances can change. Nikki was trailing, probably in 4th position for much of that heat, it looked like, and then in the last 5 minutes,
fought her way through.
Yeah.
Went back into the lead, and Macy Callahan in second. I think Pauline bettered her situation, but it just wasn't enough to stop Nikki on the rampage there in the dying seconds of that heat. We've got a replay here of Zoe McDougall, who had really yesterday. Her and Macy went at it, and Zoe actually won that heat yesterday, and it was awesome watching both of those competitors, and Zoe was really strong and solid on her feet. She was doing really nice variety of turns. So I think Zoe is from Hawaii.
Yes, she's from Hawaii. We've also got Mahina Aida from Hawaii in this heat. Chelsea Tuak from, I'm assuming that's Barbados.
Yeah,
and Laura Macaulay from Australia. So 2 Hawaiians in the heat. It'll be interesting to see if they work together in the 4-girl situation.
So I think sometimes you go out with the intention of working with some competitors sometimes, but it gets a bit tricky, especially when there's so many waves like this. You've got Chelsea Tuak getting busy right here, and really nice, super fast whippy surfer there. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck again on that inside shore, but yeah, those 2 turns out the back, pretty. Yeah,
great to see the fins really pop out on that second turn as that little inside wave bowled up. So we saw Nikki Van Dyke with big scores on a bigger wave, but on this insider that Chelsea gets, you can see after this first turn, this insider really bowls up and presents it with a great section. See the fins drop out. Good finishing turn, but just can't ride out.
Yeah, I think it's awesome to see when the girls come in, like Chelsea, who is very young. They've got that energy instantly when you're watching a heat, and it's just such an attack mode energy that you see, and it's harder as you get older. I found it hitting the 30 mark. I'm trying to get the motivation to have that same amount of energy. You just can't bottle it. It's like you have it when you're young, and seeing Chelsea take off on that wave, she just wants it. She wants to qualify, she wants to be on the tour, and she's attacking everything that comes her way, and it's refreshing, I think, to see that.
Yeah, and I guess the judges like to see it, that kind of it translates in your surfing, even if in the transition sections and when you're not doing the turns, if you're looking super positive and aggressive, it just pushes the judges that little bit more.
Yeah, I think it just, when you do watch so many waves in a day, and then you see that energy, it instantly just makes you like light up. Your eyes are too focused and too attention. So we see Mahina Maeda, unfortunately, that wave just kind of coming under her feet and not being the right angle, but we've got Laura Macaulay up and riding a little bit too deep on that one, and again, Merewether being 1 foot too deep can just destroy your chances of enjoying the wave, but I think Laura maybe even having a little sniff at that one on the inside.
Laura, of course, is the daughter of Dave Macaulay, one of the World Tour surfers, former great performers. I think got to number 2 in the world at one point, Dave, and still one of the the best surfers on the reefs on the northwest coast in WA.
Yeah, I've been watching Bronte and Laura over the years progress through, and last year, a few years ago now, I saw both of them, I think, in the trials for Margaret River, and it was huge. And they were like, yeah, the trials are on, and the girls were on such big boards, and both the Macaulays, you can tell they've got their dad's wave knowledge, and they were just on 8 to 10 to occasionally bigger at Margaret River that washes through there. They were on the set, so it was like a walk in the park for them. It was like it was 2 foot, and I think that's an amazing skill to have, especially when you're heading somewhere like Hawaii, and waves that big don't phase you. So yeah, I think Bronte Macaulay, Laura's younger sister, has actually potentially qualified for the tour this year, so she'll be exciting to watch up at Snapper Rocks as well. She's up and coming in a heat, but we've got surfer in black, Mahina Maeda, little pocket rocket, did win a QS 6,000 last year, I think maybe China, or yeah, she's had a few results, really solid results, and then a few results like just not being able to back it up, and I think that happens sometimes after you do have a win. It's quite interesting mentally coming back from that, because you've finally achieved such a hard dream, and then you've just got to walk into the contest the next week and pretend that it's all slate is clean, and slate is clean, sorry, dyslexic moment, and do it all again, and sometimes you're just out of energy. So it'd be good to see Mahina this year have a little bit more consistency through the 6 stars and just maintain her performance, because she's an amazing surfer.
Yeah, I guess that's an important point. It's in the ideal scenario, as a pro surfer, you learn to win, but you learn to win comfortably so that you're not exhausting yourself every time you do it, because you've got to back up and do it again. So some of the best surfers, they tend to know how, if you look at the best competitors throughout history, they know how to conserve energy through the early rounds, do what they need to do to get through, and then peak for finals. Yeah. Otherwise, being at 100% 24/7 is just too exhausting.
Yeah, it is. It's really, you've got to surf a lot of heats, and for some of these girls, we get to see Chelsea Tuak absolutely, again, just attacking that section and getting really high on her turns. That was a really nice looking wave there for Chelsea, and it'd be good to see the replay of that.
Yeah, super high quality turns from Chelsea.
We've got the surfer in yellow, Zoe, and we didn't see the turns out the back on that one, but yeah, I think prolonging and surfing through to finals, like Zoe has surfed, I think, already 3 times in this contest, and this is potentially the 4th time she's surfed. So Chelsea again there, that's the replay, really attacking that wave, and that's exciting. I think she will be rewarded for that, because every section she attacked, there was no holding back, and it was just, again, knowing what she wants and going out there to attain it.
I think you made the point earlier that it's great when the surfer is performing those turns really high up in the wave. It's not halfway up the face. It's not a halfway up the face slash. It's a really critical top of the lip hit. Yeah,
the bash, lip bash, and with the power to follow through with that. So waiting for scores to drop, but Mahina Maeda has got a 4.6. This is a replay of Zoe's previous wave. We saw the end turn, but she did manage to get a turn out the back on that one as well, and a final little finish there for Zoe. The conditions are a lot different to yesterday. It was a bit windy and all over the place yesterday, but we see Laura up and riding on a nice looking inside here. She does a nice wrap, super solid second carve, and again, arms up, slashing that one, and a nice finish turn there. That's a better looking wave for Laura.
Yeah, we saw that one bowl up really cleanly, and we got an indication of what the girls can do when they get presented with a wave that's got a little bit more shape and form. That was easy to negotiate, and it was really solid surfing from Laura.
Yeah, I think Laura looks like she's been working hard technically as well. Super solid arm through there. Nice slashing. That was a really nice second slash there for Laura, and again she managed to back it up and finish that wave. So choosing wave wisely on this peak year week.
Yeah, looking like some of the deeper inside waves as we see surfing Red Chelsea is actually in front, and she's managed to lock down a couple of those really deep bowly inside runners that tend to hug the rocks here in the southern corner at Merewether.
We've got a replay here of Mahina Maeda's wave, just mistiming that one a little bit, but Chelsea getting a 6-1-7 for that wave that we saw. That was a nice bowly one, and that's a good score, I think. 6-1-7 and a 4-3-3 to start a heat. That's a nice way to start a heat. She's been a smart competitor, and Laura is in second place, the WA surfer. Zoe McDougall has been a little bit quiet right now, the surfer from Hawaii. She's holding down priority, and I can tell she looks like she wants a situation update, but she may be waiting for a bigger wave right now, which is probably a smart tactic.
And you mentioned before that Mahina may have had a result in China, a pretty exotic location for women's surfing. China, I think it's Hainan Island is the location of the event. But what was the most kind of alternative location you went to during your travels as a pro surfer?
I think going to Puerto Rico was pretty different for me.
Yep.
I hadn't been to anywhere near that side of the world, and we had a World Tour event there one year, and it was really beautiful. Been to, we used to have Chopu and Fiji, and I thought, it might be just like that, but I got there and it was completely different. Had some amazing surfs at different locations, and the water was so warm, and we got Mahina blasting first turn there with a second nice little snap, and the wave just closing out there, but you could tell Maya is super low, powerful surfer, and she holds a really nice rail, especially on a backhand. I think actually the Chinese event she did win on a forehand too, so she's got a complete package there. It's just about catching the right waves for this young competitor.
Yeah, it looked like she had a really good section to stand up, but just couldn't project out of the turn, it felt like.
Yeah, Laura, without priority, paddling into a really nice looking wave here with an opening slash. And looking to ride out of that little shore. A little bit safe there for Laura on that wave. I know Laura is capable of throwing down some really big turns. I'd love to see her go for broke on a few of those. She has got a 5.57 and is in second place right now, but Mahina only needs a 1.28 and she did get a wave. So
this is a replay of Laura's earlier wave with two big opening slashes.
Yeah, she got a 5.57 for that one, and I think that was a good score with some solid surfing for Laura. So a big year for some of these competitors. Are going to be following a fair few contests around. The next stop, Manly Beach down there, Luke.
Down in Sydney, great to see professional surfing back in the CBD pretty much.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Yep.
And beautiful. I do love the Northern Beaches. My parents grew up there, and they ended up moving to Copa with the big family. But the Northern Beaches is definitely one of my favourite spots in Australia. Going down there and spending time on the different locations, and it's a cool place to hang out. So that, the girls will be. Here's Chelsea again attacking as soon as she gets up. Solid 2 turns there, and inside not offering too much, but looking to improve on a 4.33. But it's amazing to be here at the Taggart Women's Pro in beautiful Newcastle. There are lots of waves being ridden right now on the highish tide on the inside bank here. So Laura getting busy again with a bit of an arm throw fin flare there, and doing a second turn.
Really working. Went for it a little bit more on the inside section there, which was good to see. rather than, I think the safety option is to go up for that turn early because you know you're going to get the heavy closeout.
Yep.
But it's just a matter of holding your nerve and just waiting that fraction longer for the wave to stand up and then trying to negotiate the triple lip.
Yeah. Have you, here we go, we've got Zoe using her priority on a bigger wave here, and nice opening turn there for her, and really attacking that second turn, and she actually rides out of that cleanly, which is
Yeah, they'll pay
nice.
that one. For
Yeah,
sure.
which is nice to see. And Mahina made a really nice looking wave for Mahina here. And 3 solid turns. Oh, okay. I was thinking, why didn't she ride out of that? She
Yeah,
ride out
we
of that
just-
because there's a giant rock.
We just saw how deep the girls are actually sitting when Mahina rode out of that wave. I think, gee, as a judge, I think you'd have to give it that one as well.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, I think, have you been over to anywhere over near Barbados area?
I haven't had a chance to check out the Caribbean. It's definitely on the map. There's obviously the wave that is listed as one of Kelly Slater's favourite soup bowls
Yeah.
over there, which looks phenomenal, and it's definitely down on the bucket list of places to visit.
Yeah, it looks, I haven't been to Barbados either, but I've met a few people from there, and it just looks absolutely beautiful. We've got Surfer in white, Laura McCauley on a better looking wave here. Unfortunately, just, not able to get a second turn in on that one, but you can see how strong Laura is when she gets a wave that allows her to do an opening phase carve there. Love to see her get another one that allows her to do 2 of those things, because she can really put rail in the water, obviously learning well off her dad. We've got Zoe up and riding right now, and a nice solid vertical finish there for Zoe. Score's still dropping for a lot of these competitors, so we've got 9 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
I'm kind of a little bit dizzy with all the action, but there's been so many waves ridden in the last 5 minutes.
It's just keeping up with it all. It's like, yeah, everybody's smashing it. It's just now I think the judges as well, they've just got to keep up with what's going on in the water right now. We've got scores dropping for Chelsea, scores dropping for Mahina, Laura and Zoe. So yeah, competitors really going at it. This is the middle section of the heat, and I think a lot of the competitors will be looking to build on their scores that they've already got. We've got a replay here of Zoe catching a bit of rail there, but really nice vertical finish for Zoe, and she's looking to improve on, from what we can see on screen here, a 1, but she has got a few other waves as well. So
Yeah, definitely going to improve her situation. Really projecting beyond the lip of that last turn. Yeah, unfortunately, as you said, just digging rail a little bit. It's hard for the competitors, I guess, when you get like a pulse, mid-heat pulse. Suddenly there's loads of waves, which is good, but then you've got to be critical about your wave choice still. There's a lot of waves, but you've still got to try and make sure you're on the better one.
yeah, and there is a good looking wave coming into the lineup right now, and Chelsea Tuak has made sure she's got priority for this one, and really nice open face carve for her. This
Going to sit up again.
strong off the bottom, and a
Big
whip.
slash, and wow, that's a really strong ride from Chelsea. We'll probably get a look at the replay, but I love the way she faded that opening bottom turn to put herself as deep as she possibly could.
Yeah, that was really a skilled way to hold off there and wait for the section to come back at her. But yeah, looking to improve on a 4-3-3. Here we see the opening face carve, and then this really wind up for this huge searing slash here, and riding out of that one cleanly. So yeah, she needed that. I think she is in the lead, but to get rid of a 4-3-3 and waited patiently for that one. I think yeah, it's about building a performance now, and building on the scores that you've got. So that's a smart competitor there in Chelsea Tuak.
Yeah, obviously when there is a lot of waves being ridden, you can't afford to sit still.
No, and I think sometimes you catch that many waves in heats. It's hard to remember which one is the best and what you've got, but you do know when you're out there, you do know that obviously you need something when you do need something, and if you haven't caught the best waves, you know, it pays to be patient and really try and select something that's going to allow you to just give your best performance. And I think this wave, sometimes you can get a bit lost with that because you think, oh, this one might be alright, this one might be alright, but you really, I think paddling in it would be key to kind of feel like, yeah, this is the one that's going to be really good. Like, as you could see Chelsea on that last one, the wave just looked amazing, and I think
She thought she was back at Soup Bowls
yeah, she's
in
like,
Barbados.
Yes.
This feels familiar. I know what to do here.
Yeah, I held off and yeah, held her line well, and was composed under pressure and really threw down something well. So 6.43 coming through for Chelsea Tuak. I would say with 6.5 minutes remaining in this heat, she's done really well to improve on that 4.33. You could probably spend the rest of the heat catching waves and getting fours if you wanted to, but she's really been a smart competitor there, getting a 6.43 and carrying a 6.17 now with a solid lead of 12.6 heat total.
So what's the tactic for Chelsea now? Does she go into blocking mode, or does she just sit tight until she sees a wave that's really going to better those 6-point scores?
Yeah, well, she's sitting with third priority. If it was me, I'd probably be going over a little bit and putting pressure on white and black just to try and get them into waves a little bit more.
Maybe sell them a lemon.
Sell them off on a few and then really just sit tight on that priority and wait for another wave like the one she just got, that she just, you just know, you're like, yes, this is a one. If you're in a heat if you're in a lead in this situation, it's like the best position to be in. Obviously for the girls, only Mahina Maeda only chasing a 5.04 and Zoe McDougall only chasing again a 5.77. They're low range scores, and I think
second place still looks like it's very much up for grabs with 5 to go, as we see Mahina Maeda taking off deep in the bowl, arcing back into the pocket, lining this next section up, snaps off the top and floats cleanly to finish. So she was looking for a 5.04, a really smoothly ridden wave. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this one.
Yeah, and interesting on this because the wave didn't look too big, but it did hit that inside section so well. She's done a nice turn at the start there and gone nice and vertical in those last 2 turns. But again, she needs a 5.04. It wasn't as good looking as Chelsea Tuak's wave, but she did make a really good decision catching that and riding through with those 3 turns. You've got Zoe on the inside, kind of not really the wave that she's looking for right now. She's got a 4 and a 3, and I think she needs to be a little bit more patient with the wave selection if she wants to get through in this heat, because Laura is carrying 2 4s, a 4.6 and a 4.77. So the heat is on. Heat is on now for Laura. There's been a situation change.
The heat is on, yep. Like an 80s hit, it is.
Should we start singing? A 6.07 there for Mahina. Inside kind of middle-sized wave and really surfed that one well and got a 6.07 for that. I think Laura's feeling a little bit of the heat now, knowing she needs a 5.28. And Zoe 6.81. The gap is widening for her, so I think Zoe needs to kind of get out the back and get patient. Laura now needing a 5.28, just really needs to improve on one of those smaller waves that she's ridden. And Mahina Maeda now into second place and putting pressure on in the final stages. 3 minutes 20 to go, Luke. Yeah,
it's going to be a tense last few minutes, Beck, as we see a couple of surfers having a look at this one. Mahina Maeda just really blocking there, although she's got a really steep section in front. Good opening slash. Kicks the fins out well. If she'd ridden it out of that second turn, I think it would have been one of her highest scoring waves. But tactically, she was also holding Zoe McDougall off on the shoulder.
Yeah, right. And there are scores dropping for Zoe there. But it is Mahina Maeda who's made a bit of a move here. 6.07 and a 4.77 on her previous 2 waves. She's looking like she's starting to switch on here in the important stage of the heat. Nice high and tight turn. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on this one. It would have been nice to see her land that. It is Chelsea Tuak who is still in the lead.
Spent a bit of time in Hawaii at the end of the year, and I'm pretty sure it was Mahina who I would see out in the water all day, every day at Rocky Point, just working on her surfing.
A Rocky Point would suit her surfing actually. Just such a fun wave. That wave just allows you to do like a lot of, especially the left. If you get sick of surfing rights, that Rocky Point left is work on your repertoire.
It's probably the most prominent high performance wave in the world.
Yeah,
it's where all the best guys go to throw down their biggest airs.
Yeah, very true. And probably all the goofy footers just spend the whole entire winter there. But Mahina, I'm not actually sure where in Hawaii Mahina is from. But she's interesting here, seeing how Laura and Zoe respond under pressure. Zoe's up and riding right now with a nice vertical attack and trying to fit a last finish turn in there, but unfortunately just getting a bit bounced off on the inside, but attacking. She's really hungry for a second or a first place in this heat, and she's not giving up. She needs a 6.34.
We were talking about songs before. Did you have a favourite song that you would listen to before a heat to get you psyched up?
Oh, yeah, too many, I think. When I was younger, I had to listen to music that calmed me down because I was a little bit... I'd just get too amped and I'd go out there and try and blast my way through every single wave that came my way. But as I got older, I had to start changing it up to like Skrillex and like crazy music just to try and get amped to get out there sometimes because... some events you'd rock up and it would be flat and they're like, yes, the contest is on, and you know, you're 27, you're 28 and you're like, oh, do we have to surf today? Can't we wait for it to get 6 foot so I can actually do a turn? But I think the young girls, a lot of them probably would be listening to some meditative music just to try and calm themselves down. As you can see, Chelsea in this heat just going out with so much energy, but you know, it's paying off for her. She's attacking everything that comes her way. We see her up and riding right now.
Yeah, this inside section, bowling right up and wisely kicks out there. She's well out in front, didn't need to go for a high risk manoeuvre on the inside. You see Laura McCauley chasing a 5.57 in the dying minutes. That wave not offering too much scoring potential, but she's taking it all the way through. She's not going to die wondering.
So we did come down to the final stages of that heat, and Chelsea Tuak has taken the win there. I didn't see the start of Laura's last wave, but she did need a 5.28. Giant shory there, probably smartly pulled off by Chelsea. She knew she had the win, so she didn't need to snap a board on that one. But dying stages there of the heat. Mahina Maeda and Laura McCauley in second and third. They were fighting that one out.
Chelsea Tuak from Barbados in the Caribbean.
Coming out of the water. And we're going to go to a break now, Luke. Seeing Chelsea take that one out, and we'll be right back. Taggart Women's Pro here at beautiful Newcastle Beach, and it is another beautiful day. Jessie Adams joining me in the studio right now.
Yep, Taggart's Women's Pro, and a couple of very exciting heats to kick off the morning thus far. Some big scores going down, and a bit of Groundhog Day in terms of conditions here at Merewether. We're seeing early morning heats off the rocks, and late afternoon heats we've been seeing low tide and out to the middle, but this is a good start for Paige Harrop out of New Zealand. 2 big backside re-entries to start off the heat there with the first ride getting underway.
Yeah, doing really well there, Paige, to negotiate that shory that has been killing a few people this morning. So, really riding a solid first turn and really riding out of that one strongly. That's always a nice way to start a heat for the surfer from New Zealand, former World Tour competitor who was trying to fight her way back onto the tour after a few years out of it. But, that was a really solid way for Paige. This is a stacked heat. We've got...
Yeah, no, I was just about to say, Alana Blanchard, also a former World Tour surfer, fighting her way back onto tour. That's been a bit of a theme of the event so far this year. I've seen a lot of surfers that have previously been on the World Championship Tour fighting their way back. And speaking of achieving the Championship Tour, surfer in red, Keely Andrew, up and riding, kicking out there.
Yeah, Keely's been one of those competitors. I think I saw her come in as a 14-year-old, I've got Milana up and riding right now and blasting 3 turns on a nice looking wave for her. So those 3 competitors with a lot of experience getting busy in these early stages of the heat.
Yep, we're going to have a score from all 4 surfers locking into the system shortly. Here we see a replay of Keely's opener. And nice front side snatch. She's got such a great approach, this young, talented surfer. And just the one manoeuvre for her. And, well, here we go. Rika Noro up and down on her second scoring ride as we welcome Luke Kennedy back into the box.
Yeah, the dress code ultimatums come through, Jesse, and we've both rocking the collared shirts.
Yeah. I've just chucked on the mountain gear though over the top because this is my first heat in the box this morning, and you've got to acclimatise. This thing's chilled like an ice chest, and outside's about 1,000,000 degrees.
What are we expecting? 39 today?
Yeah, we're expecting a massive temperature on the beaches in Newcastle here today, and another awesome day on paper in terms of weather, and going to be another great day to come down and watch some live surfing.
Yeah, and it's looking really fun in the corner there at Off Rocks.
Yep.
We've seen some great bowling little sections in the last couple of heats.
Yeah, we've seen some big scores go down over the last couple of heats as well, so some great surfing happening out front off the rocks, and well, a couple of good scores dropping in for this first exchange. We have seen all 4 surfers get at least 1 wave, and it's looking like Paige Harrob's first score is going to well and truly be the one to chase down in the early stanza of this one. We've just got 4 minutes counted down for the current heat in the water. And Paige is going to look to drop a near perfect score, not perfect, near excellent score, I meant to say, just shy of that 8-point mark is where this one's going to land, or maybe in that excellent range, as we see the last judge about to lock in here. Keely Andrew, just for 1 manoeuvre, is going to lock in a mid-range score as well.
It looks like Alana Blanchard's going to post a pretty solid score also, Jesse, so it's an exciting start to this heat.
Yeah, it's been a good start. It's always nice to see a heat kick off with a nice set and a bunch of waves ridden in the early stands. They get to set the scale. They get to lock in some scores and really set off the heat. As we see Red using priority on this one, a little deep. See if she can manage to get around this one. This lady here is one of my favourite girls on tour at the moment. She's fresh-faced. She's young. She's got a really, really sharp approach.
Yeah, you can just see from those 2 manoeuvres there, just a really polished style, Jesse.
Yeah, she came onto the scene in the junior ranks, and I remember thinking, it's only a matter of time before she hits the world tour. As soon as she popped up, one of those freakishly talented surfers at a young age, and she went straight to the QS right off the bat. And, sort of struggled to find her feet in that open grade for a little bit, but she's well and truly come into her own in the last 12 months, and she's going to be very exciting to watch this year.
Really matured as a competitor. Do you know how old Keely is, in fact? At a guess, roughly, so still definitely a teenager.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't think she's in her 20s yet, so yeah, still young, and definitely turning a few heads as we see Alana up on her second scoring ride. She locked in a 5.67 and big closeout section to manage, and she pretty much deals with that really well in that end section there.
We're just going to throw down to Fiona, who's with the winner from the last heat, Chelsea Tuak.
Good morning, guys. I'm here with Chelsea Tuak of Barbados, winner of the last heat. Chelsea, it's pretty good conditions out there this morning. How are you feeling about getting up early?
I felt great to finally get in the water. I've been watching the guys the whole week, and they've been absolutely ripping. The waves have been so fun. I've just been free surfing a lot down the beach, and it's nice to get the first heat out of the way. Nice to come away with a win. The waves are pumping, and I hope it stays like this throughout the week.
Yeah, it definitely is pumping. You won the one of the last QSs over in Spain last year, which put you on tour this year. How are you feeling about that?
Oh my gosh, it's a dream come true. I've always, worked towards a CT, and actually getting on it. I've been training twice as hard. The nerves are kicking in, but I'm so excited. Our first event is Snapper, and it's a perfect wave, so there's no better event to start off my year. So I'm excited.
And just quickly, what event are you looking forward to most?
Snapper for sure, Hawaii at the end of the year, but all of them. I mean, it's a whole different chapter in my life, and I'm looking forward to just soaking it all in.
Okay, well, we can't wait to watch it, Chelsea, and good luck.
Yep, sounds very, very excited for the year ahead, Chelsea, and some good surfing in that previous heat, and it's a good stepping stone to building into a good roll into those first couple of events of the year for her.
Yeah, as we see Alana Blanchard just slashing back into the pocket This is a replay of the earlier wave before the interview with Chelsea. And yeah, as I said, Newcastle, a good performance here can really set you up for a big year, whether you're a QS performer or a CT performer. It's a great event to do well at.
It's always good. I mean, I think you can look at it either way with an event like this, with a QS 6000 event. For those World Championship Tour competitors, you can enter it and kind of, if you lose early, you can shake that off and think, lucky that wasn't the first contest of the year. And then if you win, you can go, well, that's a massive confidence booster coming into the first event of the year. I think it's kind of, you can dice it up either way for those World Tour competitors. Whereas for the qualifying series guys, it's really, really important. The points here are just they're massive. A 6,000 point bonus to start off a year really sets you up for qualification.
Yeah, it's very important in that respect. As we see, that's the standard fare for the commentators at Surfest. That's a mid-morning bacon and egg sandwich.
Full bacon and egg sanger.
Doesn't get any better than that.
It's so typically Aussie. It's not funny.
Yeah, you have to eat it in a slouch hat as well. That's kind of to make it just really authentic. It's got to be a bacon and egg sandwich with a slouch hat.
And there we go. We just
is that Matt Wilkinson creeping in there behind the camera?
Yeah, that's him hanging out. Top seed, just cruising, kicking back. He went back to hometown on the Central Coast last night, but I think from now on out, he said he's going to stay here in Newcastle and soak it all in for the rest of the event, and hopefully he can make a few more heats. There's the replay of that last of red, and again, only one manoeuvre, but you can see the potential in her surfing. It really suits the off the rocks shape.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what that single manoeuvre warrants from the judges. It was one of the better turns we've seen all morning, I think, really throwing the fins out, Keely. But speaking of Matt Wilkinson, and we talk about the impact of these events, or a good result at Newcastle for a WCT performer, I guess what it means is if you get a good result in some of these early QS events, you can actually take more risks on the CT because you know that your requalification through the back door is probably secured. So it actually puts you in a better position to be confident on the top tier tour.
Yeah, I think especially for someone like Matt, who's such a great surfer, but has had a few years where he's been on that bubble, that sort of back at that sort of late teens to 20 mark, where the requalification gets a little bit dicey at the end of the year, and he generally will go to a couple of the prime events at the back end of the year, trying to get that backup just in case something goes wrong in those last few events on the World Tour. So to get a big result here in Newcastle, say at the start of the year, you can probably, like you said, relax and then not have to worry too much about those points on the QS Tour, and most likely requalifies by a great deal on the World Tour, and doesn't even need to worry about it. So I think getting a result early on in the season, like you said, could definitely help with confidence levels and probably benefit you on the World Tour for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, so close to home for Matt and also Ace. They're not far down the road, and they love coming here and they love surfing here, so it makes sense for those guys to turn up.
Yeah, he's a bit of a nomad these days, Matt. He put in a couple of solid years in Bondi, but I think proved to be too many distractions in Bondi, so he then moved north to Byron, where there's a whole lot more distractions as well. But I think he enjoys living up there in sort of the classic surf house. I think Bondi's Pert Stanley lives with him as well. Yeah,
so I think waves is probably a massive factor there too, because Bondi's great. There's a lot of opportunities in that that coastal part of the Sydney city, and there's plenty happening. But like you said, a lot of distractions, and let's face it, you kind of have to travel to get good waves. And for those guys, they're surfing the world's best waves all year. It's not exactly the best form of training, surfing Bronte and
Bronte, Tamaram, and I don't know. It was voted, amongst the top 10 worst waves in the world by Tracks magazine. I wasn't the editor at the time though, and being from Bondi, I'd suggest that it certainly doesn't fall into that category. We've had a great summer.
Oh, not to say there's not good waves there.
Good banks, but yeah, in terms of basing yourself as a World Tour competitor, well, once upon a time it was probably a good location. Tom Carroll, when he was chasing a world title, would sort of drive over to Bondi regularly, because he knew that the waves he'd be surfing on tour were pretty small and sloppy, so it was actually the optimal training ground.
Well, even not going too far from there, Merewether gets really good in some of the secret squirrels down around that zone. There's tons of really good waves that we won't talk about, but there's waves, and then if you go a little bit south in national parks and everything and all that down there, there's heaps of good waves close by. But I think going up to Byron for Matt, the options are within a couple of hours north and south of there. I mean, the options are endless, really. And you're close to the first event of the year. You're close to Snapper. You can surf that whenever you want. That kind of thing. I think it's a good move for him.
Well, looking forward to seeing him both in this event and on the WCT. Looking at the current heat situation with Paige Harrop holding down an 8.0 and a 2.93. Pretty securely out in front. She'll be waiting for a solid second backup score. Keely Andrew has really impressed with her forehand slashes, sitting in second with a 4.5 and a 4.37. Almost scoring those mid-range scores with single manoeuvres, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, if she, think about it, she does 2 or 3 of those turns, or then she's going into that that same zone that Paige has done in the early stage of the heat, and she's going to be very dangerous. She can link a few turns together on these little perfect rocks bowls this morning. And, well, it's going to be a very interesting finish to this one. 12 minutes to go. We've got 4 very good surfers, and, I mean, only one score to really write home about so far, which is belonging to Paige Harrop, that excellent score of an 8.0. I mean, Alana and Akili and Rika, who's up and riding, can all achieve some good mid to solid, excellent range scores. And I think the next person to drop one of those numbers is going to be the one that's going to be in the box seat for a progressing position.
As we see Paige arcing back into the pocket on this one, winding up through the inside. Nice clean snap off the top, negotiating the shore break, kicks the fins out and rides out clean. Well, she's already holding an 8-point ride, and I think that's going to be a pretty solid backup, Jesse.
Yeah, I think for sure, as we see the beach marshals holding it down up top there in the competitors area. One of our NBN cameramen capturing this kind of stuff. Here's the replay. Page's last. Sets up a little backside hit. There's a nice little snap, and then lines this one up, like you said. Pops over that section. That's going to be her second highest score, you'd have to think. And definitely going to increase her lead as we see the score drop into the system. 6.67 increases her lead drastically. 14.67 total. Paige Harrop now leading heat number 5. This is, of course, round number 4, ladies and gents. We're at Surfest for 2016. This is the Taggart Business Advisors Women's Pro. That was Alana Blanchard up and riding on her 3rd scoring wave. Not going to factor in. She's currently in 3rd, hunting a 3.20. Not a lot required. And Rika Noro in the white out of Japan needing a 6.20. But the danger competitor in this one in the red is Keely Andrews. She's having a look here. She's currently in 2nd, yet to really grab a nice wave. Let's see what she can do, Luke.
Yeah, on a foamy looking section, throws it up into the lip. That's her second solid turn, negotiating the shore right now. Good slash off the top to finish, and she liked it.
Finally got something that allowed her to do more than one manoeuvre. I think that's what she's been hunting for about 15 minutes with 10 minutes remaining on the clock. It took her that entire time to find something that let her really open up more than once. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, this one, as we suggest, it gets a bit soupy. Just a sort of a casual first carve. That was probably the money turn straight up into the lip. And then the strong finishing slash. In a combination situation to go into first, but pretty securely holding down 2nd place after that wave, we would think.
Yeah, I think it'll take her out of the combination situation and give her a shot at potentially snatching the lead with 9.5 remaining, but work to do. And, well, there's a nice little pan across the event site there. That's the promenade along Merewether, running all the way from the ocean bars to the south, all the way through to Nobby's Beach. A couple of Ks of a beautiful coastline and a nice little walk if you can get up here. Definitely something to see as we see White from Japan. Nice backside swoop and into another. This is going to be interesting. Rika Noro, another nice re-entry and another one and another. So she really got some work done right through to the inside there. So from White, she's going to throw her hat in the ring. And going to make this back part of the heat very interesting.
Yeah, switchblade turns there from Rika. Perhaps the judges might have liked to have seen a little bit more variety in the manoeuvres, but it's going to go into her top 2, definitely.
It's a nice opening turn, which the judge is going to like. Then she gets out into the open face. And as you said, 3 of the same turn, 4 of the same turn, 5 of the same turn. So, I mean, variety not there, but 5 good solid manoeuvres. Or 4 good solid manoeuvres and a finishing turn. I think that is obviously going to be her best scoring ride. It is going to put her into the mix. Here's Alana Blanchard trying to answer back. Currently in 3rd place. That's a beautiful 2-turn combination.
Yeah, great body talk from Alana there in those 2 turns. Really putting the board on rail and combining the upper and lower body really well to perform technically superior turns.
Yeah, and really nice style. Let's take another look at it as she takes off in the pocket here. Shorter wave, but manages to fire off a nice frontside carve, and then this turn just before the closeout. See, I heard Terry McKenna talking earlier about doing back in his coaching days, telling some of the ladies that he was doing some coaching work here at Newcastle, telling them to potentially hitting the closeout section earlier and coming down in front of the closeout can sometimes be a lot easier and a lot more efficient than going up and over the closeout and coming behind it. You know, that's where you can get tumbled off and bounced off on those heavy shore breaks. So hitting it nice and early was Alana, and finishing up that wave nicely. It was to see White trying to get into another wave, has to dip out of that one.
Yeah, just catches a rail after the first turn. Yeah, I guess not bad coaching advice from Terry there. It all depends, I suppose, on whether or not you've done that strong opening turn. If you've got a really strong opening turn, as we see Keely Andrew up and riding, just gets a little bit hung up on that first section. Nice rail turn. Now,
Whoa.
So we saw Keely realise that she hadn't done the best opening turn, probably thought I need to do a little bit more on the inside. Through the fins, unfortunately didn't ride out.
Here's a replay of last White. Not much happening for Rika, but she did lock in a 6.3 on her second to last wave. A 6.2 was the second to last wave for Keely Andrew. She's got one more to come in, that last wave. Unsure whether it's going to factor in. But couple of interesting scores coming through. Well, Alana Blanchard's back into fourth. She needs a score that she's going to achieve. There it is. Locks in 5.97. Alana Blanchard goes to second. So this wave was of importance. She needed to make that last turn.
Yeah, and, in hindsight, Keely probably thinking if she'd ridden out smoothly of a couple of those turns, probably didn't have to throw as much at them. That could be proved to be a critical wave, but just over 6 minutes remaining, she's probably going to get another shot at it.
Yeah, so looking at the scoreline now after those last few waves, it is Paige Harrop still holding down the lead, an 8.0 and a 6.67. She also has first priority, so she's in the box seat here. Alana Blanchard's going up into second place in the yellow. She's got second priority also. She's holding on to a 5.97 and a 5.67. Keely Andrew, fourth priority. She's in third place. She needs a 5.44 on her next wave if she wants to go back into a progressing position. Rika Noro also not needing a lot, 5.34 required from White. She's in third priority. Anyone's battle for second place at the moment. It's pretty much next good wave from any of those three competitors. We'll see them in the second place position.
Yeah, it's going to be really critical, and you'd have to think Alana Blanchard sitting in second position, knowing that her competitors only need sort of really mid to average range scores to chase her down. The next decision she makes is going to be really critical.
Yeah, second priority, so she's got pretty much choice over the two ladies hunting her down. You think, the tactic would have to be improve on your second highest score. I mean, she's holding on to a 5.67. There's no point in holding off the other two ladies for the next 5 minutes. I think there's certainly going to be some waves coming through in this next 5 minutes. So
it's going to be interesting to see with Paige with first priority and a commanding lead. If a good wave rolls through, is she going to let Alana go it, or is she going to try and block her out?
Yeah, interesting one. You have to take it. I think you got to go. If it looks like it's going to better a 6.67, she's going to have at it. I think with Alana, she's going to have to make a good choice here. She's got second priority. The best out of the next couple of waves to come through that Paige doesn't take. Well, she's got to take it and give herself the best opportunity to get her best score of the heat. Every point she gets north of 5.67 makes another point on top of the required total for Keely and Rika.
And we've seen how well Keely's performing. She's definitely capable of securing a 5.44 if she gets even sort of a medium-sized wave.
Well, here's an interesting one. Black uses first priority on this wave. Just the two sections, a really nice crisp backside re-entry on the second manoeuvre there. But very interesting one. She's holding on to the two biggest scores of the heat. And takes that smaller sort of inside wave with first priority. So she's leaving the gate well and truly open for that second place battle. I think she's going to be pretty comfortable in the lead for the remainder of the heat.
She doesn't look like she's in too much of a rush to get out the back there, Jess. She's in the ideal situation, really.
Yep, and she takes this one, a smaller, hugging the rocks a little bit more, but not a lot of shape until this end bowl, which she really hammers. But I'm unsure as to whether that's going to come into the top two or not. I don't think that'll surpass her 6.67. Situation will remain the same in the scoreline. And it is a battle for second place, currently held by Yellow, and she was going to have a look at that one, lets it go. That's a smart decision.
I think Keely tried to sell her that one, and Alana wisely chose not to go. This wave might be a little bit different. Alana looking, and
she sold her.
She throws the block.
And she's going to have to try and make the most of it. She slashes back into the pocket. Big section down the line, lights it up. And a nice complete wave for Alana. Does that better a 5.67?
Well, it's going to be close. 2 strong turns on a small to medium-sized wave. The big question now is that she leaves Keely out the back with looks like she should move into priority, perhaps.
It's such a hard one because she my sort of guess, looking from a really good angle, it's harder to tell when you're out in the lineup. But looking from the comfort of the box here, I think that she should have let Red have that wave. But at the same time, Red probably would have got a 5.44 in that wave.
Well, probably, and we'll see with 2 minutes remaining. I mean, there may not be another wave roll through, so it may prove to be
the right decision. Yeah, because I mean, the two good things about that is she has a chance to better her second high score, and she also, didn't allow third and fourth place to take the wave. So, it was a good move. But if 2 really good waves come through right now, I mean, you're a sitting duck in fourth priority and you kind of got no hope.
Well, the pressure's right on Keely and Rika. The ocean's gone a little bit quiet. Alana Blanchard's sort of anxiously sitting back there now thinking, did I make the right call?
Well, a 4.9 comes in for the last of Yellow, so it didn't improve the situation, and it wouldn't have been enough if they had to surf the wave the same for red and white. I mean, how do you know that Keely doesn't take off and do a little roundhouse and then launch and do an air reverse and lock in an 8?
I think looking at Keely's form, that was probably a good decision.
Yep, she probably held it 5.44. I mean, think something that Keely can achieve quite easily. And Alana doing the smart thing here, hunting wide, staying away from the pack. She's in fourth priority with 1 minute to go. I mean, if nothing comes through, then wise move on Alana's behalf. And right now, it doesn't look like there's a lot of motion in the ocean with coming down to 45 seconds to go. And right now, Paige Harrop looking very comfortable in the lead. Alana Blanchard holding down second place. Keely Andrew looking for a 5.44. Rika Noro 5.34. 30 seconds to go. This is going to be a nail biter, 30 seconds.
You can see all the competitors just looking to scramble a little bit wider now, trying to pick something up. There's two, obviously, Keely and Rika very much in contention to claim that second position.
If you're Alana Blanchard right now, you're biting your fingernails off, just hoping this thing doesn't break. As we see, Red's going to have a look. Is she going to scrap in? No. And, well, we're going to count this one out. There it is.
Well, Alana Blanchard, great tactics in the end and solid surfing.
Very, very good move. Alana took that wave, and she sort of had to second guess a few times whether to actually take that wave or not, and she saw that Red had committed to take it, and she was going to attempt to take that second place position, but Alana does well, holds it off. That lady on screen, Paige Harrop, convincingly takes the win in that one, so we'll see two ex-World Tour competitors going through to the next round, Paige Harrop and Alana Blanchard. Well surfed. All right, so as we see them make their way in, we'll roll on into the next heat. Massive heat coming up, ladies and gents. Sally Fitzgibbons, Ellie Jean Coffey, Dimity Stoyle and Dominic Barona coming your way after this short commercial break. Stay with us.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Well, good morning and welcome back to sunny, beautiful Merewether Beach. We are sitting right behind where you're looking there. We're looking to the north, up towards Bar Beach and the Streslek you look at. That's right out in front of the competition area as we kick off this next heat. This is heat number 6 of the Taggart's Women's Pro QS 6000 event, all a part of Surfest 2016. That lady on your screen, Dominic Barona out of Ecuador, kicking off her campaign. And we're going to see a few replays of what happened at the very beginning of this heat. This is the unmistakable style of Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the top seeds dropping into the mix. And, well, very fine form there for Sally's opener. A 7-point ride. And here we go.
Straight away again.
Second scoring ride being ridden now by Sal as she kicks out of that one. Beck, welcome back to the box seat. And I'm sure you're stoked to take us through this heat. It's an exciting one on paper.
Yeah, it is. Looking at that again, I think every heat in this round of 48 now is just absolutely stacked with very experienced competitors beyond their years. They've all been surfing probably in contests from a very young age. I know Sal's been around for a long time, and I remember when she was a little 12-year-old grommet, whippersnapper. We were sponsored by the same company, and we hung out a lot. And yeah, just seeing her grow up and, you know, leaps and bounds into contests. She's been winning so many events over the years, and she's a great role model for the sport. It's really good to see.
You can see, you know, not that she's anywhere near it, but the next chapter of her career, you can sort of see where she's going to head post-professional surfing career. She's got so much ahead of her. Like you said, she's such a great ambassador for the sport of surfing, and you take just one look at her and how happy and how smiley and how confident and positive she is. You know, she's going to go real far throughout her entire, surfing career and beyond.
Yeah, totally. I think that there was a replay there of, and this is live action here from Mimi Barona, and this is a replay, but really two nice blasts there from Mimi from the surfer from Ecuador. And we did see also Ellie Jean Coffey get a ride there as well. So as I was saying, super stacked heat here. Jessie, Ellie getting a second wave here, looking for a blast on the inside, and she negotiates that short and talked too soon with that one.
Whoa, and she's up on the rock. She was deep. Very, very deep on the peak. And
jinxed her a bit on that.
No, she surfed really well. I think the only reason why she didn't, 110% ride out of that one is because there was a impending rock shelf right in front of her. So we see Dominic again keeping super busy in the early stages. And a nice two-turn combination, another replay of one of her previous waves there. So here's Ellie Jean up on the rock. She had to get herself out of there. As we see Sal having a look with priority here, deep. The lady's sitting really, really deep on the rocks bowl, and that one not to eventuate for Sal.
No, maybe a bit of a blocking tactic there for Sal, but yeah, she started the heat with a 7.0 experienced competitor, and very seasoned competitor too. I think she knows what's required out here. She's probably been to Surfest for like a very solid 15 years, and she's had really strong results here, Sally. But that first wave was a 7.0, and it was a nice looking wave. We see scores dropping for Dominic Barona from Ecuador.
Yep, she's going to get a good number. She's going to take the lead by the looks of things momentarily. And well, Ellie Jean will have a good score coming through as well. Just under 20 minutes to go, so just over 5 ticked away on the timepiece, and scores are filtering on in. Dominic Barona, a 6.27, takes her to the lead. She's got that backed up with a 4-point ride. Sal Fitz, a 7.0, and well, Ellie Jean, a 4.5 and a 3.5. Here we go, Yellow up and riding. Nice backside hit. And another one. And just the 2 turns again for Yellow. So keeping busy and getting a couple of really good waves to start off her campaign here to give herself the best shot at progression.
Dominic has been competing on the WQS for a good solid, maybe 5 years, and she's always one to watch. You know, doesn't have the biggest profile coming from a place like Ecuador, but she, on her backhand, I was saying yesterday, she just absolutely has a really strong whip, and you've got to keep your eye on her. I've seen her throw down a few airs, and it seems like girls from that side of the world really like to throw down a few, mix it up a lot and get into the air and enjoy their surfing. But see Mimi wondering what's going on. She, very very strong Spanish accent, the Spanish Central American accent there. But looking at the honour roll here, Sally Fitz did actually take this event out in 2012.
Yeah, so not that long ago, really. She achieved a victory here, and she's back hunting it down. I think she's won multiple Pro Junior titles here as well. As you said, she had a stellar junior career leading into qualification on the World Tours. She was one of those competitors that you watched going, well, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when she wants to qualify. It's that kind of situation. She's 14. I mean, is she going to...
She could have done a Taj and held back a year. And
is she going to qualify when she's 16, 17, 18? Well, is she going to wait? You know, does she want to win a World Junior title first? Like, what kind of path is she going to take? And she was quickly to get on the tour, and as you said, for a young lady, she's been on there for quite some time. And here's a nice open face wall in front of her. She links two nice carving manoeuvres together, looking for an end section to finish up for Sal. She works it down the line. Here it is in front of her. Nice front side snap with throwing the fins out there. So 3 nice manoeuvres for Sally to lock in a second good scoring ride.
Yeah, I think with Sal, she has had, like you said, Jessie, she's got a lot of endeavours on the side of her career at the moment. Nice opening wrap there for her, and a second carving turn back into the whitewash. And also finishing here with a bit of flair and throwing the fins out. So she's been working on that. I looked at her Instagram page and she's doing some fin throws. But we're going to go down to Fiona with the winner of that last heat.
Hello, good morning guys. I'm here with Paige Harab, winner of the last heat. Paige, you got that good first wave. How was that for the confidence?
Yeah, it was pretty much on the buzzer, and that was my game plan, to sit wider and inside of the girls, and it kind of just came to me, so I was pretty lucky. But Mahina from the last heat was kind of in my way and held my second turn, so that's how quick I got it. She didn't even have time to get in, I guess.
And you were in that heat. I think Alana was in that, who's been on tour, as well as you, and Keely, who's just jumped onto tour. How is it being in a heat like that?
Yeah, it's a pretty hard one to start off with. Alana's surfing really good at the moment, and of course Keely's good as well, and she's on the tour this year, so it's always nice to beat those girls. And good to see Alana making a bit of a comeback.
And we're just wondering, what are you up to for the rest of the year?
I'm just going to do all the 6 stars and most of the qualifying series, and I think obviously Manly next week, and then a bit of a break, so I might just go back to NZ.
Okay, thanks for speaking with us, Paige. Good luck.
They look like they're having fun down there. Sorry, the sound in our headphones there was glitching up. But yeah, they look like they're having a really good time down there on centre stage. Paige Harab, very stoked to get progression in that one. Move on through to the next round. And she's going to be looking at doing the entire qualification series tour this year and get back on tour. Hi, Jessie here.
Beck, how are you going?
We're having fun. We're hanging out in the ice box.
In the break, we saw Sal throw down. We did see that wave of Sal's. It was a 6.43. So Sally, she's using the experience that she has, and she's going to town on these waves out there. But
Yep, hope you're enjoying all the action here from Merewether as we see the world's best take on the Rocks Bowl. Here's Dimity Stoyle. She's been quiet for the first 10 minutes of this heat, but another World Tour competitor that's well and truly going to suit these little Rocks Bowl waves on the front side. And a nice opener finally for Dimity will come into the mix. Here's Dominic, who's been keeping very, very busy.
Yes, I think Dimity being quiet, that's not a sentence I hear often, actually.
Yeah.
Dim has a big personality from the Sunshine Coast, and she actually, she's looking to, again, fight her way back onto the tour. She just got knocked off at the end of last year there, and really nice 2 solid turns there, looking for the finish here, and we see the replay finishes cleanly.
Yeah, I think she's a competitor that belongs on the World Tour, that's for sure, and I think it's only gonna be a matter of if I was a betting man, only a matter of the next 12 months before she's back there. I think she'll do really well this year on the qualification series, and time to start. However, she's got to get a move on and progress through a few heats here in Newcastle if she wants to do that. Here we see a replay of last of yellow. She's put herself in a really good position to start off this one with a 6.27 in her scoreline, holding on to second place. And another finishing turn on the shore break there for Dominic Barona.
Yeah, kind of not really improving on what she has got already. So I think Dominic maybe needs to be a little bit more patient now that she has got that 6.27. But yeah, Dimity, I think it's tough. It was maybe her second year back-to-back on the World Tour. And in those years that most of the girls kind of knew the locations that we went to. We see Sally getting busy again here. I don't even think she had priority there, but yeah, just opting out of that one. But Dimity was probably learning a bit of experience on waves like Maui, whilst a lot of the other competitors had already surfed there. So that's always tricky coming in. Ellie Jean Coffey up and riding now with a really nice, solid opening backhand and absolutely going to town on that second turn.
That's going to be a big score. That was a really good wave.
Yeah, that second turn in particular was so crisp, and I really like the way Ellie holds her line on her backhand on that bottom turn. She kind of waits and she fades and she waits, and I guess being on the Gold Coast and spending time up there, she really knows how to time her backhand well. But yeah, that was an awesome wave there for Ellie Jean.
Yeah, she's holding on to a 4.5 as a top score. This one's definitely going to surpass that, only requiring a 5.78 for second place. So right now, Yellow is holding on to second. Ellie's got a score to drop in the black, which should see her jump up the leaderboard a little. And well, Dimity's just locked in a 7.13 on her second wave. So Dimity Stoyle only needing a 3.14 right now to go up to second. So that position in second place is looking very dangerous for Dominic Barona, who's currently there. It's not going to be long before Ellie locks in a score that's going to see her jump up, and also Dimity not needing much. So the heat is really wide open at the moment with 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Ellie Jean Coffey, another competitor from Australia. 3 Aussies in this heat, and yeah, they're all very highly rated Aussies. Ellie Jean has had a very busy junior career as well. I know she had she won a lot of world titles and did well in the Pro Junior Series, and now is working her way back into the Open Women's Draw. Backhand amazing, and I haven't seen a lot of her surf on her front side because a lot of events are held in right-handers, so it would be great to see her surf a left as well if she could crack the tour and get out there in Fiji and really just show us how it's done.
Yeah, that'd be great to see. That's such a good event, Fiji. The waves get so good, and see those goofy footers get that chance to go front side. It's really nice. And I'll tell you what, massive shout out to Colin Law from the Commonwealth Bank. Cole was a massive hand and pretty much the driving force behind the crowdfunding that really got this event happening for the women's event. Also, Brett Derwin and Danielle McCosker, they were a big hand in it as well. For those playing at home, viewing the Taggart Women's Pro was created by a crowdfunding scenario. 70 businesses in the Hunter region dipped into their pocket, around about that $1,650 a piece, put together the cash to really get this event happening, as we see Dimity Stoyle linking a few nice turns and a big section to finish up. That is going to be a really good score. Hold tight for that one. But yeah, the Taggart Women's Pro, I mean, over 70 businesses dipped in to get this happening, and there was pretty much a lucky dip draw to get the naming rights for the event. So out of the 70 businesses, one was the victor out of the lucky dip draw to get the naming rights, and that was Taggart Business Advisors. So well done to those guys.
It's
and
pretty
all the
lucky draw, isn't it?
It is, and all the businesses that dipped in. I mean, that's just a true testament to Newcastle and how much they really truly value this event here at Surfest.
Yeah, that's awesome, and the local community getting behind. And that is why the women are here right now. And you've got the surfers like Sally Fitzgibbons in the water, but it is Dimity Stoyle who has got a 9.43 on that last wave. We just saw the replay as we see Sal throwing the fins there and unfortunately coming unstuck. But that is a huge score for Dimity.
Massive. We knew it was going to be big. I was thinking for sure it was going to go into the excellent range, but that is massive. 9.43 for Dimity Stoyle. And she takes the lead. This is a Sally Fitzgibbons answer back. She wraps into the power source, another nice slashing turn. If she had made this inside manoeuvre, lifts the tail up and over, just gets a little caught on the way down. That would have been another good score for Sal. She's now hunting a 9.56 if she wants to regain the lead. And the job has become significantly harder for the other two ladies. Ellie Jean Coffey hunting a 6.74. And Dominic Barona, a 7.16 on that last wave. Doubtful she'll obtain the score on that one. She'll have to get back out the back. And, well, Yeah, that was with first priority. Dominic grabbed that wave. And here's another look at it. And a couple of nice backside weaves. And it was just the inside section that she gets hung up on here. And she
tricky inside. Yeah, unfortunately, but she may better that 4.0, but she does need a 7.16, so she may improve her situation, but I'm not sure if she'll go into second place with that. But Sally Fitz, moved down to second place still after Dimity's 9.43 and 7.13. That is a solid heat score. Dimity's definitely firing right now, and just the fluency of Dimity right now. Watching that previous wave that she got, it was just like from one huge turn to the next to the next. So great wave selection, and I think Dim has had a few solid results at this location. She'd be loving the fact that it's a right-hander. Probably honing her skills a lot up at Noosa on the points up there.
Yep, definitely looking in fine form, as is this lady on screen, Sally Fitzgibbons. Big section in front of her, nice carving manoeuvre, slides the tail out. She can finish this one. Nice slide of the fins. There's a nice turn and another. So that's going to be a really good wave. This is going to be borderline nail on the coffin style stuff for Sally Fitz as she locks in another good score. And, Ellie Jean just finished up with a strong manoeuvre as well. So we do have a bit of an exchange on our hands with 7.5 to go. Plenty of time on the clock. Let's take another look at Sally Fitzgibbons' last wave. This is going to be a good score, Beck.
Yeah, it should be a big score for Sal. First turn, not so critical, but the second turn, whipping huge tail around, and then the fin slide at the end there, which is a trademark Sally turn. And really, looking to improve on that 6.43 that she is carrying. I think knowing Sal, she's probably out there thinking, okay, I really need to get busy now, and not busy, but get into the 8s and 9 scoring range. She loves getting into that region with her scores. So I know that she's probably going to go out the back and be a little bit more patient now. We've got a replay of Ellie Jean's last wave.
Yeah, nice little two-turn combination to set up and another, and then she does finish with a really good one there. So, yeah, a couple of really good turns there for Ellie Jean. A little bit lateral. So horizontal style surfing there, short, sharp bottom turns, nice quick snaps. So 4 backhand re-entries there to lock into the system for Ellie Jean on her last. And, excellent scores dropping for last of red. Going to make it very difficult for these other two competitors as we see the scores filtering on through on our screen here in the studio. 7.77 last of Sally Fitzgibbons. Increases her scoreline, doesn't take her to the lead. Is now sitting in second with a decent total of 14.77 total, in fact. Ellie Jean Coffey now looking for an excellent score, an 8.07, and Dominic Barona an 8.5. That's what's required from the ladies in third and fourth.
Yeah, just making it a bit harder there, Sally. Sitting in that second position after Dimity's got the solid 9-pointer there. But yeah, 7.77. I know Sal, she's probably thinking, I just want to get out the back. I need an 8. So she nearly did get an 8 there, a 7.77 and a 7 flat as her second wave. So
she for sure want to bust into that excellent range that you'd be thinking. I mean, especially with Dimity sitting on 9.43, Sally would be desperate to grab onto something of substance and generate a big score. As we see White getting an opportunity on the inside with first priority. Nice open face and really strong carving manoeuvre. She lines up the inside here, gets a little frothy, carves through it, looking for an inside section, working her way down the line. Front of us, snaps, nice and solid, and rides out of it. So another really nice completed wave from Dimity Stoyle.
Yeah, no, Dim using her priority really well there, knowing that the girls out in the back, they really wanted that wave. I saw Dominic having a real big look at it, and Dimity just thinking, no, this one's mine, and then holding them off. The girls, Ellie Jean needs an 8.07, and Dominic needs a 8.5. So here's a replay here of Dimity's last wave with a wrapping carve back into the whitewash and a nice finish turn for her. It was a smart move to go this, because you just don't know with the level of these competitors. Obviously Mimi's got a 6.27 and Ellie Jean has a 6.7, so they're very capable of getting the 8.07 that they need, and Dimity's definitely not allowing them to have anything out there right now.
Exactly. I mean, Dimity can't afford to let one of these ladies take onto a really good set wave, because she knows what they're capable of. So to maintain that heat lead, you got to be on the best waves and almost invoke a blocking style technique and take the best waves off them. And she's certainly doing that as she locks in another really good number as we pan out from the Blue Door kiosk. Little cocoa whip getting handed out there. The girls taking orders.
Getting the little order. It is a great little
Hello.
cafe down there. Hey girls, how are you going?
Hi-oh.
Thanks for the coffee this morning. It woke me up. Yeah, we see scores dropping for Dimity on that last wave, and it's looking like another huge score for Dim. So she's on fire right now.
He's receiving his breakfast from the morning.
Was that an ice cream? I don't know if that's appropriate, is it?
Cocoa whip.
Oh.
You never heard of cocoa whip, man?
No, not really, no.
Yeah, that's some sort of
natural,
coconut frozen
healthy
thingy, breakfast thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the NBN crew getting fed down there while they operate the cameras and give you live vision and live action from this QS 6000 event. Thanks to NBN for getting the webcast happening for you guys at home. Here's Dimity Stoyle, heat leader, locked in an excellent score on her last effort, an 8.23 to match up with her 9.43. So huge total for Dimmy, a 17.66 total right now, and got to be one of the biggest of the event so far. And definitely one of the biggest of the morning. So Sally Fitz holding down that second place, 7.77 as her top score, needing a huge near perfect score to take the lead. 9.89 would see her going to first. But the main concern right now, 2.5 on the clock. Ellie Jean Coffey needing an 8.07, Dominic Barona an 8.5 required. And a couple of minutes to go. If something comes through, they'll get an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean the door's still open for those women left in the lineup. Ellie Jean, 8.07. We have seen her backhand attack, and it's pretty lethal. And same for Mimi. Mimi did catch a wave before, and it was a really solid wave. We see her up and riding right now. Mimi Barona from Ecuador, nice searing backhand slash, and the backhand on this girl is pretty lethal. Unfortunately, she's done that a few times on the inside there, and I think something she really needs to look at is completing her waves. The last wave she got was a 5.17, and it had two really nice sections on the outside, and then just didn't allow her to do the finish turn that probably would push her scores way up into the very good to excellent range. So I think Mimi just needs to be a little bit more patient with the wave selection. At the moment, if she wanted to get into a second place position right now, it's really all about selecting those waves that allow her to do probably three big backhand belts, as we see the replay here. It's super strong.
Nice first turn, and then a big second turn, and she is going big. Like you said, she needs to go big to achieve an excellent score. And as you said as well, if she got 3 of those big turns and managed to stomp them on a good outside wave, I mean, she's looking at big numbers and could well and truly take that second place position. It is a matter of finding the good waves. Though wave selection going to be critical, and will a good wave even come through in this final 60 seconds?
Yeah, it looks like there are a few lumps coming through, and Ellie Jean has been smartly holding priority. She knows what she's looking for now. She knows she needs a big score, and she may be having a little sniff at this one.
Here we go, Ellie. Going to roll the dice on this wave. Sets up a nice little backside turn. Jams into a left section. A nice front side tail drift. That was a good little combination of turns. I'm unsure whether it's going to get into that excellent range, but that was really nice surfing.
Yeah, it was nice surfing there. She did wait for that wave. It's just a little bit unfortunate. It didn't wall up the way that maybe she was anticipating or that she wanted it to do, but she did manage to surf it pretty amazingly nevertheless, and that was a really nice finish there for Ellie Jean.
Yep, and there's a couple of beach goers getting their morning coffee fix.
Look at how hot it is out there.
No, it's cooking. The sun's too bright to even see what's going on down there. And looks like Red in second place going to hunt one on the hooter. That sees the end of this one. This is going to be a little mini, well, not victory lap, but progression lap for Sally Fitz as she makes her way through the inside. So we'll see her in the next round.
Really happy to have an opening heat like that. Get busy and get some good scores and build her way through. I know she Dim pretty much just surfed nearly a final performance there. That was amazing. If she can keep that performance up, she'll be back on the tour in no time.
Yeah, well, for sure. Next heat coming your way, another huge one. We've got some big names coming up. Stephanie Gilmore, Michaela Green, Tessa Thyssen, and Nao Amura from Japan. Huge heat coming your way. Stay with us. We'll pay some bills and come to you with live action right after this short commercial break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas,
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, marks the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro. We are into the seeded round of 48. We're seeing big names step into the frame right now. We've got Steph Gilmore on screen. Hoyo.
There's the biggest name right there for me. Straight onto it. That's good. Morning. How are you, Beck?
Yeah, good. Hoyo, how are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. All good. Waves are looking all right again today. Just the first look at it really just then. So yeah, looks all right. But just that high tide should get good as the tide runs out. Beautiful day again. It's going to be 40. Well, it's not going to be 40 on the coast, but it's going to be 40 around here today. The whole of New South Wales having a heat wave.
I was wondering that. I was looking at everybody outside because we're nice and air conditioned in here. But yeah, everyone's shirtless and enjoying the sunshine out there. I was like, well, it must be hot.
Sun's out, rigs out, you reckon?
Yeah, that's it. Guns
Gun,
out.
yeah, well, rigs,
or buns
guns,
or all
buns.
of those things. But we see Steph Gilmore there on her opening wave, and she did blast a very Steph Gilmore looking turn on her opening wave there. So good to see Steph down here and Sally for this event.
Yeah, it's unreal. It's good to see all the women down here for this event. It's 6 starts. It means a lot though. This is going to, you know.
Yeah, I think we did. There was like we lost a 6-star over in New Zealand. Is it a 6,000 now?
Yeah, 6,000. Oh yeah, I get that mixed up. Yeah. 6,000.
Yeah. So hey guys.
Morning.
Yeah, welcome back to the live action right now. We've got Steph getting an 8 on her first wave, so she's
Was that not the wave she just fell off? Can't have been.
We're not allowed to comment, are we? We're not very good judges here, but yeah, she certainly threw some tail on the first turn, and judges seem to like that.
Yeah, I think that might have been a second one. No?
I don't know.
I don't know. We might be.
We might. Yeah, we
boys
might have to wait and see. But
do you know that, boys?
got Tessa Bison up and riding right now. She's from over. Oh, what? That was crazy.
Sick, yeah.
That was a crazy vertical fin throwing backside maneuver there from Tessa. It would be awesome if we could see that in a replay, and also if she could get 2 of those on a wave, I'm sure she's going to get an excellent score. She may even get an excellent score for that one.
Where's she from?
Yeah, I was just having a talk about where she's from. She's
Here's that replay. She does a nice first turn here. I just get stuck a little bit. This second turn's the one though. Throws it up there and throws the tail out. That was a sick turn.
Yeah, that side of the world, over in the Caribbean, in the French Caribbean, St. Barth, St. Bartholomew.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's where a few of the people, all 3 of the boys are from. There's a few boys from St. Barth's.
Yeah, right. I think interesting. I don't know much about it.
No,
Have you been there?
No, I've been there. I've been to the Caribbean a couple of times, but never been to St. Barth's. But
yeah, right.
There must be some ways there because there's a few. I think 3 of the boys are on tour, or in this event actually. I think from there as well. I remember last year we went through it and found out where it was.
Okay.
We didn't know it.
Yeah, it seems like there's like so many undiscovered spots over there. I've only really been to the one event over there. We had a here we go, some replay of Steph with that trademarked flare. It's just a flare that she has that it's very hard to replicate.
The Steph Gilmore flare.
Yeah, Steph Gilmore flare. So we see Michaela Green also got off the mark there with a really a good-looking wave too. So we're waiting for scores to drop through for Michaela. Michaela's been on a tear recently too. She's originally from WA, down south there, and she's I think she's won 2 of the WQS 1000s on the East Coast, one at Maroubra and one Cabarita. And that's pretty a hard task to do, to take out 2 of those wins. I think there was 2 or 4 or something, so she did Burley Heads maybe. Yeah, sorry, just getting confirmation. I knew it was one of the Queensland events, but yeah, there's now Amira on her first wave there. So Michaela, yeah, hopefully using that momentum that she had in the East Coast contests, and yeah, now she's stepping into a 6,000. It's kind of like she's been competing for the last month, and she knows what she has to do.
Yeah, she'll have some confidence too if she's been winning contests. Here's the first wave of yellow, or second wave of yellow. This is a good looking wave. From the other angle looked perfect. There's some really good waves out there. You just got to pick the right. That's a couple of nice turns there. If she finishes well here too, it's going to be a good score.
Now, Japanese competitor. She's been on QS for a few years now, and now that was unintentional that I said now so many times in that sentence. But yeah, she's
it's happening now.
Yeah. Right now, it's happening, but it is.
Now it's happening.
She just got a crazy wave. That was really good to see. Now it looks like she's improved a lot from the last few years, and she knows what she has to do to get through heats as well. She's those combination of turns she just did. There was like 4 turns on that wave, so big scores dropping here for a lot of the surfers.
Yeah, that was a great wave. She surfed it really well. Actually, when the waves come, they're really good, but it's just a little bit inconsistent. That swell that everyone's talking up, talking down, whatever you want to. They're talking about it. It's sort of, I think it peaked a bit yesterday, and it goes down for today a little bit and comes up this afternoon, and then the next couple of days is going to be pretty solid, and then Saturday is going to be the big day. But yeah, when the waves come, this dead high tide, there's some really perfect waves, and the wind's going to stay maybe offshore all day today. So
yeah, I was just having a look outside, and I was surprised. Like it looked onshore up there, and then I was like, actually, it looks offshore straight out in front, and interesting. Wave location here, Hoya. You probably know it like the back of your hand, but I always struggled like in these moments when the ocean goes flat, and I sit too much, and I ended up like, oh, where am I sitting? I'm like way out the back, or I'll paddle for a set and I'll paddle off the ledge and totally miss it and be like, well, that was really annoying. So
and it's that spot. If you're out of position by a metre too, you can't get the wave, and the rip's constantly going, so you got to keep paddling like as we're looking at the screen, to the left. So yeah, it's just that one of those waves where the rip actually makes the wave too. So
okay, so it's kind of like a rip bowl with some rocks. And
yeah, it is. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. It's a rip bowl, but it's got a ledge.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I always it was a tricky one for me, especially when there was hassle heats out here. Just to get eaten alive. But
so much better with the 4 women priority too. You know, it keeps everyone in position, and there's no wasted surfing, no wasted waves going unridden.
Yeah, it's kind of lifting that level up a bit more and eliminating the tactics of paddling over the top of someone for a wave. And
hate that.
Yeah, it was like my least favourite thing, I think, competing.
I think it's it's most people. I shouldn't say everyone.
Yeah, I think there's some people who love it, and they'd make heats, but yeah, it is Steph Gilmore, the 6th time. How has she won that many titles and she's still so young? 6-time world champion. Has got an 8.0 and a 4.0, and she has come down to enjoy beautiful Newcastle as we see the Surfest crowds.
Yep, looking to, I call it North Merewether, but it's called Bar Beach, really, up the other end there along the beach.
Is that like a little competitive thing?
Yeah, they call it South Bar Beach. So
it's honestly like 200 metres up there, up the sand, but I guess,
there's like 6 names for every spot, 7 names for every spot along the beach.
And do you paddle out and people are like, what are you doing
up
here?
We don't go up there.
Oh, it's like a divide.
They don't come down here. It's pretty, but we're all mates. It's pretty funny.
Oh, I love it. That's good.
Yeah, we've got a couple of scores here too. Black's first wave was 6.67. And then that one, the woman in white, a 5.83 for that one big turn. She really just got caught on one and then did one big turn. And then now in yellow, a 5.83. And here is the woman in black on a second wave using priority. I think she had first priority then too. Used it pretty well.
Smart use of priority there for Michaela Green. And yeah, I can tell she's really been working hard, going for a bit of a thin throw there on the inside, but yeah, really nice combo of turns. That board looks good under her feet too. It's got a little bit more width in the nose, and yeah, she looks like she's she's very hungry this year.
And full of confidence, like you said. If she's just won a couple of contests on the East Coast, she'd be knowing what she's doing. She's been over here for a while, get used to the waves, and as she says, this wave good. Just that last turn, she just comes unstuck.
Yeah, nice combo there. There's like 4 turns, and then just unfortunately comes unstuck. But the first four turns were really positive and really strong. So really good to see Michaela Green. I've stepped out for like a year, and yeah, heard that she's been on a tear, and it's really good to see just how much on that last wave.
Here's Steph Gilmore taking off on a good-looking wave too. Steph's first heat in a long time too. Wonder if she was nervous. Probably not nervous, but apprehensive maybe, or maybe nervous. The same sort of thing, isn't it really? But
yeah, I think
I reckon she would be.
After having that many months off, but
first time in a long time too.
Yeah, pretty high tide conditions for her, and on a right-hander, I think she'd be pretty stoked.
Yeah, true. She's surfed a lot here before too, so yeah. Here's the replay of that wave. She gets a couple of nice turns in here. Nice looking wave. Nice first turn there. Bit of the wave fattens out a bit there for her.
Looks like she's like grinning halfway through the wave, and then just I'm going to smash this last section there. So
she's always grinning.
Ever the grin on the face, and yeah, I that first again the spring course she gets in her technique, I just yeah, it was frustrating coming up against her and a lot of right-handers. I'd watch her technique and I'd be like, yeah, okay. I grew up surfing a left, and yeah, it's a tricky one, but we see Tessa getting busy.
Oh, another big snap.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not riding out of that, but we're going to go down to Fiona with the winner of the last heat, Dimity Stoyle.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dimity Stoyle, winner of the last heat. Dim, you got good score out there, I think a 7, and then you dropped that 9. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I was so excited to get a 9 out there. I was a little bit nervous before the heat. Like, I'm always nervous before my heats, and it's just like, as soon as I get in the water, I'm usually fine. But I didn't have the best start in that heat. I kind of was out of position for those first sets, and then kind of lost priority. So, yeah, no, I just like calmed down and just wanted to wait for one of those good ones, and I waited, and yeah, I got that 9. I was so happy.
And you seem to always have a really good battle when you come up against Sally. You beat her in the final here a couple of years ago. How is it drawing her in a heat again?
Yeah, I don't know, we like magnets. We seem to draw each other a lot. Yeah, I had a lot of good matchups against Sal on tour the last 2 years, and yeah, so like that was another thing. I was like, first heat, I've got Sally, she's like top seed, so yeah, I'm going to have to pull out the big guns.
And what have you been doing in your spare time?
Yeah, just been having so much fun at home. Like, Queensland's been pumping non-stop since like New Year's, so yeah, it's been really, really fun, and just surfing a lot and hanging out with my friends, and it's been nice to be home. The last 2 years on tour, I haven't had much time at home.
Well, thanks for speaking with us, Dim. We wish you all the best of luck.
Thanks for having me.
Dimity Stoyle there. Always so stoked.
Yeah,
and that
she was so stoked.
That was awesome.
Good
to have her
Good
back
interview.
down here. Yeah.
And she must have ripped. I missed that heat. I was just loitering around out there, but she must have surfed good to beat Sally and got a 9.
Yeah, she absolutely killed it. She, yeah, like she said, she had a bit of a slow start and then came from you know, midway through and just absolutely blasted crazy turns out and looked really fluent. Obviously, she's been surfing the points a lot up there and just like completed every wave, and the shore break didn't eat her alive like it has been eating a lot of people alive. But yeah, she did actually win in 2013, the year after Sally won it. So interesting heat there. We see one of the local girls hanging out.
Local hotties on the beach.
Oh, yeah, straight in there.
Oh, well, only human.
But yeah, we did see, I think it was now, Surfer in Yellow getting another good-looking wave as well. So we might be waiting for a few scores to drop for her. But it is Steph Gilmore with the lead right now with an 8 and a 5.3. Michaela Green is in second. She needs a 6.64. And she's got a solid 6.67 and a 5.77. So I know she'd be looking to drop the 5.77. Now Amora only needing a 6.58 and Tessa still in the heat as well, only needing a 6.62. So 9 minutes remaining, or 10 minutes remaining, sorry.
Plenty of time.
Yeah.
And it's doing the same as yesterday. There's a flurry of sets, and then it goes flat for 5 minutes, and then there's non-stop sets for 5 minutes. So plenty of time, and so many heats yesterday, especially with just changing that last 5 minutes. So it's plenty of time for all the other girls to come back in this heat.
Yeah, I watched a few of the guys' heats yesterday. It was just crazy. Like, you'd be leading, but it doesn't matter. It's like, it doesn't even matter. If you're in the lead, it's just like you just have to keep, adrenal pumping and going hard because, you just, it's never over. Quite interesting that looking at it now that does it do this a lot, Hoya? Does it go kind of like...
Just at this tide, it usually does this. And because of the sand too, it's just the tide, I think, right now. It's probably dead high, I think. Or, it's not even just on dead high, like half an hour till dead high.
Yeah.
And it does this a lot at dead high. I said that dead high about 15 times, didn't it? But it is dead high. No, but just always it sort of lulls out then. So, as the tide runs out, it's definitely going to pick up. And it sort of, because the rip starts then, it attracts the swell a bit more.
Okay.
So there's probably down the beach, it's probably getting all the swell at the moment. So when you can see there's hardly any rip moving right there.
Yeah, right. It's just kind of, everyone's cruising a bit now and waiting for those, or not really the girls in third and fourth. They're just waiting and hoping that a wave will come through. But they have had a massive flourish of waves up on the border there.
Oh, it's been cranking. I saw it again today. It's pumping. They had it on the news.
The Sunshine State.
The Sunshine State, yeah, pumping. The whole coast has been pumping, like Dimity said, for months.
Yeah, it's been an interesting summer for Australia, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Like usually, it's going to be northerly and 2 foot, and it's crowded, and then it's just been pumping every single week and every day. You're just like, I had to work, so I was a bit annoyed.
Yeah, well, I know. No one works up the Gold Coast, so. Well, I think it's just all the tourists that are on holidays too.
Yeah,
so no one works there, and then all the tourists come and they don't work.
Compiled crowd of craziness up there. But I mean, if you got one wave there, I think I'd be stoked just to like.
Well, that's what my friend said to me this morning. It's like, people have been surfing up there. Said it's been so crowded, but they said I got one, and that's all that mattered.
Yeah. I heard Mitch Parkinson got a wave and got 7 barrels on one wave.
Yeah, I saw the footage of that one. He's a good-looking wave off the rocks for the surfer in yellow. Bit bigger set here too. Oh, I thought she was going to get barreled
me
then.
Too. It had a little barrel section on it, but I think that one closing out. So now
I thought Steph maybe was going to go that one from deep. That was an overview. You can see the girls get, when a set comes, it sort of pushes. Looks like it's going to push wide, but then sucks to the actual rocks bowl. That one did the same thing. It looks like it was going to push wide and then suck straight in, right to the point.
Yeah, I did have a little sneaky barrel on it.
Yeah, at the start, didn't it?
Yeah.
So when the swell's from the north, it looks like it's going to close out and go wide, but then because of the peak, that just holds off, especially with a tide like this, it just holds off and hits the rocks bowl.
Yeah, right.
Here's Steph sitting a bit steep in the other girls. A good first snap there and fits a second one in, just.
Yeah, managing to get a second turn in there. Michaela up and riding right now, looking to better that 577 with a nice opening for that blast off the top there and a nice carve. Unfortunately, just
little backwash hitter then too.
It was good to see Michaela pushing hard and not holding back in that shore break there, and that's a replay there of Steph's wave. But I think that's one thing that looks like Michaela's been working on, just going really hard in the heats and no holding back, and it looks like it's paying off for her. I'm not sure if she'll improve on that 577, but girls probably paddle battling back out.
Yeah,
20 metres to the peak.
The girls, it's the same with the men. They're all surfing so good, you can't not hold back.
Yeah, that's true.
If you surf conservative these days, you don't get a score and you don't win.
Yeah, I think
there's no more through to the beach.
You can fall into that trap a little bit, especially in the QS. I think you used to think, I just need 2 6s or 2 5s to get through a heat, and there was a while there where you just go out if the waves are that bad and you're just hunting for 2 5s, and you get busy and get it done now, but you can't do that anymore. It's just you just got to get rid of that, scrap that, and just go
wait for the good one. Yeah, and just have it, hammer and go for it, because that's the best thing about the 2-wave combo too. I think that it's brought more progressive surfing and more go for it attitude, because you don't have to get 3 or 4 to the beach.
So true. Do you remember getting 3?
I
remember getting 3.
4. When I first started, you had to get 4.
Oh,
It was
just go out and
in
get
20 minutes.
4 whitewashes and then go out and try and get one.
Torture. You're better off going and getting 2 9s and trying to wing it.
True.
Uh-huh.
That's like athletic capacity trying to get 4 waves.
Oh, it was
What was
torture.
that, in 20 minutes?
Yeah, in 20 minutes. It was, and paddle around a buoy.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I would have done that. I would have been like, I'm not doing nippers. It's not going to happen. That's
a good way to put it. It was like nippers.
I was like, I'm just not doing that.
Oh, that's a good way to put it.
But,
That was a replay of the last wave of yellow. She's got a couple of nice turns out the back and finishes pretty well and just doesn't get up there for the last turn.
Yeah, and I think that's
a good way to put it.
Nippers. Nipper training.
Yeah, nipper training.
My shoulders would have fallen off and I would just been like, nah, I'm not doing it. But I never had to do that, but I did hear about it and I was like, well, interesting. Like,
it was torture.
Yeah. I remember having a paddle battle with Rosie Hodge. She's got about another foot on me. I had nothing. I was like, nah, okay,
I wouldn't like to have a paddle with Rosie.
See a replay here of Michaela's, one of Michaela's last waves. But yeah, I think looking at now and Tessa in this situation, I feel like especially now on that last wave, wave selection is really key right now. It's 3 minutes 50 to go, and these girls, they need high range 6s, and they are taking off on waves that really aren't allowing that opening turn. And as far as like building your heat scores and putting pressure on the girls, we see now paddling for a smaller one again on the inside here. I don't know. I think they I think they need to really get one of those bigger waves that we saw Steph and Michaela on that allow that really big opening blast.
Oh, for sure. That's what I was saying about a few people yesterday. We watched one heat that I don't think even got a set. And there's no way, and then people were just sitting out there waiting for sets. There's no way you can get through heats without getting the best and the biggest waves.
Yeah.
And especially if you've got a couple of low scores, you might. It's no use, even if you're in the lead, it's no use, it's Steph going for a wave that's under 5.3. So you might as well just sit out there and wait.
Yeah, it's true. And
or Michaela going for one under 5.77. It's just not worth even going. And you're losing priority. They got second and third priority there, but.
Yeah, Tessa with priority, and so maybe she's waiting out the back now and thinking, I'm just gonna wait for one of the bombs, and I'm gonna do 2 of those crazy turns that she did. She got a high 5 pretty much for 1 turn, so it'd be good to see her get one of those bigger waves.
Yeah, she just needs a nice bowly one from the start, and she'll 2 of those turns, or 3 even better, but she's gonna get a good score. She got a good score for 1, or an average score, above average. Yeah, a lot of people. I mean, it must be confusing for people, for the girls and the boys. Not just first time using priority too.
Yeah, I always wonder. Now that I look at it, I'm like, I don't actually know how I would approach the heat. Like, I'm looking at Michaela now, and she's in third priority, and she's obviously waiting for the better waves now. She knows she needs the better 5.77, but. Yeah, it would change everything, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I would have loved it.
Yeah.
That's what I hated the most thing about surfing the QS when I did it was the hassling.
Yeah.
I couldn't go back from the 2-man heats when you had priority. No hassling at all.
Yeah, it's really, and then it changes if you're doing both tours. It was always really like
confusing.
Really confusing and work it out. Even in the CTs, we had no priority in the first heats for a few years there, and 3-man heats. So you see Tessa up and running. She's been waiting for this one with priority, but got a bit of a bump on the first section there. And she's
going to get a couple of turns at the end. She needed a first one on that one, didn't she? Though again.
Yeah, nice second turn there, and looking for the third turn on the inside.
Oh, she liked it.
Yeah, not sure. 6.62. It could come close to that. The wave did link up super nice through that inside section. However,
I reckon she needed a first turn though. That first bit of that wave went a bit wobbly. It didn't really bowl off the rocks like it should have. And then the inside section was good though. It's usually the second waves in the set are the best ones out here. Oh well. Not always, but on days like today on the nor'east swell, it just takes a bit of water off the shelf.
Okay. Bit of
so
that
she got some takes all the bumps and
critical turn there.
And this is a good ending too.
Yeah. But
she liked it. She fist pumped it.
She was happy with the inside section. So interesting to see how the judges scored that one. Like you said, there was nothing amazing out the back because the wave didn't really allow it. But solid surfing on the inside. Steph Gilmore up and riding on this one. It's a replay, and again that Steph fin waft flare with a nice snap there, and again nice finish there for Steph. Beautiful dismount as well, but she got everything she could out of the wave. But she's
looks like she's surfing all right.
Still in a solid lead there, Steph. 8.0, 5.3, and she may improve the 5.3 in the last
I reckon she'll definitely improve on that one. And here's that score for Tessa coming in the white too. She needed a 6.62. She gets a 5.3. She goes up into third place, but doesn't go up into second. Still needing a 6.62.
Is that the heat?
That's the heat is over. So Steph Gilmore, and she's going to get a good score for her last one too, a 7.1. So Steph Gilmore takes it out in the red. Michaela Green in the second. Third, Tessa Tyson, is it?
Yeah, it's
And
probably Tyson. It sounds a bit better.
Tyson. And then fourth in the yellow from Japan, now Amura. Just going to a break right now. We'll be back with the Taggart Women's Pro in just a minute.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro. This is a QS 6000 event, of course, on the WSL, the World Surf League, and a beautiful day here in Merewether in Newcastle, as it quite often is. Most of the year, it's a lovely place to live, and Tez McKenna jumping in the hot seat here. We're giving Beck Woods a bit of a break and hanging out with Matty Hoy. How are you, Matthew?
Good, Tez. How are you?
Good, mate.
That's the way.
Cruising along.
Like you said, another beautiful day in Newcastle. A couple of little waves still, and the women are ripping.
Yeah, absolutely blazing their way through.
The waves are for the girls. They're only small, though.
That's for sure. Okay, so in the water at the moment, folks, we have heat number 8. It's the 4th round of the competition. Elisa Kuzon from Hawaii is in the red singlet. Then we got Maud Lacar from France in the black. Kobe Enright from Australia is in the white. Silvana Lima, Brazil, is in the yellow. Oh my goodness, I tell you what, this one's stacked from top to bottom with internationals as well.
Yeah, it's a great heat too. Silvana the other day was absolutely ripping.
Okay, so while we got a little break in the action, just clearing it up with the producers there, but we actually have an interview to go to. We're going to throw it over to Fiona, who's talking with Sally Fitzgibbons. Take it away, Fiona.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Sally Fitz. Sally, you actually came second in that heat, but got a couple of good scores. Are you happy with the conditions today?
It's a really kind of classic Merewether day. It's really nice. All the communities turn out to watch, and it was good to get a start. You know, it was unfortunate I wasn't on the ones Dimity got in that heat, but I can't wait for that next round to really open up.
Yeah, you and Dim seem to have a bit of a rivalry just the last couple of years, always coming up against each other. Is that a little psychological thing at the moment, or just tough?
We tend to have a bit of a magnet for each other in the draw. Like we, especially on the World Tour last year, we had some great battles, and yeah, Dimmy's been in great form. So yeah, look out for the following rounds. But I can't wait for that next match up and hopefully get the nod over.
Yeah, for sure. And how is it coming back to Merewether?
Well, it's been so nice just to be at the event back, you know, at a 6,000 event where the community just put everything behind it, and it allowed like the top seeds to be here and use it as a great warm-up for the season. So it's, you know, a pleasure to perform in front of such a welcoming and warm community.
Yeah, well, we're really happy to have you here, and good luck in the next round.
All right, well, thank you very much, Fiona, talking with Sally Fitz there. And Sally's such a bright, bubbly person, and she's a joy to be around.
The ever smiling.
Oh, yeah, you betcha. And I tell you what, Silvana Lima, absolutely on a tear here at Newcastle. She's a former winner of Surfest, and the Brazilian just giving that one a bit of curry.
Yeah, I watched the heat the other day. She ripped, and one of the actual boys come and went, "Did you see Silvana?" So she went nuts out there. She was doing airs and all sorts.
That's right. I think what's going to happen, this is the replay for Silvana, so tapping away. She's got a brand new board. I was talking to her the other day. She said, this board is the best board I've had for a long time.
Yeah, what's
in a much better Brazilian accent. I don't know who shaped it. No, she's got a couple of new sponsors as well, so it's always nice when some big companies throw some weight behind you and give you a bit of confidence, So she's looking very strong today, and she actually said yesterday when she did an interview with Fiona, she said tomorrow if I get a couple of waves and I'm in front, I'm going to start to try and do some airs.
Yeah, and she does amazing airs.
Yeah,
yeah, she's probably the best women's aerial surfer.
I think
that
so.
I've seen.
I'd love to see, her and some of the other top girls get out there and put together a really nice, movie of high-performance aerial women surfing.
Or just all sorts of women surfing.
Yeah.
All
for sure.
women's movie. That's a great idea.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's time for another one of those.
We should
patent that one. Yeah, I know.
I reckon it'd go really well. From longboarding to all sorts, from aerials to longboarding.
Yeah, there have been a couple over the years, but I think it's time for a new one.
Women's lifestyle surf movie.
Wow, there we go. Let's get on that one. Speaking of getting on it, here's Lisa Kuzon from Hawaii getting onto this nice little wave here and punching away with a nice little backhand hit. Throws it back up into the suds. Kind of lost a bit of momentum there, but that's her first wave for Elisa Kuzon from Hawaii. Maud Lacar, of course, from France in the black. Kobe Enright, Australia in the white. And Silvana Lima from Brazil in the yellow. There's Maud Lacar. This girl can surf.
Yeah, she surfs really well. I've seen her surf a few times. She does some really nice turns. And there's a couple right there. Flicking out on the inside. That inside's playing havoc again today with everyone.
Yeah.
It's like...
I just spoke to a couple of the girls come and saw me earlier. This is the replay for Elisa Kuzon. This is her first wave here, so the judges having a good, long, hard look at it. Had a couple of lumpy bits, and she hit it there, and just I think it's off this last one here, and just lost the momentum at the end. Otherwise, a pretty good one. Some of the girls that were surfing here today had said to me, what should we do in the last two? I said, go up early.
Yep.
Go up before it closes out.
Yep.
So get to it a bit early, do the snap in the pocket, let it come down behind you. Because if you try and ride down on that shore break at Merewether, particularly at high tide, you're going from a really abrupt sort of deep right onto just a dry sand, basically.
Yeah, 1 foot. Exactly.
All right, well, Maud Lacar looking rock solid through this one.
This is the replay.
That is the replay, yeah. And a little Frothmeister, she pushes through the back of that one. Lovely little bunch of replays there from the guys at 180, doing a fantastic job there with the webcast. So scores are through for Silvana Lima. What was the first one?
7.33 for that first wave that she surfed really well on. So like she said, if she's going to get a couple of good scores under her belt, she's going to throw some airs down, and this wind's perfect for her. So, that's a good score to start this heat with.
Absolutely. One more of those, and she will be taking to the skies. We've got 18 and a half left on the clock, so Tezra and Hoyo taking you through a heat or two here, and a beautiful day in Newcastle. In fact, it's a heat wave here at the moment. A crazy scenario. We've got a big high pressure system over the land, which is creating some really beautiful summer weather, and then a deep tropical cyclone out off the coastline. It's producing some swells that are heading our way. Here is Silvana's second wave for yellow.
Oh, look. Oh, she wanted... I knew
she's tonguing to do an area.
She was psyched to do that on the inside there. She knew she had to do something to make that wave a scoring wave. So to go to the air, it's just like the men's. They're if in doubt, go to the air. She does a nice first turn here. The wave goes a bit flat there, but look, she's just psyching. She's like, yep. Eyes for the air.
That's right. You can see the way that she was just using her arms there to kind of push forward. She really wanted to get that forward momentum to get the speed, but it probably just needed one more pump going into that last move to try and boost off the lip. Nonetheless, wave number 2 coming through for Silvana Lim, looking pretty solid. Kobe Enright's first wave in white, really good score as well, a 7.83. So that's the best wave of the heat so far. And wave number 2 right now for Maud Lacar is looking pretty good. Gee, that's stomping that last manoeuvre is going to really help the score on that one as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Maud had priority then or not, but I forget the other colour was on the outside. They paddled for that one, and then Maud sort of like, watch this. See, red was on the inside. I don't know who had priority.
Well, it was black first priority, red second priority. So now it's first priority red after that wave went down.
Maud was like looking at red going, are you going to go this one? And it looked like if she didn't go, she was...
Yeah,
you know
sure,
I mean?
sure.
So if she had priority, she would have just gone, no, I'm on
Absolutely.
Here. So
and
that was the weird one out the back there.
Some crazy little priority games happening here with the four-person priority. A lot of people still getting used to it now. It's great to see the WSL getting progressive and extending it out into the four-person. It's a mission to try and make it work, and it does have a very tiny element of human error, but in general, it's worth it. This is Lisa Kuzon from Hawaii, and wave number 2 there for Alyssa. She opened up with a 5.0, and once again, she's just not putting the icing on the cake as far as that last manoeuvre goes.
Yeah, that would have been a good wave. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a 5 anyway, but that if she ended that one, it would have been a much higher score.
Well, that last manoeuvre is super important. The first one just as important. It's the old, halo effect. Big first move, big second move. Look at this thing for Kobe Enright. Great looking wave, Hoya.
Good looking rocks bowl here. Nice big first turn there. Cuts back into the foam. If she finishes here, it's going to be a good score. And finishes off nicely on the inside there, yeah.
Okay, well, that's awesome stuff. Kobe Enright, I mean, she's serving against Alyssa Kuzon, Maud Lacar and Savannah Lima. Those three girls are super experienced. Kobe, the young Australian, and really having a good batch at it. The first wave was a 7.83, and she's going to drop another pretty healthy score right there. So it looks like everyone has got at least one kind of pretty good wave apiece, and it's going to be a great heat to watch. Here's the replay of Kobe Enright.
Drops in late, too, so made it look like a late drop. Does a big first turn there. Cuts back there, nice cut back, and then finishes with this manoeuvre at the end. Just hits lip and rides out of it.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Lovely stuff. Yeah,
those
very good.
First two turns were sick.
Yeah, nice, and I like her style. It's just got that nice flary arms kind of as she lifts them up there and really puts the icing on the cake. We've got around about 15 minutes left on the clock. You're watching heat number 8, the 4th round of the competition here at the Taggart Women's Pro. And Tezza and Hoyo taking you through. We did put a little post on this morning on the Facebook page for Surfest. So if you people out there could jump on there, Hoyo, Tezza, if you people could hop onto the Facebook page at Surfest, like the page first and foremost, and then leave us a little message about where you're watching from. We'll jump in there and read them out, and we'll acknowledge you. If you want to say a little something or a cheerio to some competitors, or let us know what you're thinking, it'd be very cool, and we'll interact with you guys that way.
And here's Savannah Lima taking off an insider here. Just get a little... Oh, yeah, get out of there. I think she had first priority then. She'll be spewing about that one. Is Savannah on the tour? I'm sure she was on last year or the year
She
before.
was, and she didn't qualify, or didn't re-qualify,
Really?
so it's a re-qualification year
this
again.
year, okay.
So she's on a mission.
Yeah, I bet.
And these 6 stars are really important for the girls. So we're watching Savannah Lima at the moment, just kicking out of that one. Kobe Enright's gone into the lead, folks. He's had a 7.83 and a 7.47. Second place up and riding is Maud Lacar. And, wow, look at the face on that thing. Oh, she just probably got a little too psyched about that. When you see like something with a big open face on it like that, those opportunities don't arise too much. And Maud Lacar would be, she's visibly disappointed with herself that she kind of muffed the end of that one. But that was just an incredible wave off the rocks here, Hoya.
Yeah, that was the biggest wave I've seen all morning. It hit the rocks really good. That high tide. Look how much it's cleaned right up.
Wow.
Too. Just a first turn there.
You bet.
Just gets a little stuck coming down there, and then a bit late on that last turn, but just coming unstuck on that inside.
Wow, that wave had the potential to score a 10, really, didn't it? You know, if you had orchestrated the rider maybe a little better, but she did drop into it late, and she kind of paid the price in the end.
She just got stuck on that first turn coming back down. If she had been a bit quicker coming off that first turn, that next turn would have been. She would have made that next turn. I reckon.
But that was a solid head high wave. It had a big open face onto that one. It was pretty cool.
It's cleaned right up too. The wind, is the wind supposed to stay offshore all day today, or
it was supposed to go around to the north and then northeast this afternoon. But on these hot days here, I don't know if anybody outside of Newcastle knows this, but we have a big mountain range running down the east coast called the Great Dividing Range. And one of the only breaks in that Great Dividing Range is here at the Hunter Valley. Yep. So you look along it, and what happens is all that hot air that's inland has to come along. It comes along the back of the mountains, and it ends up funneling out through the Hunter Valley there, the gap in the mountains, and we end up with a lot of offshores on days like today. We like to refer to it as the Hunter Valley hairdryer because it gets real hot, all that hot water, hot air coming down.
It's definitely, the wind's definitely gone northwest too. When I was out there before, it was north-northeast, but it looked like it's gone back to north-northwest. So yeah, it could be offshore all day here today, and that'd make for a great day of surfing.
All right, well, we've got 12 minutes left on the clock. At the moment, it's Kobe Enright in the lead. Kobe has had a 7.83 and a 7.47, so Maud Lacar chasing a 9.13. Kobe's really got him on the ropes. And the three internationals, the more experienced competitors on the back foot. Maud Lacar needing a 9.13. Silvana Lima only chasing a 4.34 to get a second. And Lisa Kuzon from Hawaii, a 6.67. Don't know if you've heard, Hoyo, but Mick Fanning officially announced in breaking news today that he won't be contesting the 2016 World Tour.
Really?
The WSL. He won't be doing all of the events. He's only going to be doing selected events. He's so far said that he'd like to surf in the Quickie Pro. He'd like to go to Bells and also back to J-Bay because he's got some demons to deal with over there. But due to all of the things that the man's had to deal with over the last 12 months, I think it's only fair. And as an Australian, Mick's made us very proud over the years, hasn't he? And I think it's time for Mick Fanning to have a little bit of Mick Fanning time.
Oh, exactly right.
So good on you, mate. And he can get out there and enjoy himself and let his hair down. I mean, he's worked so hard, and it really takes its toll on the athletes, not just mentally but not just physically, but also mentally. All that travelling, the pressure.
And he had to deal with a lot of things last year.
Yeah,
that's for sure. That was
absolutely
the heaviest year of his life, probably.
Oh, for sure.
Or one of the.
That's right. But he's a hell of a man. Obviously, he's an incredible human being. So good on you, Mick, and stoked to see you just picking the events that are going to make happen, mate. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. He's going to just be so refreshed. I reckon he'll probably re-qualify anyway. He won't have to go for any wildcard applications, and he'll probably win 3 events and still make it the cut, and we'll see him revitalised in 2017.
He'll probably win the first 2.
Of course he will. Yeah, good stuff. So that's breaking news in the pro surf world. Pretty big news, that's for sure.
It is.
So back to the Surfest Facebook page, folks, if you would like to jump on there, and there's a little post. I guess we put a few posts up this morning. Ted Bassingthwaite and the guys in the social media crew are doing an incredible job. It's about 3 or 4 posts down, and it just says, where are you watching from? Let Hoyo and Tezza know. We've had about 22 comments on there at the moment. And after this ride, I'm going to come back and acknowledge some of you people. But right now, this is Silvana Lima.
Yeah, she had 4th priority here too. And all the other girls that are go, she does a couple of nice snaps there. Just a nice little inside wave off the rock. So fits 4 manoeuvres in there. So that's going to be, she was only better than 2.5. So, mate, that's going to do it for sure.
Yeah,
and no one even looked at that wave, which happens a lot off the rocks if you're not from here.
Totally. You get
that wave would never be unridden if it
happens in the ball club comps all the time, where 3 people are sitting outside and one person on the inside sneaks a little nugget, and that's what happened here with Silvana Lima from Brazil. Beautiful second turn there, and keeps the momentum into not one but another combo on the inside. So that is beautiful surfing from the former Surfest champion. She was only chasing a 4.34. That's a no-brainer. Judges will get that score in, and we'll be able to give you an update. Okay, on the Surfest Facebook page, we've asked where you're watching from. We've got Sean Jarman watching from Ecuador, saying great coverage and great to have a little taste back home. Good on you, Sean, for tuning in. We've got KO from France, saying that she's enjoying it. Steve Wilson is from St. Louis in Missouri, USA. Jonathan Torrey from Trinidad.
Wow.
This is crazy. How's this star? Now it's Joy from... Oh, yeah, Joy McDougall's back watching again. Hi, Joy. Always great to have you back. She's from Sunset Point in Hawaii. She follows Zoe McDougall, of course. Lynn Zutmulder from South Africa. Hi, Lynn. Great to have you back and watching again. And Jeff Perkins watching from Ocean Beach, good old OB in San Diego. You would have done a few miles down in the OB there. And those little runs down to Tijuana.
Yeah,
they're always good fun.
I've never been to Tijuana. Ever. I've been there. Ocean Beach, I think I went for the first year on tour down there.
Sure.
They had
OP Pro?
No, they had the Bad Boy.
Oh, yeah.
When I was there.
What a classic, the Bad Boy.
Mate, it was heavy. I was still staying in the back streets of San Diego. Gunshots go off.
Yeah.
I was a little bit scared as an 18-year-old
Well, it's cleaned up a lot since those days. Well, let me tell you, the old OB, it's prime real estate these days.
Yeah,
This
I
is
can imagine.
Maud Lacar just fading off the back of that one. I had a funny story just quickly about OB. I was staying right on the corner. There was a motel right on the corner across the road from the pier. And I was staying there, and I walked across on sunrise, and I was looking at the surf, and I thought, oh, yeah, I'll go surfing here. And I heard this behind me, and a kid pushes the lid up out of one of those big waste hawk dumpsters and kind of just like wipes all the rubbish off him and that, and goes, "G'day, mate, how are you?" And I said, "Okay, bud, what's going on?" He goes, yeah, just been sleeping in here." And I said, "What's going on with that?" And he goes, "Oh, got kicked out of home and that, and this is where we sleep." And then all the other dumpster lids started to lift up, and people are jumping out of these bins on the beach. I was going, this is pretty heavy. I've never seen this sort of stuff before. But it's a beautiful part of the world, and I've got a lot of friends down at OB. I always love going down there, and La Jolla and Blacks and all those good little breaks down there. Wind and Sea, it's a gem of a place, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful down there. I was, like I said, really scared the first time I went.
Yeah, this was like...
I'd never seen anything like it
This
either.
was in the 80s.
Yeah,
this
me too.
It's changed a long time ago, so g'day to all those people from OB, and I'm sure that you'll come back and tell us how gorgeous it is there. Just like Merewether here in Newcastle. We got 6.5 minutes on the clock. This is the replay for Maud Lacar.
She does a nice little wave here. She's just trying to back a first score and second score up. She needs over a 5.5 here. She's in third place in the 8.63, so I don't know if it's going to do that, but she needs, just build the house.
That's right.
But I think she needs to sit and wait right now for the good waves, because Silvana Lima on her last wave, a 7.47.
There you go.
That one, she got on the inside. No one even looked at it.
Here she goes again. Look, with third priority sneaking this little one.
She's onto it. Oh, good first snap there. This one's going to wall up on the inside by the look of it too. Another nice snap there. She's going to fit another 2 in, I reckon.
All right. So
one.
I reckon now that she's got that, and there's 5 minutes to go, and she's got 2 good scores, and probably even that score, that last wave there might even go in the top 2. She's going to go out there and hopefully boost off the end of this one, I reckon. Let's hope that she takes to the air. She's a bit of a renowned aerialist. Here's this little inside one at Merewether.
Yeah, this first snap's really good too, and it just walls up. It looks like it's going to fade out this wave. That was a great first snap, and then it just walls up on the inside here. Fits another nice snap in there. I thought she was going to fit another 2 in, but just hits the lip there and rides out of it. But yeah, Silvana, she's got 2 without the other girls not even looking at. That's smart surfing out here.
Yeah, you betcha. And there's only the takeoff zone at the rocks is, what do you reckon, about as big as your average family table?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So you've got to be sitting right on the spot to take advantage of that, or you can sit a little inside. Because what happens when you get a northeast swell, the girls are getting pulled from left to right on screen. So it's very hard to sit in that exact spot. And I think Silvana Lima, she knows how to play the game, and she's just rolling this one out perfectly.
Well, she's a past winner. She's probably surfed that heat more than all the girls in the whole event.
That's right. Well, there's a lovely overview shot there of Merewether. And Trev, of course, in the foreground there. Trevor from NBN. He's been 45 years behind the camera, that man, Trevor, and he's an absolute legend. There he is. Good on you, mate. Giving us a little wave. Nate,
he's waving at his own camera. That's the funniest thing.
I tell you what, you've just napalmed the whole camera there, mate. Good on you.
Selfie.
Thank you, Kev. He's an absolute legend. All right, so at the moment we've got just Trev. Did I say Kev? It's Trev. What am I thinking? Sorry, Trevor. Okay, so 3 minutes 45 seconds left on the clock. Kobe Enright in the lead. Silvana Lima, last wave, 7.27. That's a throwaway score for Silvana. She needs a 7.83 to take the lead. Maud Lacar in third, requires an 8.63 to go to second. And Elisa Kuzon from Hawaii chasing a 9.80.
Yeah, so Kobe just out in the lead, taking this heat by storm. The young Aussie girl with all these international surfing, with all the experience to these other girls. So yeah, she's doing really well to be winning this heat. Black, here we go. They need big scores to the other. Black needs an 8.63 and Red needs a 9.8 to be a perfect ride. So.
Well, you know, when you're out in the lineup and you're in that position in third and fourth going, I need a 8.63 or a 9.8, then you're looking at swells as they approach as potential scores. And they're only going to be, they'll hold on to priority till the end here unless... and hope that something substantial comes through. But I need a good set wave to get those kind of numbers. Big shout out to Colin Law from the Commonwealth Bank. Cole was the driving force behind the crowdfunding concept here at the women's event. Also, big shout out to Brett and also Danielle, who were instrumental in making it all come together.
How good is it, though, having event like that, just with the community put in for it.
It's unreal and it's unheard of, and it's an absolute milestone in the history of the WSL. So hopefully this model here in Newcastle can get not just rolled out here again next year, but around the world. This is Maud Lacar using up her priority, and third priority she was. This is not a bad looking wave here, Matty.
Yeah, she does a couple of nice turns on the outside. Needs a pretty big score, but she tore the bag of that one.
Oh, she's right in front of the rocks.
Oh, wow. She is on the rocks. She's not in front of the rocks. That one just hugged the bank, the reef, the shelf. I've got to get this right. The ledge. The shelf, the ledge. It's not a reef, is it, really?
Well, it is when you hit your head on it. It is.
True. Yeah, it's as hard as a reef. But it's more of a shelf, a rock shelf, than a reef. But well, this one just bends back in, and she ends up right on the rocks, actually. That was a nice first cut back.
So she's sitting really deep to even be in a position like this, and it sucked up right in front of the rock shelf, and you can see her just looking there, and then she has to kick out, and at the end of the day, she would be on the rocks right about there, but she's okay. She's back in the saddle with 1:25 on the clock, so that score coming through for Maud Lacar. I'll just wait and see what the judges thought about that one. Alyssa Kuzon sitting in 4th place needs a very good score in this wave.
She needs a 9.8. She needs a huge score. But if she gets a quick one now and gets back out there, that's the best thing about the rocks. So you get back out in a minute.
That's right.
So it's not you can win your heat in 5 minutes, as people have been doing all week.
Absolutely, you can turn it around real quickly. Lovely dropped purse snap on that one for Silvana Lima, and there she goes for the club sandwich. Was that a club sandwich at the end there?
I think so. Dropped the purse, I like that. So you changed drop the wallet to a purse.
Lovely little hack, little handbag hack, wasn't it? Dropped the handbag into that one. Just slowed it down.
The drop the wallet thing got me when I heard it the first time. I was like, what is a drop wallet?
Yeah.
Seriously.
There it is.
That's a drop purse, he said.
Yeah, had to just pick it up. It was only a little purse there. And then kaboom. Almost pulled that off. I reckon she's probably made a few of them in a day, but she's going for it, and that's what we love about her.
100%.
This is Alyssa Kuzon. She's in first priority. She needs a 9 point something. There's the first turn right in the pocket. She's getting a little tied up on this thing. She's going to have to get real busy on the inside, and there's the hooter in the background. And you can tell by the body language on that one for Alyssa Kuzon that she, well, we'll have to say aloha to her. She'll be moving on to Manly for the next of these QS 6000 events at the Australian Open of Surfing.
Alyssa surfs really well. She just needed to get an open face wave.
No, that's right. It's all about using that priority as smart as you can. I do like that deck grip down there. That's pretty cool, though. Nice little rasta colours on that one, but not as good as the...
black dreaded deck.
That's the one, the black dread deck, and the front foot stuff too. Yeah, what about in Indonesia? Is it good?
You get a bad rash.
Oh, Forta.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anywhere.
All right. No worries. Better for winter, eh? The front foot stuff.
Oh no, it's better for both. But
yeah, good stuff. All right, so, okay, that looks like the end of heat number 8, and instead of going to an ad break, we're actually going to throw to an interview here, and it looks like we have Fiona down there talking with Stephanie Gilmore, so take it away.
Hey guys, I'm here with Steph Gilmore, winner of Heat 7, round 4. Steph, took that one out, you were ripping. How's the knee feeling?
Yeah, it's good. You know, my body feels great. I've just spent a lot of time working on it in the off-season, so... yeah, it was nice to surf my very first heat of 2016 right here in Newcastle and get the win, so I'm pretty happy.
How does it feel being here in Newcastle when our snap is pumping?
Yeah, it's a touchy subject. No, it's okay. You know, that's what it's all about when you're traveling and being on tour. If you're always wishing you were somewhere else, then you'd go insane. So you just have to be appreciative of where you are and what you're doing. And yeah, I really enjoy Newcastle, so... I've been adventuring around, surfing some different spots up and down here and some new spots too, which is cool, and yeah, it's just been fun.
And Steph, we're all wondering, how many Weet-Bix do you do?
Eat my Weet-Bix, yeah, I got my big sticker on my board here, so I eat a few. I usually eat about 3. I just talked to a kid before, he's like, I ate 10. I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah.
Okay, well thanks for chatting with us. Good luck, Steph. Best of luck.
Good on you, Steph, a little Weet-Bix kid, and as are most Australians, you like your Weet-Bix, Hoy?
Yeah.
Of course we do. Vegemite?
Nah, on Wheat Bix.
No, just I'm saying, and Vegemite.
I was going, what? This is heavy.
No, do you like Vegemite?
Yeah, I love Vegemite.
Yeah, of course. Well, Wheat
Yeah.
Bix and Vegemite. Hello,
Yeah. Oh,
that's
yeah.
our. So that's
I
our.
thought you were saying Vegemite on Wheat Bix.
Oh,
I
that's
dare ya.
taking it up a level. Well, we're going to go to a couple of replays here. We saw Justine Dupont from France just coming unglued on that first little attempt there. And unfortunately, she'll go into third priority. Just landing that last manoeuvre. Sage Eriksson from the USA is in the red. It's Justine Dupont, France, in the black, as we said. Frankie Harrer from Deutschland, I think she's representing Germany here, is in the white. And Holly Warren, of course, coming off a win at the QS 1000 at Boomerang Beach, the Great Lakes Pro, is wearing yellow.
She must have surfed good up there. The waves were pumping, you said.
Oh, yeah, and Holly Warren is such a strong competitor and natural footer, and just loves the juice. Whenever it gets to like 4 foot plus, she just starts cutting loose. She really loves it when it's a bit bigger. If she gets through this heat today, she could be a real force to reckon with, because we've got 12 coming tomorrow.
Yeah. Perfect. And the rocks, if she gets a couple of sets, it's fine for her too. It pushes back a bit out there too, so it'll be good.
That's right. Well, we got those first wave scores. For Justine Dupont from France was a 0.17. Sage Eriksson's first wave was a 3.83, and that's the view looking from Merewether north up towards Strzelecki Lookout. At the very top there is a beautiful little monument that BHP donated some steel to the city, and we made a big Anzac walk up the top there, and it's pretty cool, hey? You've done that one a few times?
Yeah, done that one a few times. It's beautiful up there.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it?
360 degree view of the city.
Yeah.
Nearly, but yeah, 355 degree view of the city.
Absolutely, it's a great piece of engineering there for the for Newcastle City Council, as we see red smashing away wave number 2 for Sage Eriksson. So she'll get that second wave in. Actually, that might have been a replay from the 3.83. Yeah, it was actually. So this will be first wave here for Holly Warren, up and riding at the moment. Holly hails from Newport Beach on the northern beaches. And
illustrious Newport crew, eh?
Oh, well, she almost semi-run out of that one. Yeah, the good old Newport crew. I used to love Newport, mate. They were one of my favourite clubs back in the old Newport Plus days, when it had Tom Carroll and Mike Tremlow and all the gang that was down there. There was just Mike Newling. Yeah, so they had such
Potts was involved with that one.
Of course, yeah. And Tom and Nick Carroll, and yeah, the list just goes on. There's a nice little wave there for Justine Dupont. Unfortunately, she couldn't put the finishing touches on that one. And we're just easing our way through this heat here, folks. So just under 21 minutes left on the clock. You're watching the Taggart Women's Pro, all part of Surfest 2016. And this is Holly Warren.
This is Holly Warren. This is that last wave. She just gets... You said she tried to run out of it, this one, Tess. She just gets a little one on the inside and hits the lip. Oh, yeah, comes unstuck on that inside section. She needs to get a bigger open face wave, I reckon, than that one. Sit out there, wait for a couple with priority. Wait for the sets. A good score coming in for Sage Eriksson right now. One more score to come in, we'll let you know what it is. The other girls have had really not much at all. She's had a 3.83 for a first wave. A second wave coming in. It's looking like a above average score there. Justine Dupont from France is getting one put in too. And Holly for her first wave as well. Still waiting. Frankie in the white. First wave priority. She's going to paddle for this one and lose priority maybe for that. She can't. She's just trying to get in position there, I reckon. But I don't know if she lost priority. I think she did, because Red just took off on the outside of her and just said, I'm going. She knew what she was doing then, because she ends up with a good looking little wave here too.
Wow. Okay, she just would have loved to have stayed on her feet on the end manoeuvre, but apart from that, this is Holly Warren up and blasting away there and just getting a bit too heavy on the back foot on that one. Coming up in heat number 10, we're going to see Malia Manuel will take on Izzy Nichols, Holly Sue Coffey and co, so we'll get that heat coming up shortly.
It's Justine Dupont just in and out there too. She ended up with priority there after all the girls. There was a bit of confusion out the back then on the girls' behalf, I think. Here's Sage Eriksson, second wave, third wave, just nice, comes up on the floater at the end there, but she's not going to get much of a score for that. She ended up with a 6.67 for the wave before that, and a 3.1 for that one. So yeah, I think Frankie thought she had priority, and then Sage just went, no, you haven't, I've got it, and took it again.
Well, you got to be pretty careful with that, because if you misuse the priority system, it can really come back and bite you. It's very much a double-edged sword. So around about 18.5 minutes remaining. It's day number 4 of Surfest main event. Of course, the Taggart Women's Pro is currently underway at the moment. It is a QS 6000 event on the World Surf League. And coming up later on today, we will get back into the men's side of things, folks. The Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro will be having 12 heats of the guys this afternoon, 10 heats of the guys this afternoon, I believe.
Heats?
Yeah, so it's another big day of competition.
Is that the whole round of the next?
No, there's 12 heats in it, but I think they're going to pull the pin at heat number 10. That's the call at the moment. Once again, we asked where are you guys watching from?
You'd be spewing if you're in those last 2 heats. I always used to hate that if you're in it. They'd go, oh, we're going to call it at 10, but you're in 11. Got to be up at 6. I'd much rather surf in the afternoon than the morning.
Would you? Yeah, some people would rather it the other way, but I always hated surfing the last heat of the day, because I'd be exhausted watching everyone else compete and freaking out about what I was going to do.
I didn't mind that. I used to just think that's, 5 o'clock ending for the day and kick
go
out.
Go and have a beer.
It's like, good work today.
I knew there was an incentive, something to do with beer in there in the end.
Well, I just thought, it's 5 o'clock. Just want my heat.
It's a great incentive.
It's a win-win. Like, it's the end of the day. You don't have to wait all day to
and
do
you get rewarded with a little mouthful, a little cupful of loudmouth soup at the end when you win your heat.
Exactly.
Good on you, mate.
Lose your heat and you're straight out.
What a super coach idea. There's Frankie Harrer from DEU. I'm pretty sure that's Deutschland, right? That's Germany.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to just have to Google that acronym, but I'm pretty sure that that's the case. And, Frankie locking in that one. So everybody's had at least one wave apiece. And this is a good-looking one for Holly Warren.
Yep, she's been waiting for this one for a bit. And you said when the waves get bigger, she carves it up. And just getting unstuck there. That wave sort of didn't bottom out. It just had a fat section halfway up the face. And here's the replay of Frankie's last wave. Does a nice turn at the start. And finishes off with a nice lip.
Hey, that was pretty smooth.
Yeah, smooth. First couple of turns. Deutschland is Holland, isn't it?
I don't know if it is. I'm going to have to suss that stuff out. I think so. I think you might be right there, mate. Here's Holly Warren.
This is another look insider too that no one even looked at again. She does some nice big snaps there. If she finishes well here, she'll get a good score. Nice.
There we go.
I like it.
Yeah. And the body language suggesting she's pretty happy with that one. So heat number 9 powering along. Everybody's got at least 2 waves apiece now, because Frankie's second wave will come through the system shortly. It's first priority black, second priority red, and third priority white, with 16 minutes left on the clock. We asked people to jump on the Facebook page and say g'day, and this crew from Surfers Attic on the Gold Coast saying the Gold Coast and it's glassy. Stop rubbing that stuff in, you guys.
Exactly. Here's that replay of Yellow's last wave. She gets some nice turns in here. Good second snap. And finish with a nice little floater at the end. It's going to be her best score of the heat for sure. She looked way better on that wave than the other ones. The board looked good.
Yeah, absolutely. So 15.5 to go, coming up towards the halfway mark of this current heat in the water. Surf Greco. Say all the best from you guys. Leanne Hughes watching from beautiful Ballina in New South Wales. Monica Ashtar from Central Europe is watching in Prague.
Wow.
Yeah, Old Bar, as Old Bar I call Neil Ashby from New South Wales on the mid-north coast. Good on you, Neil, watching at Old Bar. Lovely little part of the world there. Mario watching from his office in Sydney. Can't wait. He said he was going to be here next week. That's good, mate. And Kenny Tuak still watching from Barbados. Of course, his daughter, I think, has got through yesterday. I don't know if she surfed here today, but she's a very great surfer. So, yeah, keep the comments coming, and we love to acknowledge you people online and give it a bit of a shout-out and stuff like that. So Gretchen is also watching from Charleston, South Carolina, USA. Gee, we've got some sort of 4 corners of the globe pretty well covered there, Hoya.
Haven't we? Well, that's what we keep saying, that there's surfers from every corner of the globe too. So many people are watching there and supporting the people from where they live.
Yeah, that's right. So Matt Hoyt, Tasman McKenna, taking you through day number 4 of Surfest 2016. Keep those comments coming on the social media. We love to interact with you people, and it's very cool to see all these different countries being represented. Hopefully you can understand us. Maybe you need to just slow down a little bit.
That's a good point. I throw a bit of slang out there. And we've got this thing from Newcastle because the old steelworks that we all talk through our nose.
Sure.
So,
of course, it used to be sort of blocked with coal dust,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. So yeah, it's always that. We've all got the Newcastle drool, they call it.
Yeah,
drool,
right.
droll.
Okay.
I don't know. What's the word?
I think it's something like that.
Yeah. Everyone
Drawl.
Drawl.
Yeah, that's right.
All Novacashrians have got it. So
yeah, we're very
sorry about that.
It's not a big city by any means. It's not a country town. It's big enough. This is what I like to say. It's big enough so it's small enough so you can say good day to people when you go and do your shopping. But it's big enough so they don't know your business.
I don't know about that. They all think they know your business.
What a classic. All right, 13 minutes left on the clock. Sage Eriksson is in the lead with a 6.67 and a 3.83. Holly Warren in second place. Holly got a 6.33 for that last wave, and so it's first place red, second place yellow. Justine Dupont, the French girl, needing a 4.88, and Frankie Hara is chasing a 5.18. So that's the situation right there.
It's a bit of a lull in the action off the rocks. Beautiful looking day in Merewether. You saw the view of the beach there. A lot of people on the beach watching. A lot of people walk the new walk they've built from here to Nobby's, which is probably a 5k walk. Here's Black taking off Justine on a nice looking insider here. She's going to get a couple of nice turns in, and it's going to wall back up on the inside. So they're the ones you want, those ones that hug the shelf, and a good ending to that one too.
All right.
It's going to be her best wave, I reckon.
Also got somebody watching and tuning in all the way from Argentina, and it is Nurit, who does a bit of surfing here, lives over the back here at Merewether and surfs in Newcastle a lot, the Argentinian natural footer. And so she's watching over there at home. She's spending a bit of time back at home. Wants to do a bit of a shout out to Dominic Barona, Melanie, Sophia Milanovic, Silvana Lima. She just wants to say hi. They're staying in her family house.
Oh, classic.
Yeah, so it's very cool there, and wanted to also do some shout-outs to some other people. We'll get back to that one, Nurit. But great to see you watching the competition here at Merewether. We got 11 and a half left on the clock, and that was Black just locking in a bit of a wave there for Justine Dupont. She was sitting in third position.
There's a massive score just came in for Holly Warren too, 8.5 that we didn't see. That's a huge score.
Okay, well that one flew under the radar. So maybe the boys last of yellow. I don't know if you guys captured that one. Here it is here.
Oh, here it is.
This is the last of red for Sage Eriksson. It wasn't a bad wave as well. And Eriksson getting a little unsuccessful at the end of that one. So there's the four girls sitting off the rocks. There's 11 minutes left on the clock. And it's Holly Warren who's now gone into the lead and looks to replace a 6.33 second best wave. Justine Dupont's last wave was a 5.0. She's in third, so it's Holly first, Sage in second. Sage needing, there she's in the red, having a look at that one, but that's not going to cut it. She needs an 8.17 to take the lead. Justine Dupont is in black. She's chasing a 5.51 to go to second, and Frankie Hara chasing a 6.68 to go to second. So priority white, second priority yellow, third priority black, fourth priority red with 10.5 to go.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen that one of Holly Warren's, because we saw the 6.33 where she's got those 3 good turns. She must have tore the bag out of the 8.5. She must have got a set wave off the rocks that no one saw besides the judges, but that's all right. As long as they see it, it's fine.
That's all that matters. Yeah, we'll do our best to try and keep you people at home posted, and occasionally, very occasionally, one might slip through to the keeper. There's White using up first priority, and that really hurts, doesn't it, when you do that sort of stuff?
That was a good-looking wave on the end there too. And this one's going to be a good one too. Sage, yeah, Black taking her priority on this one. Nice first turn. It goes a bit foamy, this one. Usually those second ones smooth right out. That one bowled up too, but she just got stuck in the foam at the start. So she's not going to get that good a score. She needs to lift the game.
All right, well, I just went into the ISO country codes, and DEU stands for Germany.
Yeah, you were right.
So there we go, Deutschland.
Is it Deutschland? That's what I was. That's the only one I was thinking. Deutschland.
Yeah, there we go.
It's Dutchland, isn't it? Which is.
Mate, I am completely
Holland.
lost when it comes to all those Scandinavian sort of countries.
I thought Deutschland is Holland. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
No, I didn't know if that was Germany or not. But
Okay, I thought the GER was Germany, but anyway,
that's what I thought too.
We're learning stuff as we go along. All right, so Frankie Hara last wave is not going to be enough to get her out of trouble. Holly Warren is currently leading the pack. Let's start at the bottom here. Frankie Hara in 4th. In white needs a 6.68. Justine DuPont in 3rd, chasing a 5.51. Sage Eriksson is in 2nd, and she requires an 8.17. This heat has been really dominated by Holly Warren, who once again has blasted away with a couple of big hits into the lead with an 8.5 and a pretty good second best wave. So Holly's second best wave, 6.33. That's the one that she'd like to try and improve on. You are watching the Taggart's Women's Pro. It's all part of Surfest 2016. Thank you very much to Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota, also to Destination New South Wales, and our media partners, NBN Television, 106.9 NXFM, The Herald, and to the gang from Tracks Magazine. Thank you very much to all of our supporters that make it possible. Some of our corporate sponsors include Orica, Newcastle City Council, NIB, and of course Taggart Business Advisors, who got the naming rights of the QS 6000 here event, featuring the best 84 women surfers from right around the world.
And I'm just reading here that the Taggart Women's Pro, 70 crowdfunding businesses put $1,650 each in. How good's that?
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't
Local community get involved with the surf comp in Newcastle, getting the women's back to a 6-star. It's unreal.
Oh, it's great. It's so good to have the world's best women surfers here. It's incredible what they've done, and the gap between men's and women's surfing continues to close year by year. So 7 minutes left on the clock. You can see Justine DuPont just scrambling to get back out the back. She's going to need a little more than that. That won't even go in the top 2, that last one. Here goes on the flip side, Sage Eriksson.
I think she swapped boards, Sage. I'm sure she did.
I think you're right.
She had a different board for sure on the last wave, maybe. She must have either put a crease in a board or knocked a fin out or something's happened. I'm sure she swapped boards. Maybe she didn't, but...
Well, I think you're right there, mate.
Yeah.
It does look a bit different under the feet, doesn't it? But it would be very easy to do. It's pretty much just only a couple of metres from the shore to go and run in and grab another one. So we'll get to the bottom of that one. But Justine DuPont, 2.5. Last wave, not enough. Justine needing a 5.51 to go into second. Right now, Frankie Hara is holding priority, and Justine DuPont is in second priority. Third priority goes to Holly Warren in the yellow. So Holly must have got a little wave in there. I think it was only a little throwaway score. So either that or she's paddled and lost priority, because she should have been in a priority situation. Okay, so we've got 6 minutes left on the clock. Hope you're enjoying the action. Thank you very much also to some of our supporting sponsors like Throwing Buckets and Ace Scaffolding, as well as Sandbar, Pretty Shady, Dalton Lawyers, and the Commonwealth Bank. That's a better looking wave, Matty.
Yeah, that was that replay of that last one. Sage just, look, she looked at the board. I reckon she's definitely swapped the board, but... And another replay of Black's last wave. Nice first turn there. She needs a good score here, and another big turn.
Oh, this might be live, is it? I think that is live.
Okay,
that is live. Wow. That was a much better combination.
Wasn't it? Two big turns.
Well, she threw some sparks on that second one.
Didn't she?
It's going to be interesting. So what did you need? A 5.51. Sage Eriksson on the previous wave. I don't think her score's come through yet. So this is a real tight exchange here, folks, with 5 minutes to go. That was Sage Eriksson in red in second and Justine DuPont in black in third. So here's the combo there. She'd already come out at one manoeuvre and got that second one in. Really lovely, flaring the tail, and that's going to equate to a pretty good score.
Yeah, two really big turns. And here's Sage on a comeback wave too. A couple of nice turns. Oh, just that last section again. You said to come in with speed and hit it early. So yeah, she just got stuck in that second last turn and missed the last one. So
all right, well, Frankie Hara from Germany. Okay, so while there's a little break in the action, let's get down to Fiona and talk to the winner of the previous heat.
I'm here with Kobe Emright, winner of Heat 8. Kobe, you just came up against Silvana Lima. She's on a bit of a roll with 3 heat wins already. But, you know, you got that pair of 7s and you beat her. How was that?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous going into the heat because I've watched all 3 of her past heats and she's been absolutely shredding. So I was stoked to make it through.
You know, you're only 16. You've done 3 little QS 1000s before this. What's your preparation been like?
I've just been going for earlies, just eating and just surfing a lot, and yeah.
Sounds like good preparation. And what's your goal for this junior series this year?
Hopefully I can get an alright ranking in the junior series this year, maybe even go to the junior qualifying series, but we'll just see how it goes.
Okay, sweet. Well, thanks for speaking with us and good luck in the next round.
All right, thank you very much to Fiona talking with KBN right there. Great performance earlier on in the previous heat, number 8. So right for now, though, Holly Warren is leading the pack. There's around about 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Justine DuPont sitting in second, needing a 7.77, so she got the score, Hoyer.
Yeah, mate, that was up for that 2 big turn wave, a 7.17. She ripped the bag out of that. Yeah, worthy.
That is very worthy score, yeah, because that's what we want to see, those combinations of major manoeuvres. And Justine goes to second. Sage Eriksson now chasing a 5.51 with 3 minutes to go, sitting in third priority. And Frankie Hara is in fourth place and fourth priority. And Frankie's got some work to do, needing an 8.34.
And here's the score coming in for Sage in the red. She only needed a 5.51, and she must have got one in that interview then, so it's looking like she's going to get it right here.
Wow, this could be a little switcheroo right here. So Frankie gets a 1. That doesn't affect too much, but the score's coming through for Sage Eriksson in the red singlet. Was sitting in third place, needed a 5.51, got a 5.63 and goes back to second.
Wow, just a seesaw battle here for second place.
All right.
Holly's out in the lead by a long shot, so yeah, it's just a seesaw battle for second place.
All right.
Justine only needs a 5.13 now.
That's right. So Justine DuPont sitting in third priority.
Second priority. So she's got priority over Sage.
That's right.
So you just go sit with her, wouldn't you? Just leave Holly by herself.
You'd just stick to her like Velcro, wouldn't you? You wouldn't leave her side. All right, well, 2 minutes left on the clock. Beautiful day. Look at that. Not a cloud in sight, folks. And look at the Bar Beach car park filling up there. I tell you what, there's a lack of car spaces along the coastline here. That's the only thing that I... Don't get you started.
Don't get me started.
Don't get you started.
Please don't get me started.
No,
I'm going to say one thing. You bring more people to the beach,
yep,
you halve the car parks.
What a classic,
Go figure.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, hey, stoked to have you people hanging out with us here, folks. It's day number 4 of Surfest. Matty Hoy, one of Merewether's favourite sons, and Tez McKenna taking you through what is a big day of competition. Justine DuPont, just as you can see right there, used up a priority on that one, and that's going to really put the French girl on the back foot.
I know, you could see the anguish on her face too. She fell off that way. I mean, I don't know what she actually said, but she
I think she said something like "sacré bleu." Okay. Ooh la la.
Not ooh la la.
Yeah. Hammer cheese croissant. I'm sorry.
I doubt any of that.
Huh?
It was more of a I can say.
No, not on a family show, mate. Let's save that one for the Burwood. All right, so Holly Warren in the lead, Sage Eriksson in second. Right now, that is Frankie Hara getting a little sneaky one on the inside. So priority is yellow, second priority red, third priority black. Black needs the wave, and she's down in third priority. And that is Holly Warren. That's a nice little section. Holly lifting it up, but not staying centred over the board.
She just came on strong at the end of that. Oh, well, not at the end of that heat. That was the middle of her heat was awesome. She had an 8.5 and a 6.43, so she just wants one in.
And Sage Eriksson using up priority. So there's about 30 seconds remaining. And what's happened now is Justine DuPont moves up into a priority situation. Or did she get a little wave there as well, maybe, I think, in the closing stages? No, she's into priority. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. This is a nice angle of Holly's. She didn't have the chest over the knee on the landing. That was a good point that Beck Woods made earlier, doing a bit of coaching. And just one of the little tips that they have that, you put that little phrase into the athlete's mind, and then you just, you stick with that stuff. There's the Hooters in the background. And it looks like Holly Warren has taken that heat ahead of Sage Eriksson. Unfortunately for Justine DuPont, we must say au revoir to her, and Frankie Hara as well. Guten Dafen.
What you saying?
Yeah, that's how you say it. Look at you, hey? You little international. Speaking all different languages
never
and
travelled.
stuff. What's that?
Never travelled.
No, of course. The guy's only got 15 passports at home, all with stamps in them. We'll be out. What a great retirement plan it is to just sit in a little room and just look through those stamps and eventually wonder. That's my whole superannuation plan. Just going through my passport, looking at stamps when I used to have money and travel. What a classic.
Just dreaming of the old times.
Oh, yeah. Well, I tell you what, Holly Warren is going to be dreaming of winning this contest here. She's coming off a win at the previous event at Boomerang Beach, and that young girl, the natural footer from Newport Peak in the Northern Beaches of Sydney, she's going to love the big stuff when it rolls in here at Surfest, folks. Second place went to Sage Eriksson. Sage has got a last wave still coming through the system. Definitely Holly is going to hold the lead here. and it's undoubtedly, it was a 6.97 for wave number 2 for Sage Eriksson, so she moves through in second position, and we must say goodbye to the other 2 girls. And while we're talking about saying goodbye, let's just throw to a quick ad break, and we'll be back with Beck Woods real soon, so stick around here at Surfest.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Okay, so a very good morning to you folks, coming to you live from Merewether Beach in Newcastle, Australia. Day number 4 of Surfest for 2016, and the Taggart Women's Pro is currently underway. It is a QS 6-star event on the World Surf League, and joining me in the booth is former 3-time winner of the competition, Beck Woods. How are you?
Good, thanks, Tez. Good to be back in, but yeah, that was a while ago.
You and Beck, you're also, apart from doing a bit of commentary, you're also doing some coaching these days with some of the girls.
Yeah, I do a little bit in bits and pieces when I can in between. Yeah, I mean, obviously coming up on the way to uni. I start uni on Monday, so
sure.
Again, 3rd year. So yeah, just heading into study, and that's going to make me very busy. So everything else kind of goes out the window when you head back into that.
And studying to become a chiropractor, is that correct?
Yeah, an osteopath.
Yeah,
so
cool. Well, that's going to be great. You'll be working with athletes, and you've got plenty of access to people that are probably going to need your services in the future as well.
Yeah, well, I hope so. That'd be well, not hope so. Not hope that they're injured, but I hope that I can work with athletes and you know, just people in need. Really, I've had a few injuries over the years, and I really connected well with an osteo at home, and just thought, that's something that really interests me, and into the future it should be something that keeps me going.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, it's such a complex unit, the human body. There's a lot of work there, isn't there?
Well, yeah, I'm like learning that with my exams as we go. I'm like, hope I passed, but
good luck with that. No, it's awesome. I like to just consider myself to be a bag of water with arms and legs, and I keep it that simple.
Yeah, a few little electric sparks, but we see Holly Sue Coffee up and riding right now. Getting a first wave or second wave of a heat. Unfortunately, that wave closing out a little bit, but it looks like Malia Manuel's been very busy while we've been.
Oh
on
yeah,
break.
so she opened up with a 4.5 and then went straight into a 7.67. So Malia Manuel from Hawaii, very good foundation scores there. Now looking to improve on a 4.50 second best wave. Izzy Nichols, she dropped a 3.67. Isabella, of course, from Australia in the black. We got Holly Days Coffee in the white singlet from Australia, and Carol Henrique from Portugal in yellow. But that is Izzy Nichols on Little Insider.
Yeah, Isabel looking to get her campaign underway. This is the first heat that I've seen her surf in as well, being seeded through the round of 48, and excited to see her perform actually. She's been getting some solid results over the last year or 2 years or 3 years since she emerged onto the whole scene, and I think she may have won a ISA World Junior title over in Portugal recently, and she's on fire. Sunshine Coast surfer, probably loves the right-handers out here today, so It is seasoned vet, Malaya Manuel. She's seasoned vet, but yeah, she's been around for a few years, and 7.67 for a start and a 4.5.
All right, so we've got around about 20 and a half minutes left on the clock, and we are just having a great time here at the moment at the Taggart Women's Pro. You can see the 4 girls waiting patiently before some action comes through. Let's throw down to Fiona with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away.
Okay, I'm here with Holly Warm, winner of heat number 9. Holly, you've just come off a win in the QS 1000 down at Boomerang. Tell me, how's your confidence?
Yeah, it was really good up there. The waves are obviously a bit different because it's quite small here and it's breaking really close to the beach. But my confidence is good, I guess. It's good to win a contest early on in the year and just get the ball moving and come into these with a bit more enthusiasm. Well, not enthusiasm, but a bit less rust. So yeah, it's good.
You know, you've come up against a couple of big names in the past couple of weeks, and just in that heat, does that ever freak you out at all?
Yeah, it actually does. I'd never thought it would or did, and I think it actually does. So I've tried to work on that, and then first time I've made it past that round, because all last year I make it to that round and get a big name and go, oh no. So yeah, that's good to overcome that and just keep doing it all year.
Is that what you're going to do? Are you going to follow the QS all year?
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep doing the 6000s and see how I go. Just a bit of a year where I just feel it out and just cruise, I guess, see what happens.
Okay, well, we wish you a good contest and a good year. Thanks heaps.
Thank you.
All right, she is a great girl and a great surfer too, Holly Warren, really powerful. And I was saying earlier back that up in Boomerang Beach, the previous event, we had some, I guess, some 4 to 6 footers up there. And Holly Warren, oh my goodness, when there was a bit of juice in the surf, she just loves the big stuff.
She went to town, did she?
Yeah, she was so comfortable out there. And most of the girls having a real lot of trouble paddling out. And we extended the heat time to, I think, to 8 minutes or something like that. And she'd just run down with 2 minutes on the clock. And
right.
Yeah, she's such a strong individual, you know. She's got a bit of a surf club background and
knows how to get out the back.
Yeah, and just knows how to surf and really has a great commitment to the rail. We earlier on put some comments on Facebook on the Surfest Facebook page and said where you're watching from. We've got Mark Flattery watching from Pembrokeshire in the UK. G'day, Mark. Thank you very much for tuning in with us, mate, as we watch Holidays Coffee up and riding.
Yeah, Holly with a nice... she's going for a reverse here and just unfortunately coming unstuck, but she's a progressive surfer. I've seen a few clips of hers posted on the internet, and she knows how to throw in air and get super barreled up there on the Gold Coast. So Holly Sue just, I think she has the potential to make a fair few heats if she can put it together and hold it together for these 25 minutes. But yeah, Holly Warren, been hearing whispers about this girl from down in Sydney, and I haven't seen a lot of her surfing, and I just missed a heat just then, which was a bit of a shame. But we see Carol Henrique, who surfed really well yesterday and is a bit of a pocket rocket from Portugal, just coming unstuck on that second turn there, but the first turn looking super nice. So Holly seems to be definitely a powerhouse. I'm excited to see her progress and see how she builds confidence. She said she gets a little bit, well, she didn't realise, but she gets a little bit rattled if she has a name in the heat. And she had Justine DuPont and Sage Eriksson in that last one, who has, obviously those girls have both been on the tour and spent many years there. So here's a replay of Yellow's last wave. Carol again with a nice opening slash there.
I love the colour, the green colour on the rails on this board. It does make it look really electric, and it's kind of brightening up. It's good to see some colour coming back into surfing, not just the surfboards but also the wetsuits as well. Right now, this is Izzy Nichols.
Yeah, Isabella, here we go, up and riding with a nice turn off the top, negotiating a hard section there with a bit of bump in the face and straight into a turn, and then again nice and vertical, throwing the fins there and looking for a really strong finish turn, which she gets. So that's a better looking wave for Isabella. She's carrying a 3.67 and 1.03. As we see Malaya out the back throwing spray just behind that wave. We do usually see that 1-2. Somebody catches a wave and then somebody's on the one behind it, as Hoya said. There's 2 really good waves in a set.
Yeah, that's right. And Hoya, I mean, let me tell you, nobody knows the rocks like Hoya. He is an absolute ledge out there. Hoya is always a big believer that the second wave of the set at the rocks is always the best one.
And this is the second one, is it? Here with Malaya. Nice opening slash there for Malaya with such a beautiful style that she has. And again, throwing the tail there. So, yeah, that was the second wave of the set. Isabella on the first one.
How were those? So she was just throwing up some serious smoke signals on those first 2 turns. Judges are going to love that stuff. So we'll wait for that score to come through for Malia Manuel from Hawaii. She was already in the lead with a 4.5 and a 7.67. You've got to be thinking that that last wave, those 3 turns, they've got to be up around the excellent range for sure. Here goes Blue, thumping away for Isabella Nichols. Lovely finishing move on that one.
Yeah, really throwing the fins nice and high and tight on that finish turn there for Isabella. So obviously she's trying to get some waves under her belt and really put herself in a good position in this heat. We'll see the replay here. Again, see her drawing some speed. Waits for the section and really comes down hard on that. A bit of a layback.
Yeah.
Really critical turn there.
Sure, very good stuff there from Isabella Nichols. So last wave scores coming through for Malia Manuel. Those 2 turns, as I alluded to, I thought it would have to go up into the excellent range. That was just quality surfing. You don't have to really think too much when you see turns like that. It's more of an emotion, really. That it's like a 10. You know, I used to say to the boys in the judging tower, you guys don't need to think about a 10, you just feel it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an emotion where you go, oh my God, how's that? It's
yeah.
amazing. It's pretty easy to work out. And that was getting close to it for those 2 turns there for Malia. She didn't put the finishing touches on it. Had there been an opportunity for a third manoeuvre, that could have been really something special. But look at those numbers coming through there, Beck. So she's going to have a really substantial lead here. She'll probably combo the field once this last wave score comes through for Red.
Yeah, huge scores dropping from Malia, and yeah, as I said, she's been around for a while and had a few strong years on the World Tour. She finished in the top 5, I think, last year, and you know, that's solid. She's building, going upwards on the World Tour as opposed to going backwards, and finishing in the top 5 is always hard, especially with how competitive it is now within that top 17. So she's had some really good results, and she's kind of building in her confidence and growing as a surfer, and she's still super young. So 8.57 there for Malia from the island of Kauai. Little, you know, that island. Well, it's in the water over there, Terry.
I know. Well, everybody's so fit. You go to Maui, you leave Oahu and you go to Maui and you go, wow, everyone's so fit on Maui. And then you go to Kauai and you go, everyone's like a triathlete.
Yeah, right.
It's crazy. They're
Next
also,
level.
they are. They eat so well. They're also fit and healthy. They've all got that kind of same vibe about them. I remember we went into Kauai and I went into it was like a healthy supermarket. They have these really good supermarkets where you just buy all health food. I forget what they're actually called now, but they've got a chain of them in Maui as well.
Yeah, right.
And yeah, and I was just watching people walk around through the aisles, and that, and every single person, even all the girls, were so buffed.
Yeah, right.
And I was thinking, I am so out of place right about now.
No, you're not.
I'm going all right.
No, you're going good, but yeah, I think
that's what it is. It's
yeah.
It's the lifestyle, and then of
it's
course
like a collective.
That's right. It's a community.
Energy.
They all you know, want to stay fit and healthy and enjoy life, and then they've got incredible surf there as well.
Yeah, to top it off, and then I've had the you know, the walks there and the cliff faces and
Sure.
the environment. You just would be outside majority of the time. Yeah, I think you look at the women's tour and how many, and the men's, and how many people have come from Kauai, and yeah, it's interesting. I haven't been there, so it's interesting that you say that. It's just like a little training ground for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was the thing that really struck me. Yeah, was I thought people on Oahu are pretty fit. People on Maui are extremely fit. People on Kauai are ridiculously fit.
Triathletes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, doing the paddle, the Molokai paddle, and everything else that
That's
goes
right.
on over in that
That's
side of the
right.
world.
Yeah, they've got so many unreal ocean sports that they can deal with. But at the moment, Malia Manuel, last wave score 8.57, so that it didn't quite push Isabella Nichols into combat land, but Izzy needing now 8.81 to take the lead. Third place, Carol Henrique needing a 9.53. There's some real fresh air between these girls out there at the moment. And Holidays Coffee chasing a 9.0. You can see the flags there, pretty clean conditions, pretty much blowing like light northwesterly. And as we like to call it, the Hunter Valley hairdryer, the hot offshore wind that comes down from up the valley is blowing at the moment. Just a little tiny touch of north in there. Maybe it's a north-northwest. And because Merewether's offshore in a southwest, it kind of looks like it's got a little ruffle in it, but it's effectively a hot cross offshore wind.
Yeah, I was looking up at Dixon, and it looks like it's a little bit cleaner up there, but you almost want a little bit of crumble in the face on some of these waves. It allows you to really attack the lip. So
yeah,
I don't
that's right.
think it's affecting the wave too much down here, but beautiful day. I just, I stepped outside and had to put a hat on and sunnies and thinking, oh God, I've got to put so much cream on. But you see Isabella up and riding right now, looking to better that 4.5 that she has. Unfortunately, just going a bit over the heels on that one a bit late. But she did get a 4.5 for that one solid turn. That's a huge score. Imagine if she does 2 of those or 3 of those on one wave.
That's right. Well, the boys just queuing up that replay for Isabella Nichols. It doesn't look like it's going to go into the top 2 anyway, so it was a throwaway score. 9.5 minutes to go. We'll go back and check it anyways. Here it is here. So sets it up for a nice first turn, running very late on the second one, and she just comes unglued at the end. So a 9.5 on the clock. It's still Merewether in the lead. Isa Nichols looking to replace a 4.5 second best wave. Last wave was a 3-point something, so it didn't go in the top 2. Carol Henrique is currently holding second. Well, she's now in first priority, and there's Holiday's Coffee up and riding.
Yeah, Holly has been waiting for this one, I think, and sees the section here and blasts it off the top. I just think that the wave selection, not the best right now for Holly, so she's just, a little bit, I don't know. I think she just needs to be a little bit more patient and know when she's paddling into one that it's going to be the one that's going to give her the score that she needs, because she's had a few one-turners and I can tell in the body language she's not that impressed by that wave.
She's. I was talking with Holly. She asked me to call her Holiday's Coffee.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So she's a bit of a name change there, but she'd already submitted her membership to the WSL under the name of Holly Sue Coffee. So that went into the computer, and that's how they linked the seating lists back to the original name.
Right. So Holidays.
Yeah, it's Holidays.
That's quite a cool little name.
It is, yeah. So anyway,
permanent holidays.
Holidays was telling me this morning we were having a coffee, waiting for the coffee to come through, and she said, I said, how's things going? You've got a bit of an injury. And she goes, yeah, I popped my left shoulder last week, and then I popped my right shoulder 2 days ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so she said it's never popped. It's always the one that's always been coming out.
Okay.
But she said she looked pretty disappointed. I mean, it's a bit of a frustrating injury, that one. I've had mates that also end up with shoulders and they pop. And I've been surfing with them down the coast, and they pop their shoulder and come in with their arm all weird, and I'm going, oh, what can I do? And they go, just pull my arm for me and stuff. And it's been a horror show. So it's a nightmare of an injury to have.
Yeah.
And eventually, she can get those probably go into surgery and get those tightened up. But for now, she's very young, and she is really suffering from an injury. I said, are you going to surf? She goes, I'm going to try to surf.
Yeah, right.
So she's really carrying quite a heavy 2 shoulder injuries into this heat.
I can relate. My first year on tour, I dislocated my shoulder in Tahiti, and it was frustrating to finally make the tour and then get a dislocation like that, and to come back from that, it was a good solid 1.5 years.
Oh, wow.
Nerve
Serious?
damage and things like that. So
crazy.
Yeah, I think definitely she, after this contest or maybe after the next one, she might have to go and look at for sure getting on a strength program and getting getting that as solid as she can. But you might be right, and she might be at surgery point with it. They are frustrating shoulders, and you do use your arms so much, as we see her up and riding here and using those arms, and really that was a nice wave.
Yeah,
that was a better wave.
She is when she gets going, she's got a really cool style, and she's got a massive future, and her and her sister are fantastic surfers. Alrighty, well, we're coming down to 6.5 minutes left on the clock. And, little replay here for Holiday's Coffee, needing a 9.0 to get out of 4th position, and needing a 9 to go to 2nd, effectively. That was a great finishing little turn there. And she's going to have to do a bit more work now. With 6.5 minutes on the clock, that will be her best wave so far. It may reduce the equation by just a little bit. In fact, it's a 4.33. She goes to 3rd, and she's now chasing a 7.6, so that's a bit more realistic.
Yeah, that is. It's a lot better than a 9, which is always a lot of pressure. So, I mean, that was only 2 quick turns for Holly and 6 minutes remaining. So, get back into the line up quickly and get two waves, maybe even better, that 4.33 that she just got.
All right, well, a big shout out to everyone watching the competition, and particularly those people in Hawaii on the Oceanic Channel. Hope you're enjoying the action. Folks, live from Merewether, Rebecca Woods, Tez McKenna taking you through day number 3 here at Surfest, and it is a beautiful day weather-wise and a fantastic day as far as surf goes as well, and more swell coming down the coastline expected to hit tonight, so we're going to have lots of action across the weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be action-packed, and for those Hawaiians who are watching, Mali's in the water right now, and she's absolutely smashing everybody, so a bit of entertainment for them right now.
They'll be loving it, that's for sure. Great to have you guys as part of the whole shebang. So right now, just coming down to the final 5, Malia Manuel has Beck just alluded to, is in the lead. She's looking to replace a 7.67 second best wave. She's sitting in second priority at the moment. First priority is with Carol Henrique, who needs a 9.53. So Carol has been blazing through her early rounds, but she's been a little quiet out there for the girl in yellow. She's only got a couple of 2-point something so far.
Yeah, Carol yesterday was saying that she was so thankful to the people who have supported her getting out here to this event. It is a long way to come from Portugal, and I think she may have had a bit of support from various people who have helped her to get here for this event, and she just was so thankful to be here. And she's made it obviously into the seeded round now, which is a big result for her. Yeah, in first priority now, I think. When you step into these heats, sometimes it can be a little bit intimidating, coming up against World Tour surfers, but she seems like she's staying composed and waiting for a better wave. She does have a pair of twos, so here we go with a wave coming into the lineup right now.
All right, priority yellow, second priority red. So yellow will use that first priority for Carol Henrique from Portugal, and the natural footer whipping it up into the lip there. It's starting to get pretty full at the moment as we approach the top of the tide. And that one there won't be enough for Carol to get herself out of trouble. She's got 4 minutes to get back in the lineup, so she's going to have a bit more time. Coming up in heat number 11, by the way, folks, stick around. We're going to see Coco Ho from Hawaii. We'll take on 3 Australians in the form of Bronte McCauley, Felicity Parmentier, and Jaleesa Vincent. That's the next one.
Yeah, that's here we see a replay of Carol's wave. She got a nice turn here, but there was some serious bumps, and she did well to negotiate that section. A nice little carve there, but fortunately catching a bit of rail and not making that inside section. So she'll be straight back out the back, trying to improve on those twos that she has. Surfer in white, up and riding right now, in and out on that one. Didn't like the look of that.
Well, Holly was sitting in third priority. Let's just see where. Okay, well, Carol Henrique hadn't got back out into the takeoff zone. It's very tough. You know, there's no. In the old days, I used to have the priority boys that used to paddle around, and it was pretty blatant who had priority and who didn't. Yep. These days, of course, the priority marshal, as they're called, the person who calls the priority, has the job of drawing an invisible line and working out where the takeoff zone is.
Wow.
It can be pretty tough, and I was talking to, Rato does this on the World Tour, and what they do is as the swells, when people are having a paddle battle, as the swells come in like that, whoever goes up and over the swell first, you can tell like it's like the finish line as the swell comes along and lifts them up.
I did not know that's how they did it, but it makes sense. That's great.
Yeah,
that is good actually.
It is really cool, and I was thinking this is a really tough job, and they said no, Tess, you just use the swell.
Line.
Yeah, and that's your invisible line when they go up and over the swell line. All right, so 2:20 on the clock. A bit of work to do for Holly, Dave's Coffee, and Carol Henrique, who's having a look at this one. This looks like it could be a little inside nugget.
Yeah, and great. We'll see what happens down the line. Really big flare there from Carol, but yeah, maybe that's why the girls left that one. From our position here, it looks a little bit different, but yeah, fourth priority. She's got nothing to lose by going big and catching a few waves with 2 minutes remaining.
All right, so Holiday is needing a 7.6 for white to go to second. Isabella Nichols in second, chasing an 8.81 to take the lead from Malia Manuel, who surfed a brilliant hit. Here goes yellow. You can see when she got to the bottom here, look, she looks and goes, oh, I'm not impressed.
Yeah.
And then I'll give it a whack anyway. So you could almost tell like she got to the bottom and went, all that for that?
Yeah. Stand up straight. I'm not into it, but yeah, she threw it down. So she looks like she's got a good technique, Carol, there. So yeah, it'd be nice if she could get just a better looking wave.
It is a long way from Portugal. I go over there every year and stay around Nazaré and stuff, but you know, and the trip over there is pretty heavy. You obviously go up to you go up to your hub up here in Southeast Asia, somewhere up Singapore or you know, Kuala Lumpur or something like that, and then you usually scoot over to somewhere in Europe like Helsinki or something if you're on a cheap Lufthansa flight like me, and then you go over to Lisbon, and by the time you get there it's like 30 hours and you've had, you know, travelling in economy. This is what the people don't see at home. They think, oh, it's another, you know, the glorious life of a pro surfer.
Yeah, it's
you know, some people are on staff travel, so they might not get on the flight. You know, there's all those 10-hour layovers in airports that you hate. And
yeah, you're just wanting a shower and you're wanting a flat bed. I remember towards the end, I was just like, all I want to do is lie flat right now. And I don't have the money to be up in the business class seats and lying flat for a 10-hour sleep. But yeah, hopefully you give yourself enough time to prep to give yourself two or 3 days before you have to surf. But here, Malia Manuel, a nice swooping carve to open this wave looks very, very nice for Malia. looking for the huge
Wow.
fin belt there. She had nothing to lose and she went for it, but unfortunately coming unstuck. And Isabella up and riding, looking to improve on her 4.5. She's done a nice opening turn, and I really like the way she throws her tail and gives it a little bit more flair. Unfortunately just coming unstuck on the inside there. It looked like her and Malia were kind of getting a little bit tangled, and that was a bit of a nasty Newcastle shore break. But yeah, Isabella, she's got a nice fin flare. We see the end of the heat there, and Malia Manuel would be very happy with that performance, I think. Really fluid surfer, and so too Isabella. Looks like she's turning into a very fluid and strong surfer as well, another up-and-coming Australian.
All right, well, that was heat number 10. It looks like Malia Manuel walking on through that one from Hawaii takes victory over Isabella Nichols from Australia. Third place will go to Holly Sue Coffey from Australia, and Carol Henrique from Portugal. She's had a nice run through the competition, but unfortunately it has come to an end here in heat number 10, round number 4 of the Taggart Women's Pro. That's the current situation there, folks. We might just got a little change over here. We've got, of course, Luke from Tracks. Luke Kennedy is going to be coming in next to join Beck Woods. We're going to go throw to an ad break. We'll be back with more of Surfest right after this, so please stick around. Thank you.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas,
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, marks the big fella. Look, you.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
And welcome back to the Women's Taggart Pro at sunny Newcastle. It's pretty hot out there, Beck.
Yeah, it's really turning on a late summer for Australians over here. It's super hot. I stepped outside and had to put my hat and load up with the sun cream, and glad to come back into the air conditioning in here.
It's actually pretty good. They call it an Indian summer. I'm not sure why they call it an Indian summer, but I think that's the term.
Oh, really? There you go. Okay. Well, there's been not too many waves ridden. It looks like Bronte McCauley is up and riding right now. Bronte has just qualified for this year's World Tour for the women, so she's going to get busy on this wave and go nice and vertical, and then I jinx her, so I probably should just stop commentating the shore break, I think.
Yeah, it looked like a potential snapped nose on the board there as she buried it into the inside section. Up and riding, it's Coco Ho just cruising across looking for a section. Coco kicks out of that one. Obviously, her brother Mason apparently forgot to put his entry form in for this event.
Oh, that's, yeah, always frustrating. And that was a quick ride there for Felicity Palmetier with two pretty strong backhand turns there for Felicity. So that is the most frustrating, I think, when you don't even know that you just like, yeah, I'm going, and then I haven't entered. So here's Halisa Vincent. Nice surfing from her yesterday to see her, wow, negotiating that shore break there. And yeah, she surfed from the first round, I think, all the way through. So she's done really well to get into this round. I think she's from the Sunshine Coast as well. So friends with Isabella Nichols and potentially went to the same school. Yeah, so we'll see a replay here. Nice solid off the top and looking for a second turn here, which I was sure I was going to jinx her again. But no, she seemed to negotiate that.
Are the judges going to pay that one? Was that a clean ride out? We'll wait and see. But yeah, Coco's saying that Mason forgot to put his entry form in, but she sort of hypothesised that maybe it was kind of intentional because he's looking like getting an Eddie spot, and everything pointing towards the Eddie Aikau event running.
Yeah, right, because I've been hearing rumours for the last month, and then everybody's it didn't run last week, was it, or the
yeah,
week before,
everyone flew in, and it was called green light go, but then the swell didn't materialise in time, but things are looking really positive.
Yeah, so we're going to go down to Fiona with Malia Manuel, the winner of that last heat.
Hey guys, I'm down here in the sun with Malia Manuel, winner of the last heat. Malia, you've already qualified for tour through last year's tour. How are you handling at a six-star?
Oh, I love coming back here. It's nice. All the local businesses gather together and supported women surfing to bring back the six-star here, and so it's lovely to be back. And this place has so many good memories. And I love coming to Australia early and getting the QS ball rolling, and yeah, having so much fun.
So are you going to do all the QSs this year, or just leave it up to tour?
Yeah, I'll do both tours. It's fun. I love to start the rhythm here in Australia, and both tours keeps me really busy, and I love competing, so I'm happy to be back and can't believe it's already starting all over again.
Have you changed anything up for this year, or just sticking to your guns? You've been doing quite well in the tour the last couple of years, so...
Thanks. Well, yeah, I'm just, trying to stay strong and healthy, and Matt's been helping me modify boards in between events, and so I'm really lucky with that support. And all the girls are progressing so well, and every event is getting harder and harder, so just trying to stay relevant and progressive and stay strong.
Sweet. Well, thanks for talking to us, and we wish you a really good year.
That was the smiling Malia Manuel, a former winner of this event, Beck.
Yeah, so I was just looking at 2014 winner. I remember her winning, and I was competing that year, and she's just such a lovely person, Malia. Every interview she does, she's just an amazing role model for female surfing, and we see Halisa getting busy here, looking for a third turn on that wave and looking to better her scoring situation right now. But yeah, Malia, she's just gone from strength to strength, growing into the World Tour, and I think she finished 5th, potentially in the top 5 last year, and yeah, just every time I see her surf, she's surfing better and stronger, and her technique's great. And yeah, watching her in big waves, she just goes hard. And she got like semis, a few semis in Fiji, and she just she doesn't hold back at all. And I love watching her. Like, it's just a really nice style and a great way.
Yeah,
to
definitely
approach a wave.
One of the surfers on the women's tour who you feel like with a couple of good results and a little bit of confidence could challenge for a world title.
Yeah, definitely. I think that potentially has been a little bit of holding her back a little bit is just her confidence, but maybe because she's got everything else going for her, and it's just putting it all together on the day, and sometimes that doesn't work. But I mean, finishing in the top 5 is amazing with some of the talent that is on the tour right now, and there's been a few scores dropping right now, and Felicity Palmetier has gone to the lead, the WA surfer, with a 4 and a 5.0. She did get a few quick snaps on that last wave, straight up and down 3 times, and really solid surfing for Flick. I haven't seen her surf for a while, and she looks like she's super fit and getting some backhand wax in there. So.
Yeah, it's good to see Felicity back in a contest jersey. Obviously, pursuing some of her creative interests in the last couple of years. She's actually a a well-established artist in her own right now. So managing to combine those two elements of her career.
Yeah, and that sometimes can be difficult. You've got a few people pulling at you in all different directions, and she's balanced that quite well. And I think it's great to have something that can be on the side of competing, because sometimes competing can be a little bit intense. So great that she's followed that and become so successful with that. So yeah, a bit of a stacked heat, this one. Coco Ho got a really nice looking wave whilst Malia was talking to, and it is a 6.83 for her, so that's the highest wave score so far. Bronte Macaulay, also from WA. First year, looking to be first year on the tour for her, and yeah, her father, Dave Macaulay, ex-competitor. Her, Bronte, and her sister, they've been Laura. They've been strong showings at every QS event, but really good to see Bronte crack that, and she's had a few waves so far, 5.17 and a 3.43.
Yeah, we've seen a shake-up on both tours this year with the men's. A lot of new Australians coming on board. Davey Cathell's, Newcastle's Ryan Cullen. Going to be really exciting to see them competing. Jack Freestone. A lot of anticipation. It looks like Stuart Kennedy's probably going to get a start. And amongst the girls, obviously, Bronte Macaulay. Who else have we got shuffling from the Australian girls coming in?
Up and off.
We saw who was knocked out this morning.
I'm trying to think now. There's been that many heats. Like losing my brain there. But we've got Surfer Up and White, Felicity looking to build on that 4.0, and it looks like a good-looking wave here. Solid first turn and nice vertical finish there for Flick. I dare say she probably will improve on that 4, but there's a few Aussies coming through the mix, but you've got Nikki Van Dyke and Laura Enova still on there. You've got obviously Steph and Sally, who are both killing it, but replay here for Felicity Palmetier. Nice solid first turn, bit of a check turn in the middle, and then a solid finish there. So she looks like she's solidly building her heat here for Felicity.
So we're seeing Keely Andrew, I think, is the other surfer we were talking about, who's actually making the jump to the top tier tour.
Yeah, Keely and Bronte, I think they're around the same age, but Keely, I've been watching her surfing for the last 3 years on the QS, and she kind of came in as I was stepping off, and she out of nowhere, she'd need a 9.5, and usually you're thinking, oh well, I've got the heat, and then Keely would be the type of surfer who would just blast completely out of the water, do a series of 8 or 9 turns to the beach and get a 10. So you're like, where did this girl come from? And I think that's been really good for Australian surfing too, because sometimes competitors come in when they're about, like 12 and start competing, but Keely seemed to come in a bit later, and she seems like she's got a little bit of a point of difference with that. So she's not as refined and not as coached. So that's really, really nice to see. And Bronte Macaulay is the other Aussie goofy footer, so that will mix it up a bit, because there are a lot of natural footers on tour. So it'll be good to see how both of those girls take to their first event up at Snapper.
Yeah, definitely heavily anticipated, and just take a quick opportunity to thank our partners Telstra, without whom the broadcast would not be possible, Beck.
Yeah, definitely. Doing a good job. I heard somebody gave a bit of feedback this morning and said a bit of the webcasting was having a bit of trouble, but it's all fixed up now, and there's been all good reports on the internet coming through that it's nice and clear, and we've got a bit of an NBN happening in Australia, and we were a bit behind. I remember going to America and the internet and thinking, wow, it's so fast over here, and coming back home, and it being a little bit slow, but it's really picking up over here. We're not in the dark ages anymore, Luke.
No, and it is really fantastic with surfing and the way the webcast works, to be able to tune in from anywhere around the world and watch an event. Great if you're at home with not much on for the day, but also a great distraction if you're at work.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different things going on in the world. There's like, if you're studying, it's always like, oh, I could study, or I could watch an event anywhere in the world that's happening around the globe, and it's just the broadcast is amazing. And
I think surfers have become great multitaskers. They can simultaneously get something done while keep a check on what's happening with the contest.
Yeah, very true. Well, maybe. See if I pass the next year at uni anyway.
What are you studying at uni, Beck?
Doing osteopathy, so going into third year with that, and the first 2 years were very difficult.
A lot of anatomy.
Yes, and just adjusting from surfing, pretty much. Just competing for 12 or so years, stepping straight out of that and into uni life is very challenging. But it was good too. It's been good for my brain. So, yeah, Felicity Palmetier improving there. 4.27. It is Coco Ho. I don't know if we saw the previous wave of Coco's. She got a 7.10 if we can get a replay there of Coco. But Felicity up and riding right now on another good-looking wave. So she's keeping really busy, and I think that's a good tactic.
Yeah, she can't be missed on the bright fluoro pink board.
It's kind of a trademark of Flix, isn't it? She's either got all of her boards are fully coloured, and yeah, I'm sure she's done a bit of artwork on that too. So nice opening turn there and a second solid turn and just a finish turn there for Flick. So yeah, we'll see if that improves a 4.27, but we see Helisa up and riding right now. Sunshine Coast surfer. Solid backhand. This girl, she's got a nice grounded centre of gravity and seems to throw the board up nice and vertical. So
yeah, really projecting the board beyond the lip in that last turn. But were you a fan of the board spray, Beck? Did you either do your own artwork or consult someone else to do the sprays on your board?
I'd have to say when I was younger, my board sprays were good. And then as I got older, they were really, really bad. I think I got a quiver once and did some sprays, and the worst spray I didn't even think about, and I did a spray on it. And then, of course, that board was the best board that I nearly had ever had. So I had to ride with this ugly spray on it, and I named it Ugly. It was the ugly board, so I had to ride it for so long. But, yeah, I think not the most artistic, creative flair for myself on the surfboards.
I'm going just for the old school 80s graffiti splatter on the next one.
Yeah, I see. I did a few of those, and they turned out quite well. And I thought, oh, yes, I could totally be an artist. But then I got ahead of myself, and there was some shockers. So, yeah, I'm glad that people bought them, actually. I'm surprised they did. If I had a look at them, I would have been like, I'm not buying that. But they just, yeah, they always went well. The ones that looked like crap from me, they always went well. So, not a good look.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of surfers from the women's tour who've had like a signature spray. I know there's sort of a lot of surfers on the men's tour throughout history who had sort of definitive sprays. There's the Tom Carroll Sash, the Tom Curran Black Beauty, the Martin Potter Flames. I'm trying to think of we're talking about Felicity in this heat, and she's probably one of the few girls that's really made a design her own.
I think Silvana Lima, you see some of the colours on her board too. We were talking about that yesterday. She's got the coloured stripes going on, and yeah, I remember Owen Wright with the was it the claws?
The claws, yeah.
I remember that. That was a trademark there for him. But yeah, there hasn't been a lot, has there? There's Felicity, there's Silvana. I'm trying to think of a few others, but
definitely some space there for the girls.
Yeah.
Some floating canvas space out in the water.
Yeah, very true.
Waiting for an artist to approach them.
Nice looking wave here for Bronte Macaulay, and super solid bottom turn there into top turn combo, and really nice flare there at the end, looking for a third turn maybe, but no, unfortunately not getting that. But there was some yeah, love it how she holds a bottom turn, as we got Coco Ho up and off on that one, but Coco has got a 7.10 and a 6.83, and that's a pretty solid lead right now. Bronte did only need a 4.63 on that last wave, and here's a replay.
Yeah, nice first turn. Now the wave steepens up, and watch how hard she comes off the top. Really kicks that back foot down hard, throws the fins a little bit, and projecting plenty of spray. So, two really solid turns.
Yeah, and I think when I watch goofy footers out here, it's almost more enjoyable to watch if they do hold that bottom turn for longer and really connect solidly with the lip, and then instead of maybe fitting another turn in, they just hold for the second turn and make it actually a lot bigger. And we saw there Bronte using that technique. Instead of trying to fit 100 turns in, she did two really solid turns and threw the fins on the last turn there. So I think that's come through as a 5.77.
Yep, that score's just coming through now, 5.77. That has taken her up into second place behind Coco Ho. So now in a situation with just over 7 minutes remaining, where she will progress if she can retain that position.
Yeah, I think looking the difference just between Felicity and Bronte there is just potentially that little bit more of a hold there and fitting in just a different approach to the wave there.
Well, Bronte had two strong turns. I think Felicity maybe had an additional turn, as we see.
Yep.
Bronte taking another look at this one. Once again, there's that drawn out bottom turn. Really crisp backside snaps. Unfortunately, didn't ride out of the second manoeuvre. But yeah, the interesting point, if we look at both men's and women's tours now on all levels, it's really, you can get the entire job done with 2 turns.
Yeah.
You can get a perfect 10 with 2 manoeuvres quite easily.
Yeah, and when you look at some of the progressive airs that some of the guys are doing, it would be really hard to be a judge in that regard. We're talking about different grabs, and I saw a guy yesterday in a free surf go for a backflip, and he nearly landed that, and I'm just like, how do you even judge that? If someone does a backflip and then does like a few turns, it's got to be a 10, and the level is just constantly rising. So I think Malia made that point earlier, nice vertical finish turn, but coming unstuck there. Malia made that the point where every heat and every year it's getting harder. Every year she comes in, it's like hard to make around a 48 heat, and I've been talking to a lot of the women, and they keep saying that it's like, you know, in the past you'd think that you could easily make a certain round, but now it's just like you get to around a 48 and it's anyone's, and that's a really positive thing, I think, to see the future of the sport moving with that much depth. Keeping people interested, and then you've got heats like this with Coco, Ho, Bronte McCauley, Felicity Parmentier and Halisa, all of them ripping and can on their day win. So that's all the way back to round of 48 now, and that's really positive.
Yeah, the tour is really competitive. And one thing I like about those free surfs in and around the events, one, they're great to watch. You've got to just wander down to the beach in the afternoon on contest day, and the action is just incredible. And what's great is that you've got the guys and the girls surfing alongside one another in those free surfs in and around the events. And, you know, obviously the guys are doing probably a lot more aerials and a lot more progressive stuff, but all the girls are in the water, and they're tuning in. They're borrowing ideas, and they're learning profusely in that sort of an environment.
Yeah, I think after watching yesterday, I saw exactly that. It was so busy out the front when the contest ended. I was doing a bit of coaching, and there was like 100, 150 people just paddled straight out onto the bank, and the amount of aerials and giant turns that I saw, I mean, with the men and the women, it was just being in an environment that competitive. I think it just makes you lift your game, and a lot of these competitors are in that environment all year, so it just does wonders for their surfing.
You would have seen me bog a couple of rails out there yesterday afternoon to Beck. I should have come in and got some tips.
No, I'm sure you were throwing down. You can't not throw down. It's like everybody, you won't get a wave if you don't throw down.
No, it's a quick. The free surfs after the contest, it's a quick indication of where you really sit in the grand scheme of things. But
yeah, that's why I didn't go out.
The energy level is high.
Yeah, I'm like, I might just stay here and drink my coffee and observe now. But yeah, you do it. I mean, doing it for years, and I mean, just trying to get a wave off people who are competing. It's hard. It's hard work. So yeah, you see the level lift every year, and it's pretty exciting.
As we see Halisa taking off wide on the bank, winds up for the first turn, powerful slash. Once again, just pokes that nose a little bit more vertical to try and get a couple of extra bonus points. 2 solid turns, looking for a 5.97 to move up into second. Going to be tough.
Yeah, 5.97 and a 5.94 for Felicity. It's not much. They both don't need too much. So here's a replay there, and a nice vertical finish turn. I'm not sure if they'll give it. It's nearly a 6. I'm not sure if they'll give Halisa that, but it will probably improve on her situation right now. Bronte's sitting in that horrible second position with kind of a pair of 5s, and I do have to say it is not the nicest position to be sitting in. You know, it's great you're still in second, but you know that your competitors are biting your heels.
That's right, and I think Felicity's sitting out there with priority at the moment with just under 3 minutes remaining, so she's looking to go past Bronte, so a little interesting tactical battle going on there. Bronte will probably try and sell Felicity a lesser wave.
Yeah.
Felicity's got to try and be patient, but she knows she's only got just under, well, now about 2.5 minutes remaining. She's got to go at some point.
Yeah, so it's probably a lifetime of time for Bronte, and it's going to go quickly for Felicity. So it looks like there's a bit of a bump coming through out the back, and Bronte's paddling a little bit wide, but yeah, and it is a tricky wave here. There is, you know, the difference of 20 foot or 10 foot can really be the decider of the heat here. So Felicity's positioning herself pretty well for this one.
It's a really hard wave to actually work out where you need to be in the lineup. But here goes Felicity. It looks like she's got a good bowl in front. Good opening turn. Looking for that crumble in the lip. Third slashing turn off the top. So
nice
3 solid
wave.
Consecutive turns.
Yeah.
Chasing a 5.94.
Really good composure there from Felicity, waiting for that wave, and it was a really good wave selection. We'll see how the judges like that, but the first turn was nice and solid. Drew a bottom turn out, released the fins a bit there, so good to see a replay of that one, and I feel like that one's going to go close, fourth flick. The replay there, we see her first turn was very aggressive. Second turn a little bit flatter because the section didn't allow it, but she did get a clean finish there.
Yeah, I think Felicity really committed to the first turn and the last turn, and Terry McKenna loves to talk about having a strong opening manoeuvre and then a strong finishing manoeuvre. She's definitely followed the textbook advice in that situation. So it's going. If it doesn't get the score, it's going to go pretty close.
Yeah, we're looking at scores filter through. They are looking a little bit low right now. Bronte McCauley is holding a 5.17, so she is in second priority and having a little look at this one. And also the backhand server from WA, nice drawn out bottom turn, bit of a slash off the top and not liking that wave and kicking out. Interesting, she chose not to complete that one, but I think timing was slightly off on the second turn.
Yeah, Bronte probably hadn't heard Felicity's score, so wasn't sure if she'd actually caught up. Coco Ho's still out in front.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go. So, yeah, she's left Halisa and potentially, that was a nice looking snap there for Halisa under the lip, bit of an old school under the lip backhand attack there. But
yeah, it was an under the lip snap with a radical direction change. Certainly one of the the biggest manoeuvres we've seen of the heat. Unfortunately for Halisa, chasing the 5.97. Didn't get a backup turn in.
Yeah, really needed something to link up on the inside. But yeah, we did see Bronte catch a wave and leave flick out the back with priority. I'm not sure what's going to happen here in this final 10 seconds. But yeah, coming down to the wire this heat.
I think Elise actually had to avoid running over Bronte there, and that was
part of the
yeah, that was part of the reason her turn was so critical. Sometimes it can work in your favour.
Yeah. Well, nice surfing there from Coco Ho. A 7.10 and a 6.83. She comfortably took that heat out. She's been very, very big influence for a lot of people over the years, Coco Ho, and coming from a family of, really solid surfers there.
Hawaiian surfing aristocracy. And once again, another name, Coco. You would really, when you watch her free surf and some of the manoeuvres she's doing, you'd have to think, but once again, with a little bit more confidence, definitely could be up there contending for that world title.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to see Coco this year just take it to the girls and women. I think she may have finished a little bit further back last year, and I know that we're going to go to a break right now, but I know she can get a lot higher on the tour.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane centre.
No, Mark the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Back at the women's Taggart Pro looking north along Newcastle Beach towards Dixon Park. That easterly wind's kicked up a little bit back, but we're into the final heat of this round. Coming up in this heat, Tatiana Weston-Webb, another CT level surfer. Been really exciting, really a major rookie performance last year.
Yeah, Tatiana was coming through the juniors, and I watched her come through, and I was like, oh, she's gonna rattle a few cages when she burst onto the scene, and she really went hard at it in Fiji, and it was just awesome to watch that. I think like seeing somebody come on and not be so intimidated and just go hard and get really barreled and solid waves. She comes from Hawaii, so she's no slouch in big waves, and that was exciting. I think I loved watching that from a new competitor on the tour. She wasn't intimidated by anybody and just came out guns blazing, so that was great. I loved watching that.
Yeah, definitely hard for the rookies there to sort of walk straight onto the tour and be confident. Can you remember what it was like in your rookie year and what it was like with the older girls on tour, the more experienced girls on tour?
Yeah, I think that was my biggest problem. I think I was these women were 13 years older than me, or maybe 15 years older, some of them, and they'd been around for a really long time, and they'd surfed Fiji and they'd surfed Chopu and they'd surfed a lot of waves, and I kind of just was like, I'd never been there, and I was stepping onto a world stage, and I didn't really feel ready. I think I could have maybe worked on that a lot more, and then I kind of got an injury midway through the year, and I just remember I hadn't even surfed in a man-on-man heat, because we were always 4-man heats in the juniors, and it didn't change until the year after I left the junior series, so I ended up in my first man-on-man woman-on-woman heat against Lane Beachley at Snapper Rocks, and I just was like, what am I doing out here in the lineup? It was
was Lane paddling circles around you?
Yeah, she was doing her intimidation, and she's a killer competitor. She'd won 6 world titles at that time, and with the 7th still coming, and I think she knew it. She knew that I was a rookie and that I was intimidated. And
that was your welcome to first grade moment.
Totally. She was like, okay, here we go. So, it was crazy. It was a crazy experience. And then you're out at Snapper, and same thing. There's 200,000 million people out there, and all of a sudden you've got you and Lane. So that was an interesting welcome to the tour moment for me. But Cody Klein up and riding right now, the surfer from Kingscliff. Nice opening turn there for Cody, another goofy footer, and really nice linking second turn and looking for a blast on the inside, and she lands that one there, which is very nice opener there for Cody.
Yeah, just on that finishing turn, making the decision to put the bottom turn in a little bit earlier, anticipating that heavy closeout and getting the whack in before it closed out heavily, as we see Tatiana Western Webb outside, not having as much success on the inside shore break.
No, yeah, potentially just mistiming that one. I saw Tatiana surfing this morning, and she was one of the standouts out there, actually. She was getting waves and getting waves off the guys and off the girls, and just really reading the waves well. So it'll be interesting to see how she puts it together when the rash vest is on. But Cody Klein, definitely not feeling the pressure right now, with a nice little opening turn there and a second slashing manoeuvre, and really, like you said, negotiating the shore break well and coming under it before it ate her alive. So she did really well with that.
Yeah, Cody looks like she has, I think we mentioned it yesterday, it looks like she's riding a little bit more volume in the board, which is giving her surfing a lot of flow, and it's allowing her to throw a lot of weight and pressure into the turns, knowing that the board's got some forgiveness.
Yeah, I saw her catch a wave yesterday. I think she may have been last heat of the day, and she knew she just had to go out and build a few lips, and she definitely did that. She got a bigger wave and came up and under the lip and pretty much did a huge snap. We see Steph Single, really big blasting first turn there for her, but unfortunately coming unstuck. But obviously just getting few of the first wave jitters out of the way and getting back out the back to get busy. But Cody getting a 5.67 on her opening wave, which is a good score. Steph Single from Lennox Head. Steph and Cody are friends, actually, so it's always interesting when you meet your friends in a heat. But we'll see the replay here again, just going a little bit too high there for Steph Single.
Yeah, her style reminds me a little bit of Tyler Wright. There's a similarity there.
Yeah, I think Tyler spent a fair bit of time up at Lennox, so maybe they were surfing together a bit and watching each other. But I think Steph has been on the QS for a few years, and she's had a few solid results here and there, and she's probably looking just to improve on those performances now that they've got the opportunity here at Newcastle at the Taggart Women's Pro. Surfer Tia Blanco up and riding.
Yeah, strong whipping turn off the top, and just kicks out before she gets involved with the rocks of the shore break.
Yeah, Tia Blanco, USA competitor, has been coming through the ranks as well, and I don't know too much about Tia. I definitely have heard her name coming through, and I think she's been putting in some solid performances, but that was a seriously strong last turn there on that wave.
Yeah, let's take another look at it. Once again, utilising, as we saw in the last, the drawn-out bottom turn, which allows you to make that big turn a little bit more critical. Allows the wave to stand up a little bit more, get a little bit steeper, so by the time you're actually performing the snap, it's a lot more critical.
Yeah, as we saw with Bronte McCauley in that last heat, she did kind of hold off a little bit more. And did we get the... yeah, she did get second in that. It was a close exchange between Bronte and Felicity, and I think the only difference between those two surfers, they're both from WA, was that Bronte kind of waited a little bit longer on a bottom turn instead of fitting 3 turns in, just really made that one count where she did 2 really solid turns. And I think as a backhand surfer, it's something that the judges have been paying a bit more. So yeah, Cody Klein with a 5.67, she is in the lead, and Tia Blanco with a 4.67. They like that last turn of Tia Blanco's. And we're going to go down to listen to Coco Ho and see what she has to say with the win in that last heat.
Hey guys, I'm here with Coco Ho, winner of the last heat. Coco, this is your first event of the year. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. It's definitely a true little statement that you have to get the cobwebs off. So yeah, to end at Honolulu and to have to start again, it was like definitely had to come and do these first few events.
You're back on tour this year. You're looking forward to Snapper?
Yes, Snapper has always been one of my favorites, and the banks look really good. I know there's a storm coming, but there's time to pump sand, and hopefully it gets really fun again.
And how was your Hawaiian winter?
It was a little big, I will admit. I escaped to Maui more than once just to get waves and try shortboards, and yeah, but it's been very fun.
Well, we hope to see you have a good year, and thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Coco Ho, very happy with her performance, looking forward to going north and sampling some of those Superbank barrels. But obviously Coco in a position where she can roam the Hawaiian Islands in the off-season. What a position to be in. If you're in Oahu, gets a little bit maxed out, jump on a plane. She probably went over to, I dare say, to surf Honolulu Bay if she went to Maui.
Yeah, the women's event finishing there, and I know they had great waves for that event. And then, yeah, you see photos, and we see Cody Klein up and riding again here with a really nice looking wave again, and good wave selection for Cody. So Cody's been around for a few years and is getting experience under her belt and has had a few results. But yeah, Coco Ho, I mean, you look at photos of Pipe, and she's from the North Shore, and when all the visitors start leaving, it must be such a nice feeling to just like have empty lineups to yourself. And yeah, I remember I stayed like a little bit. Here we go, Cody again, replay. Solid backhand turn and a really solid finish there, and negotiates the shore break well, so backs up her first wave with what's looking to be a similar score coming through for her. It is Tia Blanco with a 6.5 who has gone into the lead there on her last wave, and that was a strong, solid performance there from Tia. Yeah, I think here's Steph Gilmore's dad hanging out.
Oh, okay.
There's
the
little Jeff in the
smorgasbord lunch. We'll get 2 plates down here in the commentary box, thanks. Anytime you're ready.
Yeah, anytime. No, it looks pretty good in there for everybody.
What about the chocolate chip cookies?
Yeah, Jeff has come down. I saw Steph put a little video up, and her and her dad did a road trip down the coast to do this contest. So here we go. Tatiana Weston Webb getting busy now, has found a wave that allows her to unleash her very, very scary backhand when she gets going. So
it really has become the battle of the backhand snap this heat. We saw Tia Blanco ride a fantastic wave before, and that warranted a 6.5. Tatiana really quick and crisp on her backhand. So it's emerging as a really interesting backhand battle.
Yeah, with Cody Klein also in there from Australia, and here's a replay again. Nice and vertical second turn and a solid finish for Tatiana there. So yeah, but it's a battle of the backhand snaps, isn't it? Steph Single really needs to get busy and potentially get a wave that allows her to show us what she's got. Some of that Lennox head flare that I've seen her have. She really takes such a nice line at Lennox, and such a pleasure to watch out there. She can just put it together out here on similar waves. But yeah, we've got Tia Blanco on another nice looking wave, and the battle of the backhand is on.
Yeah, Tia really hugging the pocket with every wave and every manoeuvre, which is allowing her to perform those manoeuvres in really critical sections of the wave. And so far, the tactic's working out.
Yeah, I think there's a few. Oh, here we go again. There's some more.
Back to
I'm
the
really
lunch
hungry. This is not helping.
No.
This is not helping at all, but it does look delicious, and it's an amazing spread that the event has put on, and it's always such a great event down here, and we have been blessed with waves and beautiful summer conditions at Merewether Beach, and you just can't complain at this time of year.
No, what a great setting to come down, have a beer, a fantastic lunch, and watch the surfing from the balcony.
Yeah, it's awesome. Perfect little amphitheatre setup, and yeah, we also have things heating up in this heat with 11 minutes 45 remaining. We've still got a few scores to drop, I think, from a few surfers. There's a 5.77 there that's come through for Tatiana Weston Webb, and she only now needs a 5.33.
Yeah, it's we're just getting an indication of how this really is a fantastic community event, Newcastle Surfest. Everyone gets involved, and if you haven't got a raffle ticket, you're probably going to miss out.
Yeah, that's very true, and I think it'll be interesting to see how many people come out this weekend. It is always an event. You hear it on the radio here as you're driving to the beach, and yeah, I think there should be a pretty strong showing of people coming through this weekend to check it out, check out all the live action. There's a few different events on, and yeah, Warren Smith does a great job putting this event together. It is such a community event. Yeah, so it's awesome.
Oh, look at the MR Surfest board. Wouldn't you love one of those? Have you got an MR in your quiver? I still haven't got one. It's always been when you actually depart the office as a tracks editor. The bonus is you usually get an MR twin fin.
Oh, there you go.
That one's a thruster.
Can you depart and come back in?
An MR Bush Ranger. Yeah, well, it's almost worth it. No, I think you just you just grab your MR board and ride off into the sunset.
Oh, there you go, and away you go. That looks really nice, that shape, actually.
It's still the most iconic label, isn't it? With the MR/Superman shape.
Yeah, it's he's done well there.
There's the judges. Patamo Arendt there, looking very focused.
There's a Ben Dunn.
The toughest job on the beach.
Yeah, I think got to always be very alert, hey, as the judges. Yeah, you can't miss a beat. You can't miss anything, and I don't know. I would struggle a little bit. I think if you're in there all day, it would be tricky. You'd have to keep your food up. They must be getting fed well.
Yeah, I think you can't let the blood sugar levels get too low if you're in the judging, or the fluid levels. You've got to be focused and concentrated all the time.
I'm sure. Yeah, I think being a judge too, and that would be the point of difference. You are always looking for a point of difference if someone comes out blazing, as opposed to just surfing within the box. And I think they are super onto it, and they reward that, and that's what I've noticed here. They really they know when somebody's pushed the limits, and they duly reward them for it, and they're always onto it. So yeah, we've got a little bit of a lull here happening with 9 minutes.
Speaking about the weekend, there's a rumour circulating that there's going to be something happening on finals day at 11:24.
Oh, really?
I'm just putting it out there. Just I've heard rumours around Newcastle, in the bars and sort of at the cafes. Is sort of a special event potentially occurring at 11:24. So
okay, a special event 11:24. Which day is this Sunday?
This is Sunday finals day, I'm sure. Yep.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
So keep an eye out.
11:24.
Yep. Not sure of the significance of the time, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. What did you think, Luke? Did you hear the news this morning that Mick Fanning's decided to just kind of take the year off, but do the events he wants to do?
Yeah, I did hear that news, and I actually bumped into Darren Handley. Was wandering around the contest site and had a bit of a chat to Darren about it, and he made the point that when Mick does compete, he competes wholeheartedly, and it takes every ounce of energy, physical and psychological, that he's got, and he just thought, maybe it's time to sort of take a bit of time off, cruise for a year, maybe much like Kelly Slater did midway through his career, and definitely with a view towards coming back and competing 100% in years to come.
Yeah, right. And you see Mick every time he's out in the water. Even when he goes free surfing, he goes up for 45 minutes. I've seen him up on the Gold Coast, and he just blasts. You see the girls hanging out in the competitors area there. There's Steph Gilmore and Dimity on the left, and a few of the international Portuguese girls, I think, and French girls. So, yeah, I think you see him, and it would be, he's been doing it for many years. Hello, everyone on screen. Yeah, it would be hard to maintain that level of intensity just on your body alone, but mentally, and he's been through so much last year, so yeah, I don't think it's such a bad decision to maybe take a year out and reassess everything. And how many years off did Slater have? He had a few.
I think he had a few there in the middle. But
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to begrudge Mick Fanning having a year off. It's not like someone's going to come up and say, "Oh, Mick, mate, you know you've been bludging, you haven't been doing enough. What are you doing?
What are you doing, mate?"
But he's one of the things Darren said that he's excited about doing is going away and riding some different boards and experimenting with equipment, because when you're at that really elite performance level, you've got to be you've got to focus on consistency, and you can't really afford to be taking too many risks with your surfboard. So they're looking forward to getting together and trying out some new materials. He will be competing in the Quicksilver Pro though at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, well, that's always good. He's a local boy there, and yeah, he's so hard to beat there. We see Steph Stingle trying to improve on her position right now. She's carrying pretty low scores, and I'm not too sure if she'll be 100% happy with that wave, but I know that it's definitely an improvement on where she's at. So she was in combo land. I think that will help that, and she can probably start building a bit better now with 6 minutes remaining now that she's got a score on the board.
Yeah, we're just taking a look at the replay. Strong slashing manoeuvre to open with, employing the old Richard Cram wristed approach there. That's a bit of classic, bit of classic style.
Yeah, and yeah, Steph, as I said, when she gets going up at Lennox, I've seen it in some amazing barrels, and yeah, she's just super consistent and throwing from turn to turn, and she mixes it up as well. So I'd love to see her get a few more waves before this timer counts down. But it is Tia Blanco now in the lead. Tatiana is in third place. So Tia Blanco with a 6.5 and a 4.87. She is an emerging talent. Be great to see her wind her way through this heat draw. And you've got Cody Klein in second place from Kingscliff in Australia, only needing a 5.71 to take the lead off Tia. Tatiana Weston Webb needing a 5.33, and we see Rider in Black up and riding right now to Tia Blanco. Nice carving, smooth turn there. Second snap in the pocket and looking for a big finish here, and that is a solid turn there, Luke, on the inside.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that replaces Tia's low score of a 4.87. She's looked solid all heat. I don't think she's fallen all heat hardly. Really smooth, fluid surfing, and you know, you'd have to wonder, is she's looking like one of the form performers of this round?
Yeah, definitely. When you say it's battle of the backhand, she's definitely been, and it's showing in the scoring. She's winning the battle of the backhand right now, and that last turn was an amazing finish there. I didn't know that wave looked kind of not that great, but she was aware that it was going to be a really nice one on the inside. It seemed she's been surfing here a lot.
Well, I think that's the mark of a really good surfer as well, and you know when you compete against people like that, or from your own experience, that some surfers can take an ordinary wave and turn it into something fantastic. And once you develop that ability, you're very dangerous in a competitive situation.
Yeah, turning scores from nothing into something, and especially in the last dying minutes with 4 minutes remaining, it's always a skill to definitely a great skill to have on your side. I'm really keen to see what this score comes through as for Tia Blanco. It might extend her lead, it looks like. The Americans are taking it to the Aussies right now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to look at as we wind down towards the pointy end of the event. It'd be interesting to look at some of the stats as to what proportion of competitors are from what part of the world.
Yeah, we could do up a little
statistical analysis.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Statistical analysis. We're getting to heat 12 now. I think my brain's starting to blur a bit. With Cody Klein getting busy right now. I think I just jinxed her. I'm not talking anymore. But Cody in second place, and she is holding down second place, and she has been for a long time, needing a 6.8 now. Tia making the gap a little bit harder for her. It is going to be crunch time for Cody now with 3 minutes remaining, and the other competitors, Steph's got herself out of combo land there, which is awesome, and only needing a 7.37 now as opposed to 11, so that's very positive if she can get a few more waves. But it does look trickier. There's been a few lulls in this heat.
Yeah, the interesting thing now, Tatiana Weston Webb holding down priority, chasing a 5.33 with just under 3 minutes remaining. very nervous times for Cody Klein.
Yeah, you'd have to think there's going to be a wave coming through within that 3 minutes, and there is a bit of a bump out the back. So a 5.33. It's still a solid score, but if anyone can kind of get it on their back end, it's probably this girl right now who's taking off.
This wave starts to double up a little bit flat on the face. Once again, another slash, but she wants a more vertical section. Another solid slash from Tatiana. Probably would have expected, a little bit more from the wave to push back a little bit. She's definitely got the capability to really throw a strong turn. Had to sort of rely on the slash on the chubbier face though.
Yeah, and she did, like you said, we were talking about before, she actually did make that wave into something that was a lot better than what I expected. But Cody getting busy, she didn't even have priority there, but that wave not the nicest shaped wave. I think Tatiana may actually, I'm just going to put it out there, I think she may get that score on that last wave, but we'll have to wait and see. It was a interesting wave, a bit flat on the first turn, but yeah, she really spring coiled up here and released quite well on the second turn, and out of nowhere just threw buckets there on the third section. So see what the judges have to say about that.
Yeah, it's going to be really close, and they may actually go. I think she might get the score. Surfer in white, Stephanie Single up and riding. Nothing on the first section, looking a little bit despondent now as she winds her way through to the inside. And you can just see the frustration there for Steph.
Yeah, Steph, definitely body language there a little bit. She just, you can see she just got really super frustrated with the fact that wave didn't offer anything up. But got Cody Klein getting really busy, and that's the difference. There's a bit of body language difference there. And yeah, second nice hit there for Cody. And unfortunately not getting a third turn, but the second turn was quite good looking at the replay of that one. So yeah, there's a few scores waiting to drop for Tatiana and Cody Klein right now as Tia Blanco gets another one. Two combo turns there and a nice finish. So not sure if that was the end of the wave, but I think that was a nice looking wave for Tia as well.
Yeah, really consolidating a lead as we see Tatiana up on the inside. Big vertical snap up into the white water. That wave not offering anything else. We're still waiting for the scores to drop for Tatiana's previous wave. She's hunting a 5.33 as we see out the back. Back in position is Cody Klein. This is a big wave for her. Big arcing turn off the top. Wraps the cut back into the pocket again. Looking for a steeper section now. Difficult section to negotiate. Just throws up a small snap to finish. Rides out. Well, you can see the look on Cody's face. She's really not sure what's transpired.
Yeah, Cody needing a 6.47. Tatiana did take the second place there, but Cody did get another wave there, and it was a nice wave. Interesting to see if it's going to go into the 6. I mean, it's pretty much essentially a 6.5 there. So,
as we go to a break, and the judges will be on hold, making a decision on that final ride of Cody Klein's.
Yeah, we're going to go into the men's side of the draw right now, and it's going to be a bit of a blast affair out there for all the men, I think. There's some good waves still to be ridden, so we'll go to a break right now.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
And welcome back to the Surfest. We are rolling into the round of 48 in the men's event. It's an exciting heat coming up. Jesse, Matt Wilkinson, Tanner Hendrickson, Marco Georgi and Keone Yan.
Yeah, big heat to kick off the next round here at Merewether, and you can see on your screen the rocks bowl, the tide finally starting to drift on out. We had a big high tide. We're almost on the full moon on the cycle, so we've had big and low tides, so really low tides throughout the last couple of days, and it's starting to draw out now. We're going to see some really good shape in this rocks bowl bank, and Matt Wilkinson is just absolutely ripping into his first small inside rocks wave.
Well, Matty, he looks loose, he looks lean, and he looks fit, so looking the classic Matt Wilkinson we're seeing there.
Yeah, I reckon he looks probably the best he's looked in a long time, I reckon. Are you on board with that? I think he's looking, like you said, pretty fit and pretty sharp.
Yeah, at a glance, definitely.
I'm loving the quick insight preceding the Snapper Rocks event, because I reckon he might be a good option in the fantasy surfer pick. He could be in the mix there.
Yeah, he loves to throw the tail on his backhand out at Snapper, and has been known to go for the odd rodeo out there as well.
Yeah, he's definitely exciting to watch across all venues. He's got a nice broad repertoire of manoeuvres, but that backhand is the jewel in the crown, isn't it? It's probably, or I think definitely for me, the most exciting backhand on tour is this man on your screen. This is the replay of his opening ride. Loving the colour match too, red board, red rashi. He almost knew that he was coming in as the top seed. He was going to be in that red rashi for most of his heats.
Backside snap to hair flick, he had it, that was sort of quintessential pro surfing from Matt there.
Yep, so scores will lock and drop on your screen. You see the lineup there trying to make their way north. You've got to try and hang wide off here at the rocks. It's a tough one. We actually had a free surf, you and I, last night off the rocks, and you said to me, any tips when I sit to get the best waves? And we actually did all right. I think we picked off quite a few between you and I.
Towards the end there, we were sitting deep, and the tide rolled in, and managed to kind of snatch a couple of Japanese surfers were kind of dominating yesterday afternoon.
There's a few of them, little squad on the outside.
The Samurai squad were dominating.
Yeah, I actually saw you get a little tube on the inside, to be honest.
Yeah, a little head dip.
Head dip on the rocks bowl. It was kind of sick. It was a fun surf. It was pretty similar to this. It kind of had a bit of a feel like it was more consistent and maybe a tad bit more in the soil. There was lots happening. There was lots of waves being ridden, and maybe it's just the fact that we're in these 25-minute heats, and we see a little bit more of a selective approach with priority, and potentially as well they could be sitting a little too far out and too deep, but we'll wait and see where they are on this lineup. They are still heading to the north, trying to get into the spot. In fact, Black could be in the spot for this one. He's pretty far back. Will he get around? He is a lightning fast surfer, Tanner Hendrickson, but that wave doesn't cooperate on that occasion. And he laid down a couple of massive scores in his first heat of the event, and as did this man here, Marco Georgi, has been on fire. The flying Uruguayan. Here he goes. Flies.
On cue.
Yep, exactly when we needed him to. It's scripted. Here we go, Keone Yan. And whoa, big tail release. That was a really impressive maneuver.
Yeah, Keone from Hawaii, and looks like he's a really strong, powerful surfer.
I'm pretty sure he's coming off a win in either a 1000 QS or a Pro Junior event over at Sunset. I'm pretty sure one of the Hawaiian events. I'll double check that. There's the last manoeuvre. I wonder if they're going to deem that complete. It's a hard one.
Yeah, I think he might have needed to just hop over on that little bit of inside shore to really seal it.
It's a shame because it was a great manoeuvre. It's just the wave didn't quite cooperate in terms of allowing him to get down the wave face. And, well, first priority is with red here, so if he wants it, he can have it, but not to be. Keone Yan takes this insider. And as we said, very powerful surfer, but very light on his feet and able to throw down stuff like that. Very impressive.
Yeah, like really heavy on the back foot, but then throwing the fins and control tail slide to exit the manoeuvre. Impressive to watch.
I kind of like the style too. I kind of like a lot of the Hawaiians are kind of adapting a similar approach in terms of powerful yet innovative sort of surfing.
It's like style on steroids at the moment. It's stylish, but it's super powerful as well.
Yeah, a few names spring to mind right off the bat. I mean, if you look at past generations, I mean, Hawaiian surfers that made it to the world stage, I mean, they were typically very strong, very powerful surfers like Ala Sonny Garcia and Pancho Sullivan and those kind of names that spring to mind. Just known for massive rail game and throwing a lot of water and being very powerful surfers. And rightly so, growing up in the area that they did and the people that they are. But a lot of the up-and-comers, say Zeke Lau, I mean Keone Yan and a few others, also in that vein of very powerful, very strong styles, but also throwing in that innovation into the mix, which is really dangerous.
Yeah, very much. And it's always impressive when you can see like some of these more solid, stockier guys like Zeke or Keone are still really light on their feet and agile into these 2 to 3 foot waves.
Makes them very dangerous indeed. This is a defined, light and agile in terms of surfing style, and that's Tanner Hendrickson. Very, very quick. I think if you were to test him in some sort of like training facility, if you took him up to the HPC and tested his reaction time and his and that kind of thing, the height of the jump and the pace and the power, he would test very highly. You can see when he's on his feet, he's just lightning sharp and razor fast between manoeuvres.
Yeah, he's probably got a lot of the fast twitch muscle fibres, high levels of agility, and springy.
Yeah, and it shows in his surfing. He's always throwing the tail around that extra few degrees, turning around and managing to bring it back around in time to get to the next section. It's really fun to watch as we see Keone keeping busy, and he's going to find an inside link up on this one as it bowls up in front of him, slides the tail around, and then gets up into the lip for one more nice turn. And that's the extra little bonus section that you want to net those big scores. If you can link something outside and get this inside section, like Matt has just fitted in about 10 backside re-entries.
Wow.
On the inside as well. So if you can get that link up on the inside, you're going to net yourself that next level in terms of scores.
Yeah, Matt Wiggins just had so much rhythm on that wave, just so fluent from one turn to the next. And I love the way he comes out of a manoeuvre and then heads back in the other direction.
Well, there's a nice two-turn combination. And a lovely finishing jam, or maybe there's one more. Oh. Wow. That is Marco Giorgi finishing up on a very, very good-looking ride. Here's Tanner Hendrickson's replay of his last. Nice little stab in the pocket, slides the tail out, and fits in the nice little lip line float to finish. So we've got a bunch of scores. I mean, everyone's on one score apiece on your screen there, but we've got a bunch of other scores to drop into the system.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be really hard for the judges to differentiate there, Jesse. I think they're going to be on the rewind button pretty heavily.
I think this one could be one of the better scores of the early exchange. You'd have to think. Have a look at this wave as it stands up for Marco. Nice big projection out of the top. Nice strong carving manoeuvre as well. And I thought this was going to be his last, but he jams in front of that section and gets another one.
Little bonus section, and I think, are we going to say he rode out of that?
I reckon he did as much as he could.
I think he did as much. Yeah, that's right. It's safe, kind of like putting his fins into the sand.
Yeah, it's a hard one for judges to deem whether it's been completed or not for this end bowl, because they do ride out of it, but the wave stops.
That's right.
It hits dead dry sand, and what do you do? I don't know. It's hard whether they say no or and no one's making them, and then they're not scoring them the extra points. As we see Matt just mixing it up a little bit, throwing the tail around.
Yeah, with the backside reverse, definitely rode out of that one.
And that's the thing we were talking about earlier. That's why it's so exciting at places like Snapper Rocks on a right-hand point break, and also off the rocks bowl here with these bowly, chunky sections, is because he's able to mix it up just as much, if not more, than guys on their front side on his backside, which is kind of rare to see.
Yeah, let's have a look at the wind up on this final manoeuvre. You just see him really draw out the bottom turn, and then bang, throws everything at it to rotate.
Yeah, it's definitely a great way to mix it up versus just drifting the tail around and coming forwards, or just vertical snap and finishing up. I mean, that wave didn't have a lot on the outside. He knew he had to do something special to potentially turn it into a score, so he went for it, and it'll pay off for him.
The thing I love about the backside rotation from that is that some guys tend to draw the rotation out to accentuate it, but Max is like a propeller blade, just whips it around really quickly.
And spins on the spot too. There's no stop start, there's no go backwards for a bit and spin around later, or there's no like mix it up. It's just whack, spin, one full movement, done, completed, and it looks really nice. As you see, Tanner using priority here. Releases the tail on the first manoeuvre. This is live action, ladies and gents. And Carr's back in the pocket. Section in front of him. Another nice little snap. And one more up into the lip. So 4 nice completed manoeuvres for Tanner Hendrickson. And that should be his second best scoring ride.
Well, it looks like that bank, even though we've seen the wind pick up a little bit, Jesse, is kind of in good shape at the moment. This mid-tide seems to be offering some really good bowls.
Yeah, this is the ideal time to hit the bank, as we see Tanner slicing in his second manoeuvre up into the lip once, and then one more for the fourth turn, and does what he can with that final manoeuvre.
You made the point before, though, you just love the way he gets in and out of manoeuvres so quickly. And and when he does that, he doesn't look like he's trying to just fit too many in. He does it smoothly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely times it very well. And there's a bunch of scores coming through on the board, and we will wait for those to come to hand. We'll give you them shortly. right now, while the guys are scratching for a peak, let's throw down to Fiona, and we'll get an interview with the surfer in the last heat.
Hey, so I'm here with Tia Blanco, winner of the last women's heat. Tia, you had a couple of mid-range scores in that heat, but you know, they were kind of chasing you down the whole way. You hung on to the lead. How were the nerves?
Yeah, so I knew that all those girls were more than capable of getting big scores, so I was so nervous. My heart was beating so fast the whole heat, so I'm really happy to come away with the win.
And you're just hanging out here in Australia with your mum. How is it? Is that helping you focus?
Yeah, I brought my mom down here and we're having such a good time. We're laughing a lot and enjoying this beautiful country.
And what kind of boards have you brought? You know, Surfest is kind of renowned for having a big day and a small day, so just wondering what you brought over.
I brought 2 regular short boards and 2 kind of small wave boards, and my Shaper J7 is really good. He's out of Santa Barbara, and I've been working with him for a while now and just have a really good relationship with him.
Okay, then sounds like you're really prepared, and we wish you best of luck for the rest of the contest.
Thank you.
Yes, Tia going for the very glamorous look for the post-it interview, rolling the Jackie O Sunnies.
Yep, busting them out. I mean, you got to do it. You got to pay the bills as well.
That's
right. We do it here. We go to ad breaks. She wears the product.
That's
that gets her here. I mean, if it wasn't for that kind of thing, it would be really hard for the competitors to get all the way to the other side of the world. I mean, we're really far out of the way, let's be honest.
Yeah, this is an expensive trip for all the other international competitors, but it's great to see them down here.
Oh, they love it. You know, you can see how stoked they are. They bring their parents out. They have, you know, they come with their friends or their coaches or their travelling buddies, and they have such a good time out here in Newcastle, and it's great to see. Here we go, Tanner Hendrickson. That was a special type of frontside aerial there. He went straight out into the flats. Rotated about 3/4 of the way and spun out nice and easy as you like it. So that's going to be a really good score, you'd have to think.
Did he just take it up a notch then, Jesse?
I think he may have. It'd be interesting to have another look at it to see what he did on the outside. Here's the replay of Yellow's wave as we went to the interview. We got to see this one as Tia began to explain her previous heat, and this was the finishing turn there. Not too much happening on that one for Keone. He hasn't had the pick of the bunch in terms of wave quality so far in this heat. I'll tell you who has though. Matt Wilkinson's had a couple of good scores. A 7.33 on his second. We knew that one was going to be a good score. A 6.0 on his second to last, which I think had that reverse turn on it.
Yep.
And well, Marco Giorgi, we're expecting it to be the wave of the heat thus far, and it was an 8.5 for those big front side gouges off the rocks bowl.
Yeah, he got that with the bonus section on the inside. Looks like Tanner having another look at this one. Will we see him go to the air again?
I think this is the replay.
Oh, this is the replay?
This has done the one, cut back on the outside, throws the tail.
It's a bit inverted too. That
inverted, yeah. We saw the side angle, a slightly more onto the side sort of angle, and yeah, his tail was almost sort of facing, the bottom of his board was almost partially facing the beach, and that's when you know that they've corked it out, and it's slightly inverted, which makes it, you know, the degree of difficulty does rise.
Yep.
And I think the judges are looking at that kind of thing and evaluating that when putting down the score. It's what can mix it up between an average and a really good air reverse.
Yeah, well, these guys have got them on dial now, so the judges really have to distinguish between what's a high-scoring air reverse and what's just a standard one.
Exactly, and I think some people get a little bit confused as to why certain scores can come out low and certain scores can come out high for particular airs, and that's what they've got to really look at. I mean, it goes into the excellent range. Tanner Hendrickson at 8-point ride, and that is indicative of the degree of difficulty that was involved with that manoeuvre. He did, you know, put the tail high in the air, and he did point the board to the beach, which means, you know, inverted and corked out, and he lands smooth and spins out fluidly. So, you know, that's netting a big score, and that puts him up into the lead.
Yeah, and the judges, you know, obviously it's evolved a long way in the judging criteria. Once upon a time, so you look at a snap and you evaluate a snap critically, and they're doing the same things with the aerials. It's no longer just, oh, that was exciting, that was an aerial.
Yeah, exactly.
It's got to be like a really critical evaluation of, as you said, the degree of difficulty, the variation, was there inversion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the guys that qualified just based off doing air reverses back then. You know, like when they first started coming out in competition, there was a few guys that just literally would just two-pump an air reverse and qualified basically off a single manoeuvre, and not to be anymore. You got to throw the extra bits and pieces in with it. Here's Marco Giorgi, who's actually down into third, regardless of holding the high score of the heat, because Matt Wilkinson holding onto a 7.33 and a 6-point ride. I mean, what a heat we have in our hands, really. I mean, Keone Yarn just locked in a 6.4, so he's back into the mix. He needs a 7.58. Well, Matt Wilkinson down in the third now due to that last wave of Marco Giorgi locking in. So Matt in third needs a 6.65. He's holding on to first priority. Marco Giorgi only a 5.9 to go to the lead. And Tanner Hendricks is holding on to a 6.4 as his second high score. So, I mean, no more 12 and 13 point totals progressing through these rounds now that we're into the round of 48. I mean, you're looking at 14 and above really at a minimum for progression.
Which is like an average of 7 for a wave score, which is pretty much that's in that at least probably one wave in the excellent range and one in the good range.
Exactly, yeah, and you've got to be able to do that and pull that kind of thing off. I mean, conditions, obviously dictating, what you can do, but the scale does get set accordingly. But yeah, pretty much no matter what you got in front of you, I mean, a couple of 7s, a 6, and an excellent score, that kind of thing is kind of what's going to be required from here on out, I'd guess.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see with just under 9.5 minutes remaining, Matt Wilkinson, who you'd expect on paper to go through this heat and has surfed really well, he's still chasing a 6.65, which is not an easy ask.
Yeah, first of all, he's got to find a wave that offers, at least sort of 3 quality sections or 2, and one of those movers has to be excellent. He needs to find that wave, first of all. You'd be fair to think that in the next 9 minutes there'll be an opportunity. And with first priority, I mean, I would not be comfortable pretty much being anyone in this heat sitting in that position. I mean, I don't think anyone's feeling safe right now. Marco's got an 8.5. Tanner Hendrickson with an 8-point ride. They obviously feel pretty good. Like, I mean, half the battle's kind of done there. They've got their one excellent score. And, Matt, 7.33. I mean, he would probably be hoping to replace 2 waves and get 2 waves in that excellent bracket because we all know what he's capable of.
Yeah, definitely. And it's anxious times for all surfers at the moment. No one's really completely comfortable, particularly if you were one of the QS surfers. You've got a CT guy sweating on you. He's only chasing a 6.65.
I think Matt would know too, though. I mean, that 6.65 could potentially be irrelevant at this stage because Tanner Hendrickson, as I said, a 6.4 is his backup. Marco Giorgi's only got a 5.47 as a backup. I mean, they're bound to improve on that over the next 9 minutes, which is going to mean Matt might need something well and truly greater than that 6.65.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, the thing with this heat is it had a certain rhythm and pace early on. We saw a lot of waves. Now it's gone a little bit quiet through this middle part of the heat. Hopefully we see another pulse before the heat is over so that every surfer really gets an opportunity to post another excellent score.
Exactly, yeah. Well, hopefully we get to see some more set waves. I mean, 7.5 to go. You'd like to think something is going to come on through the lineup with that much time remaining. But you did see yesterday we saw a lot of heats go flat for 10+ minutes. So you're right. There could be a moment of silence throughout the middle part of this heat. But we can see White scratching wide, really wide. In fact, that's a weird place for a wave to be breaking at this particular spot. But he's going to get a great looking wave heading down the line, lip lines, and the thing just closes out. Yeah, it's a strange spot.
Yeah, well, we did see yesterday there was that definitive moment where I think Sebastian Zietz was the first surfer to go way over wide and away from the off-rocks bank, and he won his heat convincingly.
Oh, he locked in some huge numbers.
And from that point on, everyone was, started to sit in the middle, and that, correlated with the outgoing tide. So we're kind of starting to see that a little bit now with surfers, perhaps in, sort of a double-minded state, thinking, should I be sitting deep? Should I go wide? Where do I go?
Exactly, yeah. It's going to be a tricky one to decipher, and the first person to do it when it's necessary is the one that generally takes the heat, and it's going to be it's a gutsy move to change positions. And you see Keone Yan just throwing down a huge layback snap in a very critical section, and you kind of for a moment looked like he was going to pull it.
He did. Well, he knew he needed big numbers. He's back in fourth, needing a 7.58. So, kind of standard regulation cut back to open with little check turn slash, and then really needs to do something special. The controlled tail slide, he looked like he had it covered, but then just didn't ride out. Here goes Matt Wilkinson, powerful slashing turn to open up with. Another strong jam off the top. Wave face steepens up, vertical snap, and again whips right back around. Well, he's
jeez, he got the numbers up.
He definitely got. You can see Matt he's looking pretty focused and determined.
Jeez, yeah, he got a little caught through certain parts of that wave, but nonetheless he just buried his way through. As you see Tanner Hendrickson on his next wave, throws to the air again. nearly manages to ride out of that one.
You could see it coming, couldn't you? He kind of telegraphed it a little bit, but...
and it wasn't going to necessarily be as big as his previous score, but he was looking to better a mid-ranger, as we see a replay of that side. That's where he gets a little bit caught on the front foot. Makes up for it here with a nice vertical snap and another. And fits one off the foam there, and then one more for the closeout. So a lot of good vertical style surfing.
Wow.
There we go.
Keone Yan just looking really smooth through the air.
I wonder what he did before that. If that was a couple of manoeuvres prior to that turn, we could be looking at another big score.
Yeah, the big thing for Matt is going to be whether or not he did all of his work on the inside. The outside turns weren't his strongest. Still chasing at 6.65. I think the judges will be looking at different replays and trying to reference that wave with others already ridden.
Yep, this is a replay of Tanner Hendrickson nearly making that air reverse out into the flats.
Again, it was pretty inverted, Jesse.
It was, yeah, it was. He pretty much had it. He just the slightest too much weight on the heel on the inside rail there, and just comes off. He's so close to making that.
Sometimes it can look like the surfers are actually being too casual when they exit, but I think what you'll find is they're trying to ensure that they're being as light on their feet as possible so that they don't do exactly that, bury the rail when they land.
There's a fine line between like slapping hard and stomping something and riding out of it perfectly, and trying to land light on your feet and casually riding out of a manoeuvre can also look really good. We're getting a bit of information here. Looks like Mitch Colborne has injured his knee free surfing this morning. No way, that sucks. He's going to the doctor. He's going to miss his heat, unfortunately, which sucks big time for Mitch. He's one of Newcastle's favourites. I mean, you see a lot of people come down to watch his heats, and a couple of the guys in our commentary team are big fans. I know Terry McKenna thinks he puts him in his top 3 goofy foots in the world. So, I mean, we get to watch a lot of heats in here, and he was definitely one of those ones we were looking forward to seeing, so that's a shame.
Yeah, a lot of people have wanted to see Mitch qualify for the CT for a few years, and he's come very close a couple of times. And unfortunately, that's going to jeopardise his campaign for 2016. Yeah, hopefully he's not out for too long.
That's a massive shame. Yeah, he would have been deadly out here too off the rocks. He's got a crazy backhand approach. Here's Tanner Hendrickson. He's going to go to the air again. You just know it. And look at that.
That was a stomper, I think, Jesse.
He definitely stomped that thing. And we'll call that complete in the booth here, I reckon.
I think so, as we see Marco Giorgi still with the highest single wave score, but he's back in third, trying to replace that 5.47 with at least a 5.9 to go up into second.
Oh, well, look at this. The leaderboard's shuffled again. Matt Wilkinson back up into the lead, a 7.17 on his last. Puts him up in that 14-point plus total region. Here is the replay of Last of Black. Does he get anything beforehand? He gets a little float, some down-the-line pace, and a really lumpy wave. Throws out into the flats again and stomps it.
Kind of had to project through the lip rather than up and over it there.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach, and I tell you what, it's a very different sort of approach, like a contrast of styles, so to speak, between what's being applied in this heat. I mean, Matt Wilkinson's just throwing down strong foundations. I mean, just vertical, powerful backside surfing. He has thrown some variation into the mix, but his 2 counting scores are based off just solid backhand surfing, whereas Tanner Hendrickson in second place has pretty much been one manoeuvre, really. A big frontside inverted aerial has pretty much given him his big score of an 8-point ride and hold him in that place. And potentially his second scoring ride could be from that courtesy of that last aerial. So a bit of a contrast in approach.
Yeah, well, I guess surfers in this situation are going, what can I use as my point of difference? How can I differentiate my surfing from the other surfers in the heat? And Tanner said, well, you know what, it's small, crumbly, I've got a big reverse in my repertoire. That's my go-to manoeuvre. And
maybe just an opportunistic sort of approach as well, seeing the section pop up in front of you. I mean, that's kind of the way it works in our world of surfing. I mean, you're dictated by what the wave will allow you to do. I mean, a very wise person once told me you can only do what the wave will allow you to do. So, manoeuvre choice on particular waves is very critical sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. It's a fine line between whether Tanner's out there thinking, I want to go to the air, I want to nail the reverse, or is he just making that decision quickly when the section presents itself? It's probably a combination of those two. He's probably half thinking before he takes off. I'm looking for it, and then once he spots it,
it's there. That's probably where he's at. There's Keone Yan just finishing up on another wave on the inside, and that last score for him didn't factor in. It was a 5-point ride, so it must have been just the one aerial manoeuvre, take off, double pump, air reverse.
As we see Tanner, is this the replay? Yeah, looks like it.
Hops over this section, and then takes the air here. Like you said, punched through the awkward kind of looking section there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did well to punch through and not get caught.
I think the judges must have wanted to have another look at that one, I think, because we've seen it a few times now. And I think, do you reckon they're deeming whether that was actually complete or not?
Well,
I'm thinking it is.
I'm calling it, but they'll be looking even more closely. I think one of the biggest discussion points amongst the judges on any contest circuit at the moment would be what do we deem complete and what don't we? And I'm sure they have a lot of discussions about that.
For sure. And then have a look. The leaderboard has shuffled around again as we count this one out. Have a look at what's happened here. This is huge. Marco Giorgi locks in a 6.5. We did see the end of a wave on screen where he showed a burst of emotion. I wasn't sure whether it was frustration or
elation.
Yeah, elation, yeah. But I guess, it's obviously elation. A 6.5 locks in. He goes to the lead, in fact, with a 15.00 total. That man on screen having a big year so far, taking out some huge names in that one. And, Matt Wilkinson gets pushed down into second place. He'll progress. And unofficially, Tanner Hendrickson right now is sitting in third place. Did they lock in that score for that air reverse wave? It's a really interesting scenario. Maybe they deemed it incomplete.
I think, yeah, Marco, he thinks he's won. Tanner's not happy about it. He's shaking his head.
See, Marco tried to shake his hand and Tanner pushed him away.
Yeah, he was disappointed.
I think Marco was holding on to priority, and you could see there was a bit of a paddle battle happening towards the end of that heat.
Yeah, right.
And, look how stoked Marco
Marco's,
George is.
He's throwing the shark as Tanner's shaking his head. That's competition surfing at its best.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, well, we'll get the official result to you shortly. We're kicking on into another really good heat. Perth Stanley, Connor O'Leary and Stu Kennedy. Unfortunately, Mitch Colborne will not be present. We'll explain to you why after this short commercial break. See you shortly.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Welcome back, Merewether Beach, and the tide is rolling on out. We're heading towards a low tide this afternoon. We've been past the high, and we're in that in-between zone between the Rocks Bowl and the middle of the beach. You're watching Surfest for 2016. This is the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. Round of 48. We're into the second heat. We had a very exciting finish to the first heat of the round as we see the opening wave for Connor O'Leary in the white. Nice. Strong surfing, and it finishes up really well on the inside. Connor O'Leary from the Sutherland Shire in Sydney there from Cronulla, or as he would say, Allura Beach. And here's Perth Stanley on his opening ride. Throws the tail out on the front side air reverse. Unfortunately catches a rail, but nonetheless underway with a couple of scoring rides there. Perth has locked in a 3.67 and a 1-point ride to start off his campaign. Stu Kennedy, a very small score on the board, and easily the best of the exchange is going to be this wave here from Mr. Connor O'Leary. Big fan of spray and vertical in the next section. It's just emulating what Matt Wilkinson has done in the previous heat, and a nice finishing manoeuvre. That's going to be a really solid score. and I've got a feeling it's probably going to go north of that sort of 7-point region.
Yeah, we obviously saw last year Connor came really close to qualifying for the CT. Got knocked out, I think, by the Gabriel Medina killer floater at Sunset.
Yeah.
We were sort of debating if he did qualify.
Well, there was Connor and Ryan both in that heat.
Yep.
Ryan Cullinan, local surfer, and Connor O'Leary were both looking at qualification at that stage. They both needed to make a heat at that stage, depending on what happened. And also the other man in the water right now, Stuart Kennedy, was in fact the next man in line to qualify from at the end of your rating. So they were all kind of
in the mix
right there. And I know Stu and Connor travelled together quite a bit at the back end of the season on the QS, and they were both so very close to qualifying. And it looks like potentially both Stu and Connor are going to get a surf this year on the World Tour.
Yeah, Stu looking very much like doing so. Unfortunately, fortunately for them, but unfortunately with the injuries to beat Derby, Geno and Wright. As we see Stu kicking the tail out on one of those Dan Thompson, Kelly Slater design boards.
Yep. Very interesting shape, and floats up over the top to finish up. Really sharp, really loose. Good surfing from Stu Kennedy.
There's been so much expectation for Stu. There was I think it was probably going back now, probably 6 or 7 years when he just absolutely blitzed the junior series in Australia one year.
Yeah, I was competing on that same series at the same time, and he was just one of those guys that simply didn't lose. It was just this uncanny thing. Well, I mean, he was one of the best surfers on the tour for sure, but there was a bunch of guys. I mean, there was Julian Wilson, Matt Wilkinson, and guys like that, that just couldn't touch him at one stage. It was just he won something like some ridiculous amount of heats by the year's end and absolutely dominated the Australian Junior Series. And it's been a while between drinks to find that form for Stu, really.
Yeah, it's good to see him getting a start on the WCT this year, as we see Stu up and riding, whipping off the top, kicking the fins out the back, looking really positive on this wave, floats and emerges cleanly on the inside section.
He's going to have a couple of good scores come on through into the system for those last two waves. We've got a pretty decent number as expected from Connor O'Leary filtering on in. And we'll post down a couple of small scores on the board. Looks like replay of Stu's last wave coming your way. Nice little snap. And big float to finish up. So we'll let that score lock in, Luke. And while we wait, let's head on down to centre stage with Fiona. And she grabs an interview from the previous winner from heat number 1.
I'm here with Marco Giorgi from Uruguay, winner of the last heat. Marco, that was a really close heat with the boys there. You were all back and forth in positions. How were the nerves?
Yeah, I was nervous, to have Wilco on the heat and Tanner and Keone, they're all really good surfers, and on paper it was a really tough heat. But I don't know, I guess there's a fair chance for everybody out there, and there's little waves even though it's not pumping out there or it's not big, but the wave has a little push, and there's a little wave that comes kind of like wedgy and it's pretty fun. It has power and you can surf it. It's fun.
Are you staying here with some of the other competitors, or how are you going in Newcastle?
Yeah, I'm here with Iago Dora, Lucas Silveira, Leandro Dora, Iago's dad, which is our trainer, and Marcelo Amaral, which is like a physical trainer. So it's 5 of us and three surfers and 2 guys training us. So yeah, we working hard and surfing every day and training and trying to take it serious, and I'm happy that it's working out.
Yeah, sounds fun. Do you want to say something quickly to the guys back home?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody that's watching. It's like 11 p.m. right now at home, so thank you everyone, Mom, and everybody that's awake and watching this.
Thank you, and good luck in the contest.
Yeah, a composed, a focused, and a very happy Marco Giorgi. He took out a massive heat, as he said on paper. That was a very hard heat, arguably one of the harder heats in the round for sure. And to get it over someone with the caliber of surfing like Matt Wilkinson, I mean, he must be getting a bit of a confidence boost going into the next round.
Yeah, that's a big win for Marco. And as he said, he's training hard and taking it seriously. He's not just here for a good time.
Yep, he's here for a win potentially, and qualification, I guess, is the goal when you're traveling with 2 coaches. I mean, a tactical coach and a physical trainer, and a bunch of good surfers like Iago Dora and the other guys, the Brazilian guys he's traveling with. I see them warm up together before heats, and they've got a strict sort of regiment going on, and they're doing really well out of it.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We're actually dating back in track. We're taking a look at 40 years of pro surfing, and the original group that tried that was the Australian Bronzed Aussies. but that was somewhat controversial. But you know, they were kind of trailblazers and pioneers in their own way. But yeah, it's interesting to see the groups that travel together and try and feed off each other's energy and drag one another along to a higher level. And we've seen the Brazilians on the tour do that successfully. So you've really got to, you know, surfing's a very individual sport, but you can work together to help each other achieve your full potential.
Well, yeah, the people you surround yourself with, they kind of shape your world, really,
That's
don't
right.
they? As you see Stu Kennedy just throwing the tail around twice so far on this thing. Nice vertical punch out of the top. And one more good snap. Unfortunately, I was amping it up a little too hard.
Well, I was just about to say, how good does that board look with it? It's got that,
God.
definitely got a bit of extra curve. He didn't ride out of that last turn, but on a couple of those sections, it looked really smooth, really crisp. And like that curve was allowing him to be really tight in the pocket.
I reckon he'd be bummed. I reckon this would have been excellent. He did a nice tail chuck for a pretty average section. Wraps back with a little bit of extra flair. This turn's massive. Snap out of the top. And this one was going to push him up high into that...
he just missed,
that scoring range would have been high, I think, with that last manoeuvre. Unfortunately, goes down. He's been busy. He's caught himself 5 waves. The best so far, a 5.83. We'll see where this last one locks in, though. He did get a couple of nice turns done.
I think it's going to be pretty solid. He's trying to replace a 4.67. I'm saying he's going to do that.
Yep, for sure. There's the boys up top. They're hanging out on the mellow yellow bus. They've got a... they've bought...
Got the guitar.
They've bought a gutted and renovated a big, huge bus, and they're travelling around the whole country.
Okay, now I can see it's the roof of the bus, right?
Yep.
You can just see it there on the camera.
Yeah, they're travelling around highlighting some issues with like mental health and stuff like that. So they're doing some cool stuff for charity, and you know, Foam Riders, a local brand here in Newcastle's got a lot to do with that, and yeah, they're doing a really good thing, a really cool thing. It looks like they've got front row seats and an umbrella on top of the van, and they're playing a few tunes and taking in the action.
I might head up to the rooftop after I get out of here. It looks like one of the best spots to watch the action.
It looks like a really good vantage point. There's looking south from the contest zone towards Surf House as we pan across to the lineup here. That is the Rocks Bowl, where we see Stu Kennedy taking another wave without priority. He just wants to keep moving, try and lock in some scores on the inside. Watch him take to the air here. Big frontside air reverse that he sticks.
Yep. Yeah, you can see the wind up for that one. And Stu making a really conscious effort to demonstrate to the judges that he did ride out cleanly. He looks hungry and he's staying busy and he's kind of getting into a rhythm, and you feel like, you know, if it doesn't happen on this wave that he gets the excellent score, it's going to come eventually.
Yeah, exactly. He gets that snap, that roundhouse cutback, winds up, coils, throws the frontside grab, aerial, rides out of it. And another good score coming his way. Look at the numbers he dropped for that previous wave. He fell on a 7.33. So, as we predicted, was going to go into that excellent range and above if he had stuck that last turn. Unfortunately, not to be on that occasion. And, well, still holding the lead, a 7.33 and a 5.83 with the score to come.
Yep, he's looking good. And, well, Surfer in third, Pert Stanley kind of got a little bit of a kind of a, you know, a break, given that there's one less surfer in the heat, but now he's found himself in third position with a lot of work to do.
Imagine how hard this heat would have been if Mitch Colwyn was out here. For those playing at home, if you've just joined us, Mitch Colwyn did unfortunately injure himself early this morning free surfing. He's done his knee. To what extent, we're not sure. But he's off to the doctors, and he's going to obviously miss this heat. And a shocking blow to the start of his 2016 campaign here at Merewether.
Yeah, hopefully Mitch is back soon.
Yeah, well, leaves us with an exciting 3-man heat here, and I bet you the guys in the water, you know, they're probably bummed about their mate Mitch being injured and out of the water, but you know, it gives them that extra little percentage chance of progression.
That's right, exactly.
So Stu Kennedy holding down the lead at the moment. Connor O'Leary did lock in a really good score to open up his heat with a 7.17, backed it up with a 5.9, and currently holding second. There's some of the crew watching and getting ready for the next couple of heats.
Is that the Gudauskas brothers?
Looks like it's the Gudangs hanging out under the umbrella.
They said I was talking to the Gudangs out in the water yesterday afternoon. They said they've had a killer season back at home, so they should be in good form.
Yep, they've had great waves, haven't they? They've been hunting down some really good surf. And here we go, Stu Kennedy. Third priority, still getting the most waves out of all the boys, sitting a little further in. He gets around this one. He's probably going to have to go to the air, but the section didn't provide. Yeah, it's good to see he's got a little bit of humour about himself.
Yeah, having fun when he hits the eject button there. Kind of realised that wave is not going to deliver any scoring opportunities, so why not play the joker?
Yeah, just a little bit of frustration, I guess, too, because a lot of effort to try and get around this thing. and it just did not provide in the end. He thought there might have been a section. You can see he winds up, but just a little late to the party. He kicks out of that one. Having a bit of fun. Stu Kennedy out in front. And there's some other crew hanging down.
Shade is at a premium out there, Jess. You could actually charge for it, I reckon.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Here we go. We've got some crew making sure everyone's sitting in the right spot.
Who's that in coach mode?
That's one of the, I think that's the coach that Marco was talking about in his. That's the coach with the Brazilian boys. And
this is a recap.
That was their previous vision from the previous heat. Yeah.
It looks like they've either got a sophisticated sort of arm signal system, or he works as ground staff at the airport in his regular job. But
just throw a couple of hot glow sticks in his hand and get in traffic.
They've certainly got something worked out.
And there we go, looking up to the top of the pavilion there from the bottom. We've got the flags out in front of the cafe there. We've got competitors, as you said, Shade, at a premium here. They've all got the umbrellas down there, grabbing whatever they can get under to keep out of those harmful UV rays today. I mean, we're hitting a top of 40 degrees in parts of the Hunter region today.
There's Matt Wilkinson's doppelganger. Is that Matt, or is that his doppelganger?
That's Matt. Hey, Matt.
Is that Matt? Nah, that's his long-lost brother.
That's classic. Everyone's Matt down here. Everyone's got long hair and a beard happening these days. But that's the young ones down on the bottom step. They're just taking in all the action. And that's right front row in front of the contest area there off the rocks. You can see the zone pretty much from the white tent to the right of that. We've got the contest zone there, and everyone's enjoying a beautiful day here down at Merewether Beach.
Yeah, we saw the action of Marco George's coach in the last hit, and you have to think, you've got to put a lot of faith in someone if you're allowing them to sort of make decisions for you while they're on the beach. It really is a different mindset, isn't it? It's a lot of, do you think you could do it? It's, do you just trust your own instinct, or do you listen to what the coach says? If they give the signal, it's an interesting tactic.
It's a hard one. It's a really, really difficult one because, I mean, 9 times out of 10, I'd like to say your instinct is pretty much on the money.
Yep.
I mean, you do it every day. I mean, especially somewhere that you know as well. If you know the place well, I mean, it's generally what you're thinking. I mean, if your gut starts to tell you something, you start second-guessing yourself. Whatever your gut's kind of trying to direct you to do is pretty much it. You've got that instinctive sort of intuition thing happening. But sometimes it just looks so different from the water, from what it looks like on the beach. It's super easy to be an armchair critic and sit in a comfortable air-conditioned room and talk about it on the webcast.
Yeah, that's right.
But when you're in the water, it can feel like you're sitting somewhere and you're just completely in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
So sometimes having someone on the beach directing you, I mean, you've got to assume they can see more than you.
Yeah, they've got a broader perspective. And, one thing, you're a local here, Jesse, this off-rocks bank, it can be easy to get lost at sea.
Easy, yeah, totally. I mean, for me or Ryan or someone here, you wouldn't have someone there at all.
Yeah.
Because you know exactly where you are. But if I was in, Manly, for instance, where it's beach break, could be anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, having someone on the beach directing you if you're sitting in the wrong spot can be an awesome thing. It depends on the situation. Here we go, Connor O'Leary. Really vertical again on the opening turn. Spring loads into this next one. Kicks the tail out. Adjusts his feet. Straight back into the lip. More spray on that one. And one more for good measure. And again, I keep using that spring-loaded reference. But
completely.
It just looks like he's got 2 massive springs below his knees. And
Well,
he's just coiling
I was
into
actually watching that wave and thinking, it reminded me a lot of the way Owen Wright surfs. So Connor's probably over 6 feet tall, but he's surfing at about 5'10", which means as he gets into the lip, that's when he's really extending and using that sort of elastic ability to throw the spray and really add power to the turn.
Yeah, just gives him that extra little bit. And he almost gets, when he gets the release, he almost gets like a little pop.
Yeah.
He almost has pop out of the section. It gives him this little bouncy sort of feel. It's kind of like an up and down spring kind of popping. And it gives a different dimension, I guess, to the way that he's approaching the section on the wave. And it does, it separates him a little bit, I think.
The other thing I like about Connor surfing is modern surfing has probably gotten a little bit more lateral on the backhand, particularly with a lot of the aerial manoeuvres. Connor's got that hint of the old school where every backside turn he looks like he's trying to make it as vertical as possible.
And if he has to, he'll even fade back. He'll even start a bottom turn going pretty much at an angle at the wrong direction so that he can square up vertically. If there's a section that are probably begging for a lateral style maneuver, he'll often fade back and have that much power in his legs to get vertical and push through a less than ideal section with a crazy good turn.
Yeah,
So
and he's asking an interesting question because it used to be once upon a time, you look at a surfer like Newcastle's Matt Hoy, the more vertical you could go, the better. Modern judging's kind of gone, we want to see you kind of throw the fins. But and that requires a more lateral approach a lot of the time.
Yeah. So a mix of the two is probably the best possible scenario, I guess. I mean, if you throw in a bit of both, I think that variety factor in the criteria is going to come to play heavily. And if you can manage to throw a bit of both of those styles into the mix, you should be netting some pretty big scores. And speaking of big scores, Connor O'Leary's last wave up into the excellent range, 8.33, and that sends him skyrocketing into the lead with a 15.5 total. As we said earlier, Luke, no more 12s and 13s progressing through heats. I mean, you're going to have to get into that 14-plus category. I mean, assuming Stu Kennedy holding down to that 7.33 is going to net something else that's decent, it's going to be a minimum of a 14-plus total.
Well, that's right. You'd have, if you're in the next heat, you'd be watching this one thinking, you know what, I've got to get 14 or above it, or I'm not going to get through this. At least I know what the job is now. I'm not going to go out and get a pair of fives and just scrape through. I'm going to have to, if the waves continue to be like this, they're offering a high scoring potential.
Yeah, and that's what the judges are looking for. They're looking for you to take, 2 waves apart, and they want to pay you with those type of scores, and that's what's required of these guys. Here we go. Perth Stanley's going to look to grab one of his first good scores of the heat. Vertical snap to open. Another nice snap. Here he goes through the inside there, and a finishing turn there for Perth. So 3 nice and solid turns for Perth, but I mean,
I think that's going to go in as his best wave.
I think it will, yeah, but I'm not sure if it's going to put him in that
in the excellent category that he needs to be to go through, chasing an 8.79. It's going to make the situation easier for him, and he's still got. Well, it looks like our clock has stopped. A fair bit of time remaining, hopefully.
Here's a replay of it. It's just a little slow for me. He just gets a little bit caught. That one's a better turn. This one he finishes up nicely. Gets a little hung, but rides out of it nice. So three good turns. 2 are slightly better, but it'll be interesting to see where they land this score and where it factors in. Yeah, there it is. It's going to fall in that 6-point range. 6.27, easily his best wave. Brings the required total down to 6.9 points now for second place. But again, what I was trying to get at after he rode that wave is I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for the end game. Yep. I mean, actually, you know what? 4 minutes to go. It might end up being that way.
Puts him within striking distance.
It does for sure. But Stu, he's got Yellow's got a 7.33 as his top score. Currently sitting on a 13.16 total. If he locks in another 7-point range score and above, he's going to go into that 14-point range, and then Perth's going to need excellent and above.
Yep, then it's shut the gate. So just under 4 minutes to go. Perth's
going to want to be on the next wave, and he's going to want it to be well and truly north of 7.
Well, it looks like he's got second priority.
Yep.
Interesting thing will be to see the next really good wave that comes through. Connor O'Leary's well out in front. Is he going to let Perth Stanley have the next good-looking wave? Or is he going to take off and just really secure his lead?
Oh, he's taken off for sure. 7.17 is his backup score. And he's going to want to definitely put a nail in the coffin before heat's end, because he knows that 2 excellent waves could come through before heat's end. Here's Stu Kennedy throwing the front side there and lining up the next section and tapping that one away. That's going to be an interesting one to score.
Yeah, he's looking to replace a 5.83, as we do see Connor taking away, and it looks like it wasn't really a high scorer. So he's put Perth Stanley in the box seat.
I wonder if it was sold.
Maybe.
That's an interesting one. Well,
I'm from Bondi, Perth and Bondi. We know how to sell it. We know how to sell away.
Yeah, basically in real estate.
Yep,
pretty
exactly.
Much surfing Bondi. But let's load up these last couple of waves as Connor looks to make sure he grabs onto that second priority. Perth obviously holding first priority now in the box seat with 2.5 to go. It's all hinging on this last wave of Yellow, whether he's improved his scoreline right here. He's holding a 5.83 as his backup score. Well, we're going to load up Connor O'Leary's last wave first.
Wow, there was some action on the outside. Just bogged rail a little bit on the second bottom turn. And tries to get over the lump, and yeah, that's not going to be a top scorer for Connor.
I think he knew that thing was running out of steam, and he was pretty much done with it.
Stewie's calling for the score. He wants to know, did he improve?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. If he does improve, the required score for Perth Stanley is going to go north. So he right now he needs a 6.90.
Perth needs to go big, whatever the case right now, if a wave comes through.
Exactly. Here's Connor having a look wide in second priority. And bit of a victory lap style performance here on this wave for Connor. Taking it to the air. Boom. Nice amount of rotation and not to be on that occasion. But check the scores filtering on through for Stu Kennedy. And have a look at this.
Yeah, he's going to improve his situation, which means that it's all the more difficult for Perth Stanley in the final moments.
Yep, he's going to get mid-range 6.37 it is, which leaves Perth Stanley only needs a 7.43 on his next attempt. If he gets the opportunity, it's well and truly achievable. 1 minute 20 on the clock. And he doesn't go this one. He lets Stu have at it. Stu strokes into this thing. He's going to look to better it again if he can. Gets up over the foam. Carves back into the pocket there. He's going to have to go big on the inside to improve. A nice little slashing turn. Bit of pace down the line. He's going to go to the air. He goes for the alley-oop.
And actually, well, kind of almost rides out.
Wasn't an alley-oop or a carving 360?
Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't much on offer.
He's walking out, job done. Now he's just got to stand on the beach for a minute and see if Perth Stanley gets away.
Jeez, that's got to be nerve-wracking. Let's take another look at it. I don't think it's going to improve on the 6.37. Gets a little tap off the foam. Nice carving. Figure 8 there and a little frontside jam. This is where it looked like he was going to get something of substance, but unfortunately it wasn't much on that wobbly section.
Yeah, I'm calling the board got clear. I'm calling alley-oop.
Calling alley-oop on that one. Okay, so he finishes the wave nonetheless. It will be interesting to see how they score it, but I'm thinking that 13.7 total is going to stand for Stu Kennedy, which does mean Perth Stanley is running well and truly out of time. 7.43 required.
10 seconds, we're counting down. He's having a look at this little wave, but is it going to be too little too late? Was he up before the siren, Jesse?
I think he was up after.
He's looking a little despondent. He's going to surf this one out anyway. He's going to give it all he's got.
Just in case he was up before the hitter. And he has to go to the air to try and stop something. Not much on offer. Not going to be for Perth this time around. Looks like Connor O'Leary, Stu Kennedy, travelling sparring partners go through that one. And we'll bring you the next heat live. We're going to have Mitch Cruz, Dion Atkinson, Jorgen Konzenet, and Santiago Nunez coming your way right after this short commercial break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane centre.
No, Mark's the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Okay, welcome back everybody, and day number 4 of Surfest 2016 continues from Merewether Beach, and right now we're into heat number 3, round number 3 of the competition. Of course, it's the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro, and joining me back in the booth here is Matty Hoy. Hoya, how are you, champion?
Good, Tez, what's happening?
Slugging away, man, it is hot outside.
I was just about to say that. It is really, really hot.
Well, they forecast 40 degrees. I reckon it's about 38 out there at the moment. But right now, watching Mitch Cruz chipping away on his opening wave. He's taking on Dion Atkinson from South Australia. There's That's Santiago Muniz up and riding at the moment. The Argentinian in yellow. Lovely combo for Santiago.
Wasn't it? He fit some in on that one.
Killing that stuff. And Jorgen Kuzner, of course, from Reunion Island. Lovely little part of the world. You ever been to Reunion?
Yeah, mate. I won a contest in Reunion.
Oh, you did?
I'll have to say.
That's
I
right,
was
St.
throw it
Luke.
straight out there, yeah.
On your backhand?
Yeah.
Hacking away. Love it.
I was going to say 86. I was like, I was only 14. No, 1996, yeah.
That's unreal.
Yeah,
you
good.
got great memories of the place.
Oh, I love it. I had a ball every time I went there. It was a great spot. It's a beautiful island.
Yep.
They had a few shark troubles in the last few years. But
They have, yeah. It's been a bit of an issue, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Before they came to Australia, they were really bugging the guys at Reunion. I know that it's still really bad. Someone told me a story that Rob Machado was surfing St. Louis, this was like a year ago, and the sharks had come around and the Navy kept everyone out of the water in the whole island. And like St. Louis was like 6 to 8 foot and pumping, or 8 foot plus or something. Anyway, Machado went out there and the Navy was there trying to tell him to get out of the water, and he's like, no, man. They're like, get out of the water. He's like, I'm not getting out.
Yeah,
and there's like 100 people watching him get these big 8 foot tubes. And just like, yeah,
lovely.
he was out there by himself. He was absolutely loving it.
How good's that?
So Dion Atkinson, lovely little manoeuvre at the end there, and of course Dion is a former winner of Surfest, so he knows what it takes to win here at Newcastle. But we'll just wait for those scores to come on through. Mitch Cruz has had a couple of small ones. Dion's had his first wave, and so has Santiago with the 3.57. Yeah, I had a contest over there. Went to Saint Pierre. It was a sort of a fun little left-hander. And we went over there. Same deal. We had to get a clearance from the Navy to get the contest underway every day. And the best day of the contest was about 10 foot plus Saint Pierre. And of course, they couldn't get the Navy boat through the heads. They wouldn't let us hold the contest.
Oh, no.
So everyone was blowing up. Here goes Dion. This is the replay. This is a lovely way to start your heat here.
Yeah, 2 big snaps at the start there and a little cutty. See, he ends it pretty well too. So, yeah, good wave there for Dion. That last wave of red, Mitch Cruz come through at a 7-point ride. So that's a good start for Mitch too. He had a couple of low-scoring rides and then just amped up onto a 7.
All right, so heat number 7, the round of 48 underway here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. Just wait for those waves to come through. For Dion at the moment, it's Jorgen Kuznet from Reunion is in first priority. Second priority is Cruzy. Third priority is Dion. And Dion will use it up on this little one here at the Rocks. It's been some fun waves out here today, Hoya.
Yeah, it's the wind's just come right up from the northeast now. It was holding off all morning. That hot northerly was blowing all morning, but the northeast is coming. It's cooled it down a little bit. It's still not that choppy, but there's still some good waves on offer.
Yep.
The tide, it's weird. The swell sort of backed off again.
Yeah,
bizarre. The bizarrest cyclone ever.
Absolutely, yeah. It is what it is. Here goes Yellow, just whipping it around for a reverse. So Santiago Muniz, the Argentinian natural footer, looking pretty solid on that one. Gets back the connection.
Looks like he's got a sore knee, a hurt knee too.
Well, he's got some serious strapping on there, and the kid was putting his knee through the paces on that thing. That's the overview of the lineup there, and you can see that northeast wind, as Hoya mentioned, just starting to kick in. It's messing up the surf, and the surf has backed off since earlier as we go to the replay of Santiago.
He's an amp, boy. Air to reverse there, and then just this wave flattens out a little half cutty, bounces into this next section, and nice little snap there, and finish off with a little hair flick fin waft.
Lovely.
He's got a fringe on him.
He had a little fringe on him,
Yeah,
didn't he? Looked like a little sheepdog or something, didn't he? Huh?
Yeah.
Got that sort of shaved on the sides with that whole 80s boy band kind of look going on.
Old Ock look. With that, the
flat top.
Yeah, no, not a flat top. The long fringe look.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? It's a bringing it back, my man. There's Mitch Cruz in the lead. So Cruz has got a 7.0 and a 3.33. Here he goes on this one.
Nice bottom turn to snap there. Got down really low. Good. What do you call it? Amp? Oh, I forget the name of the word.
Biomechanics?
I wasn't going to say that, but that's good.
Yeah, that's
just,
it.
What do you call it when you drive into the turn and get... I forget what it's
like
called.
Momentum?
No, momentum, but just how he got down low and...
leverage?
I'll get it in him. Leverage, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of leverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. He has...
What's up that bottom turn? Like he even put the hand in the water. He got down that low.
That's right, yeah. And leverage is part of the science of surfing. I guess there's years ago, Martin Dunn broke it down to 3 things. One of them was extension, which is, you know, that when you go up and down from your knees,
Yeah.
like just going up and down. You got rotation from the hips, so that's your upper body rotation. And the third part of the science of surfing is leverage. And that means, yeah, how much you lean into your turns. And you'll see people that's got good leverage in their surfing because they're always leaning over and touching the wave faces.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what Mitch did then. That bottom turn was sick. It's like it was on a 4-foot wave, but it was on a 2-footer.
That's right. Okay, so we are just about to get some scores through. So g'day from Hoyo and Tessa. Hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It is day number 4 here at Merewether for the Surfest 2016. And the city is on fire at the moment. I just had a couple of heats off and went home to just do some washing, throw some clothes in the bin. We've been on the road for like a month or two now. There's been a string of contests happening. But, mate, all the beaches in Newcastle are completely packed, and it's such a beautiful day here in the Hunter Valley.
It's hot today, actually. It's beautiful and hot. It's like, yeah, like we keep saying, it's really hot. Humid. Oh, there we go. That's more like a big good snap there for the man in yellow. What's he got at the end? He's amped.
Wow.
Wow, that was a good wave.
Yeah.
A couple of good turns, a bit bigger turns. He got to open up a bit more.
Well, Santiago was sitting in second place, needing a 7.4 to take the lead from Cruzy. Mitch Cruz has had a 7 and a 5.07 on that last wave for Mitch, and looks like he's going on this one here for Red. Little nug through the inside.
Yep. Without priority too, which is a good thing to do. If you haven't got priority, you might as well stay busy and sit inside the other competitors and just, you know, go for little ones. Because off the rocks, some of the waves just chink into, don't look like anything. They let them go by and they just chink off into a good little wave.
All right, that's a good tip there from Hoya. So 15 and a half to go. Scores for red and yellow coming through. Those guys really dominating the lineup. Dion Atkinson currently sitting in third, and Jorgen Kuzner from Reunion is in the white. So this is the replay of Mitch Cruz. Look at the leverage, as we said, leans right over into those turns. And then his body just is always in that crouchy kind of motion where he can just kind of uncoil like a spring. And it really helps with his surfing as we get Jorgen Kuzner.
There it is, first wave.
That's his first wave for the Reunion local. Frenchman just gets his first wave into the system. So scores coming through for red, white, and yellow. We'll just get those numbers in and be able to tell you what's happening at home. Hope you're enjoying the action, though, folks. This webcast would not be possible without our strong partnership with Telstra, who supply the digital capacity for the broadcast. Thank you very much to Telstra, and of course, it's got the fastest and best broadband coverage in Australia. There's Dion Atkinson up, and whoa,
snappy.
That was powerful, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was sick. He did 2 really good turns, and that wave just opened up for him. Sucked up off the rocks, and then he did some nice big turns. It looked like it was going to wall to the beach, but didn't end up doing it. But there's another wave for yellow too. It's so amped.
He is so amped.
He's fitting more manoeuvres in than anyone out there.
Absolutely. Santiago looking sensational. Here's the replay of Cruzy on this earlier wave. Nice hit. This is the 5.07. Yep. Threw it up into the lip a couple of times and uncoils into that last turn. But he's very good surfing style, Mitch Cruz. And, you know, he's definitely one of the best kids in Australia at the moment. Just wait for Dion and Santiago. Santiago's wave came in at a 6.23. So at the moment it's Cruzy and then Santiago sitting 1-2 at the moment. Dion Atkinson needed a 5.58 and his last wave hasn't come through yet. So let's get some comparisons going. He got that, he's in a black singlet, and he got a couple of hits on that one, including a really nice finishing move.
Yeah, 2 really big turns. He flowed through them too, so that's another good thing, but he just didn't finish it with the third. But 2 big ones like that is going to be a good score.
Bad news for Mitch Colborne today. Injured his right knee, free surfing this morning, and he had to go off to the doctor, and he's unfortunately missing this contest here in Newcastle, as we see the current heat leader, Mitch Cruz from Queensland, punching off some nice little ones at the end here. I'll tell you what, Cruzy, when he gets going, he's pretty good to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, it's great. Just that bottom turn, I like how he's getting so low and projecting up onto the lip. He's like touching the water nearly every turn with his hands.
100%. That's how you work out how much leverage they've got.
Leverage, I'm going to use that.
Yeah, and here goes, of course, Santiago Muniz, the Argentinian, reversing off the end section of that one. Here's a real sort of simple lesson about leverage that I used to do at the old surf coach in Hoyo. So the more that something leans over, right?
Yep.
So say if this leans right over to there, it's going to be able to draw a much bigger arc like that, right?
Yeah.
As compared to if it only leant over a little bit, it's only going to draw a little arc. So the thing is that if you lean more over in your turns and have a lot of leverage in your surfing, like what we're seeing here with Mitch Cruz, this is Santiago just blowing the fins out on that one, and then he reverses off the end section. So 2 nice new school maneuvers there for the Argentinian. We'll get those numbers through. But yeah, back to the leverage thing. So the more that something leans over, the greater capacity it has to draw a bigger arc. So what you do is you have more leverage in your surfing, your bottom turn from A to D instead of A to B. You're going to travel a lot further.
Yeah, that's what Cruzy's doing too.
That's right. It's a real simple surfing science lesson. That one right there, kiddies. That's Martin Dunn 101 type stuff from the 80s. All right, so Mitchy Cruz is in the lead. Santiago Muniz in second place. Dion Atkinson has a score coming through, which looks like it's going to take him into second. Remember, there's another wave to come through for Santiago. It did take him to second. So Dion on that one where we saw him, napalm that last section, he got a 6.33. My apologies. It took him into second. And then there's another wave to come through from Santiago Muniz. It was that one that we just saw, that combo. But because it was a smaller wave, I don't know if it's going to get him the sort of numbers that he needs. All right, while we're just waiting for those scores to filter on through from the judges, let's throw down to Fiona, talking to the winner of the previous heat.
Hey guys, I'm here with the Cronulla kid, Connor O'Leary. Connor, you had a couple of high scores out there, so did Stuart Kennedy. How was it?
Yeah, it was good that both myself and Stewie got through the heat. I mean, I travelled with him all of last year, and we both nearly qualified, or he's pretty much on. So it was good that we both got some good scores and both got through.
And you seem to be ripping in every heat. You've been through 1-2 heats now. Do you feel like you might get some momentum in this event?
I'm not really thinking about it too much. I'm just kind of just going heat by heat, and that cliche of heat by heat, and just trying to have fun along the way and not think about it too much.
Will there be many celebrations if you win? What will it be like?
Yeah, for sure. A few beers or more, but I don't know. Just it'd be good fun just with family and friends.
Hopefully not too hungover before the next contest. Okay, we'll see you in the next round, Connor. Thank you for speaking with us.
I tell you what, she's a cheeky little interviewer, isn't she, that Fiona? Just starting to dig things out of Connor O'Leary that maybe you shouldn't have alluded to. But we'll go back to the action here in the water, and this, of course, is the Frenchman, Jorgen Kuzner, just giving that one a bit of a thump. He's in a bit of trouble at the moment right now, the Reunion local, needing a 9.39 to move to second. Santiago Muniz, you can see him in yellow there. And he's got that big boy band fringe going on, hasn't he? It reminds me of like Flock of Seagulls, or like Wah Wah Nee or something like that. It's very cool though.
No one in this day and age would even know what you're talking about. Either. That's the funniest thing.
Exactly. Well, these are all bands from the 1980s when that 80s hair thing was like really big. Here goes a bloke that looks like G.I. Joe. This is Dion Atkinson smashing away with a couple of. Geez, he knows how to get some speed out of his board for a big bloke, doesn't he?
Yeah, for a big boy, he surfs little waves really well. He charges in big waves, as everyone knows.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what's so good about like big guys in little waves that generate speed like that. They're going to do well because it's a hard thing to do.
Absolutely, and well, it is. It's fast turning into a kind of a 70 kilo man sport. The old pro surfing. Here comes one of the big fellas on the tour, Dion Atkinson. He just looked at the end of that thing and went, it's just not worth wasting any more time on, and he'll kick out of that.
He went on that one with priority too, which is a bummer.
All right, so he'll slide down into fourth priority. First priority is at the moment with Mitch Cruz. Cruz is killing it. He's got a 6 and a 7, so looking to replace the 6.0. You can see the boys just trying to paddle to stay in the one spot with that strong north sweep in the swell. We talked about the swell dropping off a little bit here today, folks. Well, yesterday Gavin Morris actually alluded to this and said...
Yeah, what did he say yesterday? I missed all that.
Yeah, what effectively it was that the tropical cyclone went past New Caledonia, and during that time there would be it would block the swell window. So he thought that there would be some kind of a gap in the swell. Spot on, as always. And today it's dropped off a little bit, and then the chart showed that it comes in around about 5 o'clock tonight. So we'll start to see it. It'll definitely fill in overnight, and then tomorrow we're going to have, I reckon about maybe 4 foot as well.
Oh, yeah,
and then on Saturday it could double. It could be 6 to 8. Or at least 6 foot anyway. Yeah. So we got waves coming. It's gonna be unreal. Look, at the moment, that's where the boys are sitting on that little inside section there. In a couple of days' time, that's just going to be a whiteout zone, and they'll be surfing like 3 times further out
just
the back than
halfway to that shit.
Pretty much. That's out on the second reef out there, third reef. So it's going to be interesting to see the playing field finish here at Surfest, folks. But yeah, good news for the organisers. Plenty of swell and competitors and spectators are going to be loving the final series weekend.
The tides are really good for the next few days too, with that high tide in the middle of the day.
That's right.
Yeah,
because
just coming up, because if the swell's from the north, it's better at high than at low, for sure.
That's right, yep. And we've got that nice reform off the middle as well, where we've got some other options. There's the current heat leader, Mitchy Cruz.
Using his priority too on this one, and it's a good looking wave, fits 3 big turns in there. He's got a better 6, so it's looking all right, I reckon. And
there is the Frenchman just whipping around and kind of forcing it up and through the lip. He didn't have too much to work with on this one for Jorgen Kuzno, but he's a great surfer, this guy, and hadn't seen too much of him before this leg out here in Australia. And Kuzno just puts that one in the bank with just on 6 minutes left on the clock.
Did you get many, here's a replay of last wave of Cruzies, and in red, nice cut back there. Fits another one, little snap there, and this last turn's a money turn. Throws a tail. 3 nice turns there. He had some better 6. We'll see what that's going to be. Did many of the international boys surf in those thousands? QS 1000s?
Yeah, there was quite a few of the Japanese and the young American guys also surfing in the, there was 4 events that Surfing New South Wales put on. That was the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. That was the events they started in Merewether, and then it went up to Cabaretta, came back to Avoca, and finished off in Boomerang. And there was also another event that was put on by Surfing Queensland, the Burleigh Pro, and that fell after Maroubra. So effectively there was 5 QS 1000 events back to back like that. Crazy. So 5 weeks in a row. It was busy times for everyone involved, and I'm just glad that I've still got a voice. I'm glad I'm not on the beach mic this week, and I'm just kind of hanging out with you guys here and being all mellow, because it was hard work, and this is much better here, just hanging out with a couple of mates and watching good surfing and talking about it. As we see this kid here, oh my goodness, he's full of beans, isn't he?
Isn't he? Well, he liked that one. We didn't see the start of that one, so he must have liked the start, because he's got a better of 5.03. He needs a 5.44 to go into second, and he was stoked with that one. Double fist pump on the end.
All right, we'll wait and see if we can find that one in the hard drive. We've got Cal out there just winding it back and just kind of shaking his head at the moment, going, I don't know if I can do anything beyond what I'm... Hang in there, Cal. It's like eating an elephant, mate, one bite at a time. Here we go. There's Yellow just pushing this one through. Lovely little reverse. Cal's gone to... Cal's gone to Crescent Head. He couldn't take it. Couldn't take the pressure.
Bartis, I saw him when he was leaving.
Nice one. And we'll get that scoring for Yellow. This is Dion Atkinson meantime. So Dion and Santiago Menez having a little stoushy-wowshy there, and a little sort of a sort of battle bubbling away under the surface for second and third. At the moment it's Cruzy that's dominating the heat. The last wave was a 6.60, so Mitch Cruz moves further ahead of the opposition. We'll get those scores in for Santiago Menez, and we'll be able to give you a bit of a situation update with just under 4 to go.
Yeah, so that last one off Cruzy's did better his other score, so that was a good way to sit. Sat with priority for a bit of time there too, so he did really well. The boys just waiting at the back there. They're getting swooped.
Swooped by the old seagulls, and well, the swell, it's a bit disappointing to see it looking like that at the moment. I really didn't think it would get this small. I thought it would be just a bit inconsistent, but actually the wave height has dipped since this morning, and let's hope that that rolls in tonight. I'm pretty confident that will do. Mitch Cruz got first priority. He'll use it up on this one, Hoyer.
Yeah, he's just up on this one, gets his first little floater in. A little, what do you call those ones? Foam climb, that's it, and then an air reverse on the end.
Wow.
I don't think that's going to be... I would have just waited if I was cruising then. 6.6, he's got a higher then, so, yeah. Although 3 minutes to go, why not? You need all the practice you can get. It's better to ride waves, I suppose, than sit out the back. Here's a
this
replay.
Was a pretty sweet combo here, so he got a little float there, then he lifts it up and climbs up on the suds, Then he builds up a bunch of speed, and that was a tail-high air reverse with a bit of almost a little nose pick kind of landing. And his nose was coming down on the back of the lip there behind him. That was pretty cool to watch.
They're not going to score him for those first couple, are they?
No, and I don't think it's going to go in the top 2 like you said, but it was just, it's good to keep the momentum going. This is Dion Atkinson using up, well, he's in 3rd priority. There's no 4th priority at the moment. We'll just see what happens here. Cruzy got another little one on the way back out. So, yeah, Dion will go back to 3rd priority. Santiago Menez in 2nd priority, and 1st priority is white for Jorgen Kuznat. And Jorgen needing a 7.53, Santiago needing a 5.44. So you've got to be thinking that Santiago Menez, is in a pretty good position right here. This is wide up and riding using priority.
On a nice little insider. He just falls off on that one. He's had not that good a heat, I should say. I know it's harsh to say, but you know what? It's harsh but true.
Mate, it must be very tough coming from a place like Reunion that's got so many good waves and then coming and surfing a little 2-foot semi-onshore breachy. Here we go with the kid with the head. This is Santiago Menez.
Oh, good. This is first turn there. Big snap there. Good looking wave here. Needing a 5.44.
Wow, okay.
That's his best. Now, and he clapped himself. He double fist pumped the 5.2, and now he clapped himself on the next one. That is his best wave of the heat. I
think there's no doubt about that. He was holding on to a 6.23 as his best wave, so if you go above that, you're talking a 6.5. That's going to put him into 2nd. This could spell trouble for Dion Atkinson.
I'm really saying that's still the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that's a good
big
quality first turn.
Speed trim through there, throw some spray. Good little floater there, and a good ending there with a little tap the lip, fin waft, half fin waft. Just like a speed floater, but good one. Through spray and all those manoeuvres, which was good.
And they were linked together, weren't they, in a kind of a seamless fashion, which was always impressive to me. I love seeing a bit of old school flow in the kids surfing these days. Rightio. There was a score that went in for Mitch Cruz, 2nd last wave, 6.07. Didn't go in the top 2. Cruzy in the lead with a 6.6 and a 7.0. Dion Atkinson in 2nd place. Santiago Menez in 3rd, waiting for that last wave for the Argentinian to come on through. And Jorgen Kuznat holding down 4th place at the moment, needing a 7.53. We're inside the last couple of seconds. This is an important wave for Dion.
We don't know what it actually needs on this wave. We don't even know if he needs anything.
Well, he does. He needs 5.77. He's just gone to 3rd. So, is he going to get there?
No.
Well, you can sort of tell by the body language. He's like, oh my God, like with seconds remaining.
So the last wave of yellow was a 5.87, which put him into 2nd place, and then Dion needed a 5.77 on that last wave, and I don't think he's going to go. I thought that last wave of yellow was going to be more than that, but obviously I'm not a judge. But
well, that's going to be very interesting. Thank you very much to Yoga Bodyworks, to Dalton Lawyers, Commonwealth Bank Throwing Buckets, Ace Scaffolding, Sandbar and Pretty Shady, along with Blue Door and the Burwood Inn. We thank of all of our sponsors here, and of course none more than Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota, our major naming rights sponsors of this QS 6000 event on the World Surf League. Dion Atkinson, last wave, 3.60, not enough. It's Cruzy and Santiago Menez rocking on through this one. That was heat number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more action from Surfest right after this break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane centre.
No, Mark's the big fella. Look, you.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend.
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah, got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Alrighty, so welcome back, folks. That is a beautiful day here in Newcastle. 39 degrees in Merewether Beach here in New South Wales, Australia, folks, for day number 3 of Surfest 2016. Taz McKenna and Matty Hoy taking you through these couple of heats here. And Hoya, that is Kato Kino, the kid from Hawaii. This guy's got some skills.
Yeah, first wave of the heat for him. There's been 2 waves ridden, white and yellow, a 4.7 for white and a 2.83 for yellow. And that was Red's first wave right there.
This is a really good heat, this one. Check it out, folks. This is the lineup. We got Kato Kino. We just saw him in the red singlet from Hawaii. Solly Bailey from Australia, who is, I love watching this guy surf. He really goes for it. Here's the replay of Kino from Hawaii. Just nice big first hit.
Good little wave off the rocks here too. Well, just gets a little bit stuck up there, but nice snap at the end, and he finishes well here too.
Yeah, very good technique. Really nice body position, perfectly centered over the board. Had the chest over the knee with the landing and that, so that was good. Yago Dora is in the white singlet, and Kanoa Igarashi from the USA is in the yellow. That's Solly Bailey on his first wave. But how's that for a lineup? Kato Kino, Solly Bailey, Yago Dora, Kanoa Igarashi. These are some of the most entertaining surfers on the planet.
Yeah, good names too. Don't worry about that. Entertaining names.
Nobody calls their kid Terry anymore, do they? It's cruel.
Matthew's out too, don't worry.
I know, you've got to go for the out there sort of names, don't you? We've had a few reefs, and there's been a Kira and a Lennox, and there's all these breaks around. Here's Black. This is the replay for Solly Bailey, first wave.
Great first turn, then carved to tail slide there. Wave goes a bit flat in the middle here. Fits another little turn in there, and I think you can see how shallow it goes on the end there. There's like triple sucking waves in there. Yeah, he finishes it off well though.
All right.
Solid.
Well, we'll just get those scores through. Kanoa Igarashi opened up with a 2.83. Yago Dora with a 4.17. Kato Kino with a 5.5. Looks like he's probably got the better of the first wave exchanges, and Solly Bailey puts his first one in the bank. It just kind of filters through at a 4.73. So Kato Kino, Solly Bailey, Yago Dora, and Kanoa Igarashi in that order from top to bottom after the first wave exchange. While there's a little break in the action, we've got Fiona once again just talking with Mitch, the winner of the previous heat. Take it away.
Hello guys, I'm down here in the sun with Mitch Cruz, winner of the last heat. Mitch, you were all doing a couple of airs out there. I think you kind of set a trend. Were you looking forward to that little onshore wind?
Yeah, the waves are pretty poor out there, so I just caught a bunch of waves at the start. I didn't really have a game plan. I just caught a bunch of waves, and I just thought if I land in air, maybe I'll get a bit of a score, and I didn't know if they were going to score it, and they scored it. So yeah, I just thought, well, it's working.
Are you looking for a big year this year, Mitch?
Yeah, definitely going to give it a real good crack this year, and last year I just kind of cruised and had a bit of time off. So yeah, I'm just going to really try a lot harder this year, and yeah.
Are you cruising with the boys at this contest, or where are you staying?
I'm staying just over at the harbour there. I was staying solo, and then Mitch Colborne come move in to keep me company. And yeah, I haven't been feeling the best lately. Kind of got a bit sick, so yeah, it's been good. I love coming to Newcastle, and it's so fun. It's sick cafes and restaurants. So yeah, I've been having a good time. But yeah, I'm just hanging out.
Just quickly, do you know what happened to Mitch? Why did he pull out of the event?
Yesterday we were surfing Frenchman's, and he did a backside air and kind of twisted his knee. And I don't know exactly the extent of it. He's actually getting an MRI right now, so I'll know more then. But yeah, his knee's kind of stuffed.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too good. Wish him the best from us, and thanks for speaking with us.
Cool.
Sweet.
All right, well, once again, Fiona just digging deep under the questions there. Wanted to know where he's staying. What about your phone number, Mitch?
No chance.
No, he's only joking. She's doing a fantastic job. I'm really loving the questions that Fiona's coming up with. She's doing it. She's never done this sort of thing before, so she just got thrown in the deep end of the 6-star, and she's really doing good. Very stoked to have her here. All right, so Kanoa Igarashi from America, USA. For last wave, 5.43. Also got second wave scores locking in for Yago, Dora, and also Katakino. So now that everyone's got 2 waves apiece, Solly's just paddling back into the lineup. So everyone's got 2 waves. It's first priority red, second priority white with 17.5 to go. This will give us a much better indication when these numbers fill on through from the judges. Be able to tell you who's coming where. So it's heat number 4 is underway at the moment. Coming up heat number 5, another crazy heat. Toby Cathles from North Narrabeen. Tanner Gdauskas will be out there from the USA. Of course, Evan Geiselman from the USA, as well as Ramsey Bulkheim from Morocco. So
Morocco?
Yeah.
That's where I want to go.
Oh, yeah. I would love to go to Morocco. I've been very close a couple of times. Canary Islands, I used to go there every year. For 5 or 6 years in a row, I went out to Canaries. I love it. Have you been there?
No, I've never been there.
Yeah, you would just love it out there. It's so nice, good food, cheap. Really powerful waves. Would be right up your alley. But that's not far because that's just off Morocco, just straight out off it. And there's Kanoa Igarashi blowing the fins out on that one and tapping away. Nice. This kid, he turned up about 2 years ago at a Pro Junior, maybe even 3 years ago now. He's been around a while. And, he really took the pro surfing world by storm. And we all said, this guy's got to be the next biggest thing. And then what happened was a whole pool of kids around the same age also started to fire up at the same time. So he'd come through in one of those packs, kind of like the pack that Parko and Mick came through when there was just so many good surfers all coming through one generation at one time. Yeah, so they had it was tough if you were an excellent surfer coming through that pack. It was just so hard to get through. You had Lowy and Wink and all these really good guys all coming through. So, I reckon it's the same at the moment. There's a massive pool of talent out there at the moment. And this guy's one of them, Yago Dora from Brazil.
They're everywhere.
They are.
No, there is. You're right, though. There's a pack of a really big pack of young kids, all about the 18-year age mark, not 18, 19-year age. So yeah, it's going to be interesting the next few years.
Well, the cream will rise to the top. This is the replay the judges actually requested for Kodo Kino from Hawaii, who was sitting in second position. Lovely bit of rail work there, and gee, I like his style.
They're smooth, eh?
Yeah, really silky smooth and just a really good technique, that's for sure. So first priority red, second priority yellow, third priority black for those people at home. Not too sure on the webcast whether or not it shows the priority. I don't think it does, but I'll jump in the live site and have a look when I get a head off. But otherwise, we'll keep you people informed at home. It's always nice to know when you think, why did that guy pull back? And so we'll keep you updated with the priority sequence here in the commentary booth. That is Solly Bailey hitting that one. And
with third priority then, he was way deeper than all the other guys. I think because the tide's dropping out, the waves are looking like they're pushing a bit wider.
Gotcha.
He was deep off the rocks end, and no one even looked at that one again. I don't think it was that much for score, but still, there's waves there that no one, if you're sitting out too far, you don't even see them.
All right, well, Dora just exploring his opportunity there, and no, excuse the pun with the whole Dora the Explorer connection. But no, he's one of the best aerialists I've ever seen. We spoke about him earlier in the contest. Yeah, boosting at Boomerang was just that was just absolutely jaw dropping. I've never seen anything like that in my life. So I can't wait to see that kid. You know, in some good waves. It'll be interesting to see him boosting, that's for sure. But he's one of the best aerialists on the planet at the moment when he gets going. That guy, Yago Dora. Right now, he needs some scores on the board. He's kind of lagging at the moment in 4th position. Kanoa Igarashi's got a really good third wave coming through for yellow. Kadokina, that wave that the judges asked for the replay, picked up at a 5.20. And Kanoa Igarashi's last wave for yellow was a 7.0. It was a situation change. So the Americans kind of dominating this one. Kanoa Igarashi in the lead with a 7 and a 5.43. Kadokina in 2nd place, needing 6.94 to take the lead. Solly Bailey's down into 3rd. And he needs a 4.87, and Yago Dora needing a 6.53. Yago can do that with 1 punt. So
it's true that. And there's a score coming in for Solly too. 2 scores actually coming in. So this is going to change again.
Well, there you go. That was the previous update. Yep. And with these last wave scores, this is wave 3 and 4 for Solly Bailey. Wave number 3, 7.1. That puts Solly into the lead, and his next wave is not even going to go in the top 2, so we won't worry about that one. But Solly Bailey hits the lead with 12.5 to go. We're up to half time in this heat in the water. Heat number 4, round number 3 of the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. Kanoa Igarashi sitting in 2nd, needing a 5.94 to go into the lead on this wave.
And here he's up and riding. His last wave was a really good one. And this one, look, he's got a bit of confidence. Air reverse first manoeuvre. Waves bowling up on the inside. What's he got for us? Another nice turn there. If he finishes well, this is another good score. Little floater. And a little tail off.
That is, you can tell the class in that guy surfing, eh? And even when he did that air reverse...
did he win the Pro Junior here?
He won...
second?
He did, what, this year?
No, not this year.
A couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, he might have won it even. I think you're right, or at least in the top 2 anyway.
Yeah.
But he's been a bit of a prolific standout here at Newcastle over the last couple of years. As we said, rocked up 3 or 4 years ago and really started to turn a lot of heads with his snappy style. Kanoa Igarashi in the yellow from Hawaii. With just not much happening on screen there at the moment. Thank you very much to our illustrious list of sponsors. So many people come to the party to sponsor this competition every year, and just a couple of them that we would really like to thank. Let's go down to the little guys who supply all the stuff that we need, like Richard Bartlett Photography, who provides some very cool shots for the social media. Thanks to Boom Logistics, of course, they have to bring a crane in here to put all the the mountables and everything onto the scaffolding. Thanks to the Port of Newcastle for their financial support. Smithy's Electrical, he plugs everything together for us. He's a classic, he's been there forever, Smithy's Electrical. And of course, Harry's Schnitzel sponsoring the food court at Surfest right here at Merewether Beach.
I just had my 3rd one for the week.
Yeah, I've been just going halves with people in a...
That's a good call, because they're very filling.
Well, they're awesome too, and thank you very much to Harry and PJ and all the gang of Blue Door and everything who, those guys are really taking over the world, aren't they?
Haven't they? Taking over Merewether anyway.
Yeah, good on you guys. Saw a little opportunity and they grabbed it. I loved it. Very ambitious. All right, so 10.5 minutes left on the clock. Kanoa Igarashi, last wave scores for yellow a 6.67, and Kanoa Igarashi leaps into the lead with that one. Solly Bailey in 2nd, Kadokina down into 3rd. And Red now's got a bit of a mission on his hands, a 7.43 for Red to go into 2nd, and White needing an 8.76. There's a nice little shot at some of the beachgoers there, just lapping up what is an incredibly hot day here in Newcastle, folks. Around about 38, 39 degrees outside. What's the top temperature around here that you'd probably get to? Like low 40s is like as hot as it gets, isn't it?
Yeah, 40, 41 maybe.
So we're pushing like into that kind of region now. This is a full-on sweatathon. It's like a heat wave here in Newcastle today.
It's one of the hottest days of the year. Well, this year,
Yeah, of this year. I think it's
definitely the hottest day of the year. This year, for sure.
That's right.
We're not that far into this year, though.
No, but it is an absolute scorcher out there, and the beaches are absolutely packed here in Newcastle, and rightfully so, because we are the city of beaches. As we look at Red's got priority on this one, so Kadokina sitting in 3rd place. He needs a 7.43. And, well, he was looking for a little ramp to kind of launch off, but he didn't really get the kind of pop off that thing that he was hoping for.
Yeah, that was one of those waves off the rocks. If he's out of position by a metre, he gets caught behind the whole way. If he's 1 metre to the left, as you're looking at it, he makes that wave and maybe gets a good score. It's just, yeah, it's just at this tide and this swell direction, you just can't be, you got to be right on the peak or you just miss out. Watch where this wave is. Maybe where yellow was.
Yep, sure.
He makes this wave the whole way, it doesn't
Yep.
close out. It just gets stuck and it looks like it winds off the whole way.
That's right, and you can see him just staring
Yeah.
at, giving it the stink eye.
Yeah.
Going, whoa, I'm 1 metre behind and I can't get around it. Here goes Yago Dora, a little wave on the inside there for the goofy footer. And Yago Dora, as I said, he's got an incredible backhand air game, but he's going to need more. Well, there we go. Yeah, he's going to need a little more than that, buddy. We've got 8.5 minutes left on the clock. Dora needing an 8.76. Koto Kino needing a 7.43. They're the scores required for the guys sitting in 3rd and 4th place. Otherwise, Solly Bailey in 2nd and Kanoa Igarashi, current heat leader. Just want to say a big shout out to those people watching the Oceanic Cable Network in Hawaii. Hope you guys are enjoying the live broadcast here from Newcastle. And Matty Hoyt has McKenna taking you through these couple of heats here. Thanks for watching and hope you're enjoying. As we see Yago Dora, little new school move on the inside there.
Yeah, that was a replay of his last wave. He only got a 3.57 for that one, so that goes into his top 2, but he still needs a 8.76. So he's got his work cut out for Yago.
Well, he just needs to, get into the priority system, so he'll enter the lineup now. He'll probably get awarded 4th priority about now, and red's in 3rd priority, yellow's in 2nd priority, and 1st priority is Solly Bailey in the black. So you've got to be thinking, Solly has got 1st priority. He's in 2nd position. What do you do in that position with 7 minutes on the clock? You look at who's coming 3rd and 4th. You go, okay, red and white is coming 3rd and 4th. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of try and make life a little tougher on them. And I'm going to try and improve my position, which is Solly Bailey's 2nd best wave is a 5.83.
Well, that's all he's looking at, I reckon. You know, with 4-man priority, maybe if man on man you'd be looking at that, but 4-man priority, just got to be looking at beating a 5.83.
Maybe there's too much time left at the moment. He'll wait till the last couple of minutes before he goes down
Here
that
he is.
thought pattern. Here he goes, Solly Bailey. And this kid from Byron Bay, it's all or nothing for Solly Bailey. He always surfs at breakneck speed.
This is a good wave. He used his priority really well, and there's that double up on the inside you have to deal with. Yeah, that was a pretty good wave. That, I reckon, well, it's on par with the 5.83, but those first couple of turns were really good. First turn especially, and he finished pretty well.
All right, we'll see what the judges' interpretation of that one was in the form of numbers shortly. And let's check the replay. So Bailey, boom, up to a nice little first hit. Then he sinks the rail into that one.
That was a great carve, that one. Nice snap there.
Beautiful little snap in the pocket. And then they're finishing. Yeah, okay, so he's got 4 hits on that one.
I thought the first turn was a little bigger than that one, but that second turn was the money turn. Big carve and big Solly.
Well, you've got to be thinking Kanoa Igarashi's last wave, 6.67. It's kind of reminded me of that, maybe a 6.5 or something. Yeah, I think he's going to replace the 5.83. If he's lucky, he's going to go close. Either way, every time I try and allude to any kind of score thing, I always embarrass myself. So I'm not going to really go down that road.
Me too, don't worry.
Yeah, it's always tough, isn't it? Thank you very much. This webcast would not be possible without our strong partnership with Telstra, who supply the digital capacity for the broadband. Those guys got it all plugged in out the back, and they, it's part of their sponsorship. And Telstra has the largest and fastest network in Australia. Thank you very much, Telstra, for your support of Surfest.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Yago Dora last wave 3.57. He's lurking in 4th position at the moment. You can see those flags really starting to rip along. There's some of our sponsors there, the Herald, Sandbar, Maitland, Port Stephens, Toyota. We've got NIB. Thank you very much to Orica and, of course, Taggart, along with Toyota and all of the other people throwing buckets in there as well. You could become part of the Throwing Buckets tribe if you wanted to buy yourself some advertising in that very cool little online magazine. So just a few of the sponsors' flags flying in that northeast breeze. And wind really starting to step up out there, Hoya.
Yeah, it's howling, but it's nearly dead north, the wind. It's not that northeast. It usually cools it down. So it's a hot northerly it's blowing. So It's sort of coming directly along the beach. And usually when the nor'easter comes, it comes off the ocean and cools it down a little bit, but it hasn't done that at all today.
No, it's still got a lot of heat coming down the valley at the moment, so it's just all blowing straight back over us like a hairdryer. We've got around about 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. This is Katakino up and riding. The Hawaiian boosting off that section there, and he would have loved a little something beyond that. Unfortunately, that's not going to really cut it for him. This is Yago Dora, and he's on the back foot now, and I'll tell you what, he's going to do something crazy. There he goes, lovely little backside air reverse, then he starts to whip it through the inside.
He hasn't had many to show his wares, has he?
No, and he's been forcing those manoeuvres, and he can do them like that, but, you know, the beautiful thing with Yago is when he does get a little bit of chunk and he's got some lip to work with, it's just it's a whole new level, that's for sure. All right, well, he looks like he's going to be going back to live action, this one, by the way. I believe this is Yago Dora once again. That's a previous one. That's the replay of the previous wave. Okay. And then he gets out of that one. So, all right, well, we'll wait for those scores to come through and give the update. There's a local there, just got his hat on, trying to stay. There's that northeast breeze. You can see that red flag behind that bloke there with his beard, and got his little cup of coffee. He's got his little fishing cap and his coffee. He looked like he was pretty happy, Hoya.
Yeah, he was happy. Why wouldn't you be? Look where he's sitting.
I know.
Looking at the beach, looking at the view. Having a great day at Merewether.
There's a lot worse places to be, that's for sure. Okay, Yago Dora trying to get all new school to get himself out of trouble. 8.76. The kid's just got to really just concentrate on catching a set.
Here's Red's last wave. That he did a couple of nice turns. He only a small wave on the inside, needing a 7.43. It's nice snaps, but yeah, I think it's just too small, and yeah, he flicks out. He knew I can get none on that. So that last wave of Solly Bailey's too. It's been a while since that happened, but he got a 5.80, 5.80. So it didn't go into his top two. And here's Kanoa again. Oh, some nice turns there. Flying through this inside. He's going to boost for sure. Oh, yeah. Nice.
Oh, wow. How's the athleticism to be able to even just twist your board around like this? He creased it? He's looking at his watch. He's like, I've got to ride this thing for another 5 minutes, and then I'll just go pull another one out of that quiver of 15 boards that I just collected the other day.
Exactly. Well, you said someone pulled it out. I was saying Kalani David pulled one from the shop the other day and just rode it and won his heat.
Pulled two. He busted his board, and then he's sponsored by Stacey. Went into Sandbar, the local shop, and took two off the rack and won his heat on one of them. That speaks volumes for Stacey. Look at this speed that this kid's getting up and over. And you can tell as soon as he got his board, look, he turned it over and checked the bottom of it. And I'd say that he would have probably creased that then. It really did look like the board had a kind of a boing, boing, boing kind of landing, didn't it?
He landed out in the flats too. That doesn't help.
No.
He had to better a 6.67. Well, you know, he's in the lead no matter what. But, yeah, I reckon it might better that as well to extend his lead.
All right, well, we're coming down to crunch time, folks. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Kanoa Igarashi in the lead, looking to improve his situation. Solly Bailey up and riding is in second, and Solly just, Finn's kind of just chatted out on that one, and he couldn't continue on. Right behind him is Kato Kino in third. This is an important wave.
It is. This is a smooth one too, the one behind the second wave in the set. Nice and smooth, gets a bit stuck at the lip.
Kato Kino, is he going to be able to recover and get around this little section? Little foam climb at the end, really milked that thing big time.
He just got stuck in that middle bit, didn't that wave flat? It looked like it was going to stay sucky and flatten out him halfway through that turn.
Yeah, and it kind of dissected, and he caught back up with it. But let's see, it's taken the shine off it, didn't it?
Yeah, well, there you go. Kanoa's last wave was nowhere near what I said it was going to be, 4.77. Red's still needing a 7.43, sorry, 7.43, and it's not going to come into that either.
No, he's not going to get through this heat. There's only 25 seconds remaining. So it's looking increasingly like Kanoa Igarashi from the USA and Solly Bailey from Australia will make their way through heat number 4 here, folks. And, of course, you're watching the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. It is a QS 6000 event here at Merewether in Newcastle, Australia. And $150,000 US up for grabs. That makes it official. So we must say goodbye to Kato Kino and Yago Dora, two great surfers here in Newey, have been eliminated. Solly Bailey, Kanoa Igarashi rocking on through. You can see the next heat is in position and ready to go. That's a nice little close-up of the current heat winner there, Kanoa Igarashi from the USA. We're going to throw to a commercial break, folks. Be back with lots more action right after this.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas,
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, marks it. The big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Well, welcome back to Surfest Day number 4 of the Surfest 2016, and joining me in the booth at the moment, Jesse Adam. How are you, champion?
Good, mate. Yeah, good couple of heats to watch there down on the promenade.
Oh, they were really good. God, there's been some talent that's not just getting through, but knocked out as well.
I know, it's unbelievable. You know, some of the names that have turned up this year is just incredible, and it doesn't stop here with the next couple of names in this next heat are pretty exciting to watch. We've got David Cathles, WCT Tour rookie for 2016. We've got Tanner Gadauskas, an ex-Tour competitor, Evan Geiselman and Ramsey Bookheim, two exciting, electrifying goofy footers.
Well, there we go. Hope you're enjoying the action, folks. Jesse and Taz taking you through a couple of heats here. We'll have Luke Kennedy from Tracks Magazine. He's probably just fighting some kind of deadline now and sending an email through trying to get that magazine published. As they do, they like to push the deadlines, the old journo guys. But we're stoked to be hanging out with you for the afternoon. It's the swell's kind of dropped off a little.
Yeah, it has, just a tad. I mean, we've been calling for the swell to pick up, you know, slowly throughout the week. But I guess we're getting that calm before the storm vibe.
That's right. Yeah, of course. I believe it's going to come in late this afternoon, early tonight.
Yep, and then we could have some nice waves in the morning.
Yeah, nice waves in the morning, and then and maybe some angry waves on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday's looking like it could have a bit of grunt behind it, that's for sure, and also Sunday as well. We're expecting some solid conditions throughout the weekend. Here's David Cathles on his second scoring ride there. Unfortunately, goes down over the front of the board. He's opened up with a very small score on the board, and Tanner Gadauskas and a small score as well. So a bit of a slow start to this one, but we're just on about 4 minutes down. So early days for this heat, expecting some fireworks throughout the middle part of this one.
Don't forget to this webcast being streamed to over 100 countries worldwide, also televised live on the Oceanic channel in Hawaii. So aloha to all our friends over there watching on the pineapple-encrusted island of Oahu and Kauai and Maui, and a beautiful part of the world over there, isn't it?
Had a mate contact us on Facebook. I think he might have even contacted Matt. Brad, he said, I just got over to Hawaii and I'm checking pipe, but I'm also watching you guys. It's not even on the computer, it's on telly.
Yeah, what a
It's on
classic.
television. Live there, so you know, stoked to have you guys on board and checking out some of the international talent. There's another way from Davey Cathles, and very polished stuff there.
Oh, lovely. Beautiful style. Ramsey Bookheim, the Moroccan goofy footer, also weaving his way through the inside of the rocks here. So we're, looks like the boys are starting to feel the way through, and Evan Geiselman enjoying his first wave.
Yep, nice throw of the tail. That was a really impressive manoeuvre. Unfortunately, just the one turn on that particular wave, but that was really cool. It's not often you see, you know, on the backside like that, a tail throw that doesn't turn into reverse. Generally, it gets spun around full 360, but to see it pull it back the other way was kind of nifty. As we see Tanner Gadauskas also back to the wall, nice and tight.
Wow.
into the pocket quite a few times there. That was really impressive stuff. One more off the phone. How good was that?
That is so cool, and I really love the hand drive through those turns as well, just the way that he had his upper body rotation going, and it was very stylish approach. That's the replay for Davey Cathal's earlier ride, and Davey Taggart in that one. So I guess we'll end up pulling a few of these back out of the hard drive to have a re-look at them. So 19.5 minutes remaining. Scores are forthcoming. You're watching right now heat number 5. And coming up in heat number 6, Jade Nickel will take on Timothy Bissot from Guadeloupe, Jean Giroux from France, and Matt Banting from Australia. Of course, Matt Banting, former winner of Surfest.
Yeah, 2 years ago he took it out ahead of Nathan Hedge, I believe, was the finalist there. And yeah, he had a stellar event that year. He was just above the lip more than he was on the wave face. But sounds like we're going to go down to a post-heat interview on the centre stage with Fiona. Fiona, take it away.
Hey guys, I'm just down here with Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa, you're on tour this year. Can you tell me how excited you are and how you're feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. It's a big accomplishment that I did last year, and I'm just here warming up for them and trying to get my boards ready and get that competitive mindset going again for this year.
Are you going to continue to do the QSs? And if so, how do you think you're going to balance that 2 tours?
I'm just going to do the primes this year, and these 2 6-stars, of course, NOS. I'm just going to, I really love competing. I'm just going to use it as a way to keep my rhythm going and keep my momentum going.
Yeah, hopefully that works for you. And I believe you want to say something in Japanese?
Yeah, みんな見てて今日はありがとう。またヒート残って、また明日も続いてこのまま頑張ります。
Okay, thanks for talking with us, Kanoa, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, konnichiwa. And yeah, very impressive. He's a great young kid. He looks really grounded, doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, it's funny to hear him. I haven't heard him speak in Japanese before.
No.
I've hung out with him a bit in the States, and he's got that typical California surfer dude thing going on. You know, he's just a standard Californian guy that surfs Huntington Beach every day, and just to hear him speak in his native tongue there in Japanese is really cool. So I guess he was just saying hello to all the fans out there watching over there in Japan.
Isn't it unreal? Yeah, that is super cool. And he's such a marketable kind of a dude, isn't he? He's got it all going on. Awesome surfer as well. So we'll get those scores in for here. Wow, we've got some pretty good numbers dropping here for Ramsey Bullkheim and also Tanner Gdauskas on their first waves. Davey Cathal's up and going for it on this one.
Yeah, that was the wave we just saw prior to the interview, just as the interview started there with Fiona. That was Davey Cathal's dropping 2 pretty nice fin releases on the front side. He's locked in a couple of average scores. He's got a 5.27 in the system. We do have a couple of more numbers to drop in for Davey. We'll wait for those to trickle on through, but those indications of the first couple of scores for Tanner Gdauskas and Ramsey Bullkheim, as you mentioned, Tez, they're going to lock in some very decent numbers, as is Evan Geiselman as well. So, I mean, there's going to be a good score apiece across the board. And, well, there you go. Ramsey Bullkheim drops a 7.17. And, that's going to be the second best score of this early exchange. We'll let them fall into place. There we go, 8.33. Tanner Gdauskas really got rewarded for that old school driving, powerful backhand style.
Sure, lovely stuff. And Evan Geiselman, as you said, the way that he blew those fins out and then didn't reverse it, that's a next level of control because, it's just so easy to hit it and then let it release and spin around. But to hit it and pull it back actually takes another level of control, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And they're going to reward him for that style of surfing, that's for sure. So couple of more numbers to drop in, just taking a look at it, and well, here we go, 6.33 last of Evan Geiselman, and another 5 range score for Davey. So we've definitely got a heat on our hands here, Tez.
Looking like an awesome heat. So big shout out to all those people watching the webcast. Hope you're enjoying the action, folks. Live from Surfest day number 4, and once again we do have waves coming down the coastline. So this is probably as bad as it's going to get throughout the contest. So hang out with us here for the afternoon as we see red up and off the end of that one for Davey Cathal's realising he didn't have enough speed to do that sort of move.
Yeah, interesting. You probably just had the one shot at it, so let it fly on that one, but not to be that time around. But I tell you what, plenty of opportunities at the front here off the rocks. I've heard a few mixed bag of responses. Guys saying the surf's average, a guy saying the surf's really fun. But at the end of the day, I mean, these guys compete in some pretty poor conditions across the year. You might get dead flat. I mean, it could be 0 to 1 foot right now. But
That's
it's not.
right.
There's 3 to 4 foot of swell. On the inside of the rocks, it's 2 to 3 feet, and it's bowly, and they're able to go vertical, as is Ramsey Buchheim right there. Nearly gets that that last turn completed. But we're seeing some massive scores and some really good surfing. So I think well and truly above the contestable mark here at Merewether.
Absolutely agree. And 14:40 left on the clock, so we'll get wave number 2 into the system for Ramsey Buchheim. This is the replay. This guy's got a razor-sharp backhand, really tight turn there. Just a little too late on that last manoeuvre there, and the lip just sort of came down and took him out. A 4.17 for Ramsey. So at the moment, Tanner Gadauskas with an 8.33 and a 4.5 is currently in the lead. Ramsey Buchheim's in second. He's had a 7.17 and a 4.17. David Castle's down into third, chasing a 5.85 to go to second, and Evan Geiselman needing a 5.02 to go to second. And once again, the crowd just trying to stay out of it. It's almost too hot to be outside at the moment. It's one of those days. It feels like Mars when you walk out that front door.
Oh my God, how hot is it? I mean, right where the Surfest banner is there on the side of the scaffolding, there's a tiny square of shade below it. I've been standing there trying to get away. If you stand anywhere outside of that little shady square where you can see Mitch Cruz having a chat with Craig Anderson and Travis Lynch and the guys there checking the action, they must just be absolutely sweating it out watching these guys rip apart the rocks. As we see Ramsey manages to stick the third manoeuvre as he works his way through the inside for one more.
Wow.
Smaller inside wave, but really got the groundwork done.
Absolutely. Great technique on his backhand. And first priority is with White. Evan Geiselman holding priority. Second priority is Tanner Gadauskas, and third priority is David Cathles. But this is the replay.
There he is, Ramsey. Nice and sharp as he pivots out of that foamy section. There's another little vertical poke in the pocket and gets a finishing manoeuvre.
Wow.
Very tight, solid stuff there. Well, that score will drop on in. We'll see if it goes up into his top 2. It's his third scoring ride. We'll let it lock into the system. Just under 13 minutes remaining in this one. And quite a few waves caught. The best of this early exchange, of course, Tanner Gadauskas is 8.33. That sees him holding the lead. And Will Ramsey on the strength of that 7.17 to open also. So, I mean, first waves being pretty hypercritical to start off the heat here.
Absolutely. It's, wave selection. It's really separating the athletes here today. Folks, for day number 4 of the Surfest 2016. And right now we are watching Heat 5, Round 3 of the men's division. So coming up in heat number 6, Jaden Nickel, Timothy Bissau, Jean Deroux and Matty Banting. So these heats are just absolutely, chock-a-block full of talent from top to bottom. And as you said, Jess, there's just no room for error really out here. I mean, you have to make the ultimate decision really comes with your wave selection, and then also once you're actually on the wave, it's the decisions you make for the manoeuvres that you're going to do that really dictate the ride as well.
Exactly. I mean, opening up with a solid score, obviously sets you up for a really good heat, but for the most part, most guys opening up with an excellent score at taking heat wins. Just getting that momentum from the very beginning can set you up well and truly for the rest of the heat.
Well, there we go. It's summertime in Australia, ladies and gentlemen, around the world. And, that's the beautiful thing about living here in Australia is that we have a beach lifestyle and, everyone loves the sand and the surf and hanging out on the beach. So it's a beautiful day down there today, and those girls will be heading down to have a nice little swim and try and cool off. Right about now, we've got 11 minutes left on the clock, and look at this, a big heavy traffic out that takeoff zone.
Yep, White with first priority. Evan Geiselman manhandles his way into this one. He likes the look of it. He's got to stick with this wide bowl if he wants to get an inside section. It lines up for him here. Nice vertical re-entry and another on that last bit. That board looking electric under his feet.
Oh, doesn't it? White, it looks so spicy. And I love the spray too. That's like an old school full 80s spray, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a flashback spray from my era. Yeah. Loving that stuff.
We're seeing that pop up more and more, aren't we? I'm seeing in this local surf shop, Sandbar Surf in the junction there, they nearly half the boards in the rack are popping up with fluoros and rail sprays and stuff like that, just off the rack. Even.
I love it. I reckon it looks unreal. White belt boards get really lost in the froth, so it's nice to have a bit of colour on there. There's another little replay of Evan Geiselman. who was sitting in fourth position going into that exchange. He picked up a 5.07. He's moved to third, and he's now chasing a 6.48. Evan, of course, it's no secret that Evan was very lucky at Pipeline recently when he took a really big knock on a wipeout, and he was super lucky that Andre Botha, former world bodyboard champion, actually came to the rescue there and really helped him out.
Yeah, that was a very precarious situation that Evan found himself in. A great looking wave that he went down on, but it borderline, it just about took his life. It was a really heavy situation, and we're all very thankful that he had a bunch of those very lucky people as well to be there at the time and be able to be there to support him and save him.
No, that's right. I saw the whole unedited version of that footage, and of course Mick came in at the end there and helped out as well, and all the boys got him out of the water, and luckily, as you said, the lifeguards there with the guys who were there for the contest, and they put him on the board and took him straight to hospital, and he recovered after that, but it really shook him up. It's great to see him back in good form again.
Yeah, straight away, straight back into stuff like this. It's unbelievable that he went from the start of his Hawaii season was amazing. He was just absolutely charging, hence how he got himself into that situation. He's really going for it, and then to be holding on to his life by the skin of his teeth for a few days there, and then and then to be back here at the first big event of the year, just doing this well, progressing through heats, surfing super razor sharp, and looking really deadly. I mean, that's that's strength.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, as humans, they're pushing the boundaries of what's possible. We had pretty gnarly some injuries over this. Of course, B. Durbich, of course, and we hope that B's mending himself real quickly. And Owie got a bit shooken up there as well from a big old wipeout as well.
Pretty much the same swell, I think, in the same period of time.
That's right. Was it the same day? Maybe.
It was around the same vicinity, and he had just a couple of wave hold down, which really shook him up. And I mean, they were calling that they'd never seen anything like that, outside of like really crazy whiplash in a car or something of that nature, in terms, something that can shake your brain that hard. They haven't seen it outside of anything of, car accident style scenarios. So just to imagine how much power and how much energy was in the waves during that swell over there, that's just like you said, pushing the limits and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Yeah,
it's crazy stuff, and it's super. So you've got to be so fit and so dedicated, and it's just it's a mission to get yourself there. But everyone wants to be on the circuits, don't they? They're all here for one reason. Okay, so we've got just under 8 minutes left on the clock. Tanner Gadauskas from the USA, currently in the lead, looking to replace the 4.50. He's currently sitting in priority, and with 7:40 on the clock, he's playing the game perfectly. Second place, Ramsey Bulkheim, needing a 5.67, but here goes Tanner, trying to get rid of the 4.5.
Yep, and he uses priority on this one, up into the lip again, and finally gets to some green face for one more vertical re-entry. Very tight stuff. He's got that ability to get compact and really push really close to the braking part of the wave there.
So his technique is just flawless there on his back end, isn't it? The way that he holds his hands kind of tight to his body, and then he's still got the upper body rotation. He's able to rotate in a tighter fashion than your average punter.
Yeah, exactly. And just to be able to fit 2 vertical turns in that little part of the wave, how do you get up into the lip that quickly? That was just impressive stuff.
Very impressive. He was like this yesterday, and I was gobsmacked by his backhand approach here off the rocks. So good to see guys like this, like Tanner and all the other guys, riding these waves, because we ride these waves every afternoon, and to see what's possible on them is very cool.
Yeah, there's not a lot of goofy foots that love the rocks, that truly love the rocks. There's a lot of goofy foots that have surfed it well.
Yep.
But to see a bunch of the world's best goofy foots, here is one of them, Evan Gosman, taken to the air. Whoa, nearly a sex change right through the middle of that aerial.
That could have been very dangerous. All right, so 6 minutes left on the clock. We've got a score coming through for a couple of guys. There's one in there for Tanner Gadauskas last wave, and Davey Cathal's had a little throwaway score. Davey's actually gone down into 4th place here. Evan's in 3rd, so Davey Cathal's right now. He needs a 7.3, so that's not going to change. And Evan Geiselman needing a 6.48 to go to 2nd. In 2nd and holding it is Ramsey Bulkheim from Morocco. Ramsey needs a 5.67 to take the lead. It's only just marginally better than his second best wave anyway, so he must try and get the score to take the lead. And current heat leader is, of course, Tanner Gadauskas, and Tanner's last wave is a 6.83.
There you go. So now Ramsey Bookheim in second place, looking for excellent numbers to go into the lead. 8-point ride required from the man in yellow. He's holding on to first priority at the moment, so he's got the choice of the lineup for the next set wave. Priority 2's with black. He's currently in the heat lead. Priority 3, white, 4 with red. And, well, white and red both in the box seat here, needing numbers. A 6.48 required from white and a 7.3 required from red. We're just on that buzzer beater mark, 5 minutes remaining.
Well, there we go. Thank you very much to Hunter Water, of course, long-time supporter of Surfest, providing free water to the athletes and spectators today. And on a day like today where it's pushing 40 degrees and it's one of the hottest days of summer, you want to make sure you stay nice and hydrated, folks. And thank you very much to Hunter Water for their continued support of Surfest. And thanks again to Cantina de Mad Max. They're up there on the rooftop at Westfield Katara, and you want to go and check that stuff out. If you haven't done so, have you actually been up to the new rooftop at Westfield, Jess?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
How
isn't it?
cool is it? Because
it's like you're not even in Katara.
I know. Well, you could be in Mexico or wherever you are, whatever restaurant you're sitting, because you can only see the sky, so you could be anywhere.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
beautiful.
And it's really nice. I like the way they've done it all, like the wood grain and the sort of industrial look with the vines hanging down.
Great spot to go and impress one of the ladies, fellas, if you want to go and take your girlfriend or your wife to dinner. It's a great place to go and hang out and chill for the afternoon. You can watch the sun go down. So lovely wave in there from Ramsey Bookheim. He needed an 8.0. I don't know if he's going to do that, but he might be getting rid of the 5.63 on this one. Jess, what do you reckon? Nice, strong first turn.
Yep.
And he drives it up into another little vertical. So he kept busy, and he sort of kept the flow from one move to the other. He hasn't really stopped yet, and he's just kept that.
Jeez.
Wow, he might even get the 8.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to get a big score for that one. He just kept the board moving, like you said, no stopping, starting, flowing between manoeuvres, and he's going to net something for sure north of that. I'd say it's going to be north of his 5.63. And wow, yeah, early indications are saying he could potentially take the lead with this last wave.
He is going to take the lead. So this is going to be a comeback wave here for Tanner Gudauskas, up and riding from the USA, and. I tell you what, you can after the contest finishes, you can go onto YouTube and watch the webcast day by day. By the way, folks, Surfest 2016, all of the day's webcasts are uploaded in their entirety, and you'll be able to go back and check some of the waves. If you missed them here, you can check the replay by simply doing that tonight. There's Evan Geiselman smashing away on his backhand. And Evan starting to feel a little frustration now, setting in with 2.5 minutes to go. This is the replay.
Yep, Tanner Gudauskas only gets 2 manoeuvres, but 2 strong ones. Vertical on the backhand there, and just gets up into the whitewash. But just the 2 turns, unsure whether that's going to factor in, and he has bumped back down into second place, courtesy to Ramsey Bookheim's last wave, an 8.60.
There you go.
Big score.
Beautiful the way that he strung that together, and one of the things that really stuck out, as we said, was the fact that he just flowed from one move to another, and there wasn't a point in that ride where he sort of stopped or was hurting for speed. He just was using the energy of the wave instead of trying to create the energy himself, and there's a big difference between those two, isn't there?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, it's a matter of looking like you're struggling to get to the next section, or whether you look like you're just gliding through effortlessly. Effortlessly. I can't even say that word. Can you get it for me? Effortlessly.
Effortlessly.
Is that a word? It's a word, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I think it is. If it's not, it is now.
To get there without using effort.
There we go.
That would be the description.
Hey, that's way more eloquent the way you put it that time.
So, getting there without trying too hard, without stopping and starting. That's keeping that important part of the criteria, flow, speed, power, flow. So there was definitely speed and power there, but the flow between the manoeuvres is where he's netting that excellent score.
All right.
And maintaining the lead for him. Here's Evan Gosman hunting on the inside. Getting desperate now with 1 minute and 10 on the clock.
He is. Well, he is currently lingering in third place, needing an 8.83 to go to second. David Cathell's needing a 9.66. David's got first priority, and this is what David Cathell's has been waiting for. Well, maybe not. He's been waiting a long time for that wave, and it's not going to produce for him. So Cathell's will have a little look at this one, and I think Davies is going to get out of there. Yeah, he's effectively surrendered and conceded defeat effectively, so he'll move on to Manly for the next of the 6 stars. Evan Geiselman still hanging in the lineup. There's 30 seconds remaining, and Geiselman needing an 8.83 to go into second. We've got Tanner Gdauskas in second and Ramsey Bullkheim in first. So the goofy foot is really dominating at the rocks, which is normally a rarity. And anyway, the club comps it is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way it goes, I mean, I think the goofy footers don't, hold on to the rocks bowl close to their heart like the regular footers do. But, I mean, right now, goofy foot is absolutely dominating. There's about 5 seconds to go. Ramsey Bullkheim has first priority and he's in the lead. Takes off on the last wave of the heat. And this is a victory lap for the Moroccan surfer with the lightning sharp backside approach.
Well, that board just looks so sweet for him. A little attempted backside 3-0. So Ramsey Bullkheim is going to take that heat ahead of Tanner Gdauskas, Evan Geiselman, and David Cathels exit the competition here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. We're going to have more live action coming your way right after this break. Stick around.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Welcome back. Sunny, beautiful Merewether Beach here in Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. Welcome if you just joined us. This is Surfest 2016. We are into round number 3 of the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro, a QS 6000 rated event on the World Surf League. We are currently into heat number 6 of the round. We're going to see a stacked heat coming your way. Yaden Nickel taking on Timothy Bissot and Johan Deroux from France and Matt Banting, previous event winner.
Talk about a heat full of smooth operators, folks. These heats are stacked from top to bottom. And Matty Banting in the yellow singlet there, just trying to zoom in on him. And Jean Deroux open up with a 1.50. Timothy Bissot in the black. Yaden Nickel there's Bissot up and blasting on his backhand. And Timothy Bissot's been very impressive, this guy. I haven't seen too much of his surfing before this. But Bissot, of course, from Guadeloupe.
Yep, one of the islands amongst the chain of beautiful islands in the Caribbean. French speaking, so he does travel a lot with the French contingency on tour. And one of a couple of guys out of that region of the world. There's a couple of pro guys coming out of there. I mean, Charlie Martin progressed through his heat earlier. He's out of the same area, so it's cool to see all those little parts of the world you may not have even really heard of popping up in the draw.
Yeah, that's right. Some of them French, some of them Spanish speaking, depending on where they are. Speaking of Spanish speaking people, big shout out to Scotty Mace, who's up there at Hayman Island. He's the little Mexican, just having a bit of a look at the webcast. Good on you, Scotty. He used to help us out with the beach commentary here at Surfest, but he's got himself a good job up there in paradise. Save money, champion.
Yeah, stack it. Yeah, save some cash and get back to God's country down here in Newcastle and live it up with a bit of coin in the pocket. But if you're lucky enough to be down here today, it is a beautiful day, a scorching 39, 40 degrees Celsius, a really hot day, sunny, beautiful day at the beach, really light onshore winds and some fun little peaks off the rocks bowl here for the competitors. 2 to 3 feet probably on the rocks bowl, maybe a little bit bigger in terms of swell. And yeah, some really fun contestable conditions. We've been seeing some big scores go down all event.
Absolutely. So 21 minutes left on the clock. So the the quality of the surf never really detracts from the quality of the surfing, not at these 6-star events anyway. All right, so first priority is with red. So Yaden Nicol, very seasoned campaigner, this guy from Yelling Up in West Australia. He's been living in America for a while. There he is, up and riding.
Yep, nice first section. Big frontside hit, lays into it hard on the back foot. Carves back, keeps the board moving rail to rail as he gets through the inside. Another nice little slashing manoeuvre. Lip lines the second last section. Fin ditch on the shore break. A really, really nice opening wave for Mr. Yaden Nicol. And we'll let that score filter on through into the system. Strong stuff. Timothy Biso locks in a 4.5 on his opening wave. A 1.5 for Joanne Daru on his opener. Matt Banting, a 6.83 to start off his campaign of Yaden Nicol. And big opening turn. Get some weaving done through the inside here as he soaks the rail there. And then little tap to fin ditch on the foamy section. So a really good opening wave for Yaden. We'll let that score filter on through as we take a look at Joanne Daru having a look at a smaller inside wave here. Not to be in that time around. We'll wait for some scores to trickle on through. Let's throw down to Fiona on centre stage and we're going to interview with the previous heat winner.
Hi guys, I'm here with Ramsey Boukiam from Morocco. Ramsey, the conditions are pretty tough out there now. How are we feeling about an afternoon heat?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Yeah, we've been waiting this mysterious swell that never really came, but it's okay. The little ride, it's pretty fun when you get the good one. I had a pretty hard heat with really good backside surfer, Tanner and Evan, and Davey is on tour now, so I knew I had to catch good waves to beat them. And I don't know, my game plan with Snake worked well, and I got a couple good waves. I fell on one wave, that was my mistake, but still managed to do a couple scores, so pretty cool.
Yeah, what are you getting up to around Newcastle when you're not here at the competition?
We've been just cruising with the boys. We have a good little crew. Me, Zeke, Mark, Leo, and Canoa with Snake, so we've been we're having fun, joking, and yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, sound like you guys are having a good time. Would you like to say anything to the guys back home?
Yeah, merci beaucoup à tout le monde au Maroc et en France, à ma famille, mon frérot, ma mère et tout le monde pour le support. Ça fait du bien et je vais tout donner.
Okay, thanks heaps, Ramsey, and good luck in the next round.
Well, Jesse, Ramsey just gave part of his speech in French there, and I think he just earned himself about 100,000 girlfriends around the world.
Yeah, he was popular with the ladies last year at Surfest. I saw him down at the Surf House having lunch one day, and he was talking to me about half a dozen girls down there. So I think he's already doing okay with the ladies. Ramsey Boukiam, he's definitely doing all right in the lineup, winning a couple of heats already in the early part of the competition. And his stats on the WSL website just keep ticking up with heat wins, and the heat scores. His average must be increasing with these last couple of performances. A 15.77 total in his last heat to take out that one in round 3. So he moves on into round number 4. We'll be seeing him take it on again tomorrow. Here is another French-speaking competitor having a look. Joanne Daru, seasoned in his campaign on the QS series, and he's looking to go into the next level of his career as he just gets wound up through those series of backhand manoeuvres. That'll be Joanne's best score of the heat. And he'll look to get up into a progressing position. He needs to get a good result here to start off his campaign for the year to get on the tour.
Yeah, and we're just seeing it looks like he's got through a couple of those carbon strips running through the middle of his board, which is, we've seen a lot of different things happening with board technology at the moment. Jesse, you work in a surf store, but there's obviously the carbon wrappers come in with lost surfboards. We saw Stu Kennedy riding a version of one of the KS Dan Thompson designs in an earlier heat. So it's going to be a really interesting and exciting year for board design, I think.
I think for sure. Everyone's bringing their own brand of sort of epoxy technology or lighter, stronger sort of technology to the table. A lot of it's similar, but some of it's varying a little bit, and it's going to be interesting to see which pros on tour take to some of it, because in the past it's generally been traditional PU or polyurethane design that's been at the forefront of most professional surfers' quivers. So yeah, like you said, very interesting to see what happens over the next 12 months in pro surf land.
Yeah, and it's I think we're going to see Kelly Slater riding some pretty interesting craft on the tour this year, and he has a tendency to lead everyone down a particular path. His favourite trick is to ride a board that only he can ride, then convince everyone else that they should be riding it, and then it's a good way to win.
It takes everyone a while to realise that they should be on something pretty standard. As we see Matt Banting having a look to this one down the line. Nice lateral fin-free snap. Throws a lot of spray. Floats over that section. Lays into that section. Throws another big fan of spray. So a lot of power and speed and flow. All those parts of the criteria are getting met on that particular wave there for Matt Banting. He's dropped to 6.83 and he's in an early lead so far in this one. We do have some scores coming through for all competitors at the moment. Nickel opened up with a 5.83. And he's locked in a small score to bump him up into the lead temporarily with 2 waves. And priority 1 sitting with Johan Daru at the moment, who is going to be dropping a decent score, you'd assume. He's holding on to 1.5, but he did have that wave where he let go of a series of good backside manoeuvres. So we won't know the current situation until we see some scores drop into the system, as Matt Banting has a look on the inside here.
Matty's staying really busy. Slashes off the top. Nice bit of crumble to hit there. And kicks out. Great to see Matt looking fit again. As we see Johan Daru looking lethal on the backhand.
Wow.
So he's going to be 2 waves in front after this one, it looks like.
Trying to milk it for all it's worth with one more turn there to finish up for Johan. So yeah, 2 scores to lock in for the Frenchman in the white, which should, you'd have to think, at the current stanza in the heat, take him up into a progressing position. If not the lead, for sure the lead, I guess, with the 7.33 total for Yaden holding the lead at the moment. So
well, yeah, we're just starting to see the numbers come in for Johan's first wave. I think this is the replay of perhaps the second ride.
Yep, that was a really nice turn there in that frothy section. He just doesn't stop moving. He keeps winding back and forwards through those maneuvers till he has to force his way over this funky little section to get one more vertical hit.
And really negotiated a really tricky section confidently there, Jesse.
Yep, looked pretty breezy for him. And that stuff's not that easy to do backhand. It's hard backside to really work your way over a tricky section like that. He's dropped to 6.4 in his second wave. And no doubt another good score to come through, and he's in the lead for the moment. Johan Daru out of France. Do have a couple of interesting scores to lock in across the board. Matt Banting as well. His last wave yet to lock. Timothy Biso has a decent score locking in as well. He's holding on to first priority, the surfer in black. Second priority with red. He doesn't take that one. White with 4 priority, has nothing to lose.
Johan, here he goes again, winding up on the backhand. Crack, there it is. And just decides that one's got not much left, so in and out. As you see Matty having a look. Matty, a former winner of the event a couple of years ago, and then last year had that bad injury while warming up for J-Bay. Bruised all the bones around his knee, and has just spent the last 6 months recovering and training. Had a sort of ran an interview with him on Tracks Mag recently, and he was talking about some of the therapy he was using actually to make the comeback, and one of them involved I think it's a type of injection where they take blood from another part of your body and inject it into the damaged area. And he said a few times he'd have like a really, really big, long, ugly needle, and it was super painful. He had to bite on a t-shirt just to deal with it. The only thing that kept it going was that there's a whole bunch of sort of mature age ladies or older ladies who were having the same process, so he just had to bite it.
Yeah, exactly. I just saw Ryan Cullen running down for the next heat to see Johan take to the air. He's had both his knees done. He's done both his knees, in a small period of time, actually, when he was hunting on his World Junior title campaign. And he had that similar process done, and he's recovered well and qualified for the tour. But, yeah, they take a sample of your own blood and they spin it in a funny machine.
Like a vial,
yeah. Which gives it, I think it takes the red blood cells out and leaves the white blood cells only.
Yep.
It does some sort of process of the blood pretty much, oxygenating it highly and making it
Yep.
really a premium sort of product of your own design, and you put it back into the injured area, and it actually speeds up the recovery. And you can see on your screen here with the replay of Matt, just that first turn, you can see he's well and truly back on his feet and at 100%.
Yeah, looking a little bit stronger. He said he'd actually bulked up a little bit, put a bit of time in the gym, so that perhaps will be a blessing in disguise with the injury, where he's been able to focus on his training. Hopefully add a little bit more power to his surfing. Last year was a rookie year for him on the WCT, and he'll definitely be looking to make a major impact this year. This will be like his almost first true genuine year.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't get a full year on tour, did he? And that's kind of not really fair. The first year, for most people, you're still sort of feeling out, the 11 spots on tour and the way it works. It's definitely different to the QS grind and the way that it the way that it's scored and the way that it's surfed. It's a different style. The bar's raised yet again. And judges just having another look at this wave of yellows just for some reference. And there's the layback. Throws a bunch of spray. This was Matt's second scoring ride. He has got a couple scores that come in. They're yet to drop this one, and it's looking like it's going to fall into that, 7.5 or low 7 probably range, and it's going to take Matt into the lead. So they're looking very closely. I guess they had a split, or a little bit of an indifference and a little bit of irregularity in the line of scoring between the 5 judges, and hence they had to take a couple of looks at it to get everybody on the same page and get an accurate score. And it's good that they're taking the extra time, as Patamo did say to us earlier when we were asking a few questions about judging it. He said it's not about the speed of the delivery, it's the accuracy. So they don't want to get out a bunch of scores quickly. They want to look, and if they have to take extra time, they'll take the extra time to get it right.
Yeah, and as we know, those judges, obviously the 5 judges dropping the highest and lowest score and averaging the middle 3. But what you said, if the split between the highest and the lowest score is actually too vast sometimes, they'll look at it again.
And go, who's right?
Yep.
Yeah, it lets everyone have a discussion. If someone's putting in a 5 and someone's putting in an 8, there's something wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, so someone needs to come up or someone needs to come down.
Yep.
We need to get that split closer to like the 1 to 1.5 sort of point mark. Getting to 2 points can be really big, and it's just leaving room for error. So they're trying to get it as accurate as possible, and looking at the last score, or the second scoring rate of Matt Banting, a 7.1 was the average. Judge 1 a 7.5, Judge 2 a 7.5, Judge 3 a 7.0, Judge 4 was a 6.8, and Judge 5 was a 6.2. So you drop the 6.2 as the lowest. One of those 7.5s is dropped as the highest, and we average out 7.5, 7, and 6.8 gives you 7.1. So I think a pretty accurate score there. They got that split a little closer.
Yep.
And that gives Matt Banting the lead with a 7.1 and a 6.83. He's sitting in second priority, and he's sitting in a relatively comfortable position.
Definitely. And he was also talking in that interview on tracksmag.com a little bit about, why CT competitors choose to do an event like Newcastle. Some of his friends suggested, is it a knock to your confidence if you come down here and you don't do well and you get knocked out early? That happened to him last year, and sort of made the argument that basically you draw a line in the sand with every heat and every contest. It's a new start every time. And I'd say, particularly in this instance, Newcastle's a great opportunity for Matt to actually, probably it's the first time, he's had to sing it on in a major event in probably 6 months.
Yeah, and you don't really want to come into the first event of the year, which is a very important event. As we see, Yade and Nickel throw it out to the flats. Nice front side spinning manoeuvre there. But we don't want to see, you don't want yourself to come into the biggest event of the start of the year, with fresh legs. You kind of want to have a little bit of a warm-up. You want to, if you're going to make any mistakes, make it in a smaller rated event that doesn't count to your year's end as a CT competitor, or the other side of the coin, win the event and go into the first event of the year with a bunch of confidence.
That's right, and he made the point that it's good for him to be. Being an event is not necessarily just about pulling on a singlet. It's about being down at the beach, hearing the sound of the hooter, being in that environment, that psychological headspace where you've got to deal with a whole lot of different things going on. Then pull yourself out of that and go and focus for 30 minutes.
No, even being punctual. You can't miss your heat.
No.
You got to rock up and, a couple of hours before, have a surf, drink plenty of water. Watch the ocean, watch what it's doing, see if it's adapting and changing every heat or every 3 heats, or how consistent are the set waves. People who think that you just rock down and throw a rashi on and go out and try and catch some waves. It's not how it works. These guys are methodical in their approach. Every single heat they do it. They have the same routine.
Yep.
You can see even at the very top level, you see guys like Mick Fanning, Kelly Slater, some of the Brazilian competitors have the same routine every time they hit the water. Mick will do that. He meditates for a little bit on the beach before he paddles out.
I'd actually love to see a mashup clip of all the preheat preparations of the surfers. It'd be pretty funny set to the right music. I think it could look pretty good.
And it'll go 2 hours back too. It'll be like from when they arrive at the beach, what they actually do when they first get there, what they're eating, how long before they surf do they eat. Like even that kind of thing will well and truly come into play. And having that right approach and doing it a couple of times before you go into the first event of the year is a great idea, I think.
Yeah, you're establishing your routines, which is important.
Yeah. So and the other reason is they love Newcastle.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, us Novocastrians love to think that they love Newcastle.
Yeah, they always have.
Everyone loves.
They always have a good time, and I'm sure over the years, you've had a couple of good moments with some of the world's best surfers, whether it be out in the water or at the restaurants in Newcastle or at some of the clubs.
Yeah, out in the town, there's a fun nightlife here in Newcastle. Everyone knows that, and I think back in the day, that was probably getting close to the number one reason why people would turn up to surf the event, because they know whether they come first or last, they're going to have a really great time celebrating their time here in Newcastle.
Yep.
And like one of the post-heat interviews before, I think it was Mitch Cruz mentioned he loves the cafes here.
Yep.
And he loves the bars.
Yep.
And the foreshore. So I mean,
loves an Instagram post with a coffee.
He loves a beverage.
Yeah, loves an Instagram post with the coffees featuring Mitch.
Yeah. So whether it's a coffee to get going in the morning or just a quiet beer with dinner at night on the foreshore or something, he loves the bars and the restaurants and the coffee shops and the culture that we're sort of starting to build here in Newcastle. Honeysuckle, sort of the new sort of created suburb on the foreshore. There we've got lots of nice little zones there. I know you've had a couple of beers down there. And
been for a wander, but definitely a good place to bookend your day with a coffee in the morning and a beer at night.
Yep. So there's another reason to sort of come on down and do the event. Come down and check the event out live on the beach. It's a cracker day. It's absolutely smouldering down on the beach though. 40 degrees. It's going to top out at today. So bring your sunscreen, hats, and umbrellas. As we see Matt Banting finishing up on an inside wave. He's got the heat lead. We've got 4.5 minutes to go, Luca. This one's really ticked away here.
Yeah, it's kind of run away from us a little bit here. And I guess you'd have to say, look, if there's another set, then everyone's in contention. Back and forth, Timothy Bieski's only chasing a 6.35. So definitely within striking range.
And Yaden Nickel, 6.44. Very small score for someone of his calibre. Hi, everyone watching from home. Jesse Adam here. Luke Kennedy on my left, and we'll be pretty stoked to bring you the last couple of heats. It's been a fun couple of heats and some big scores going down at Merewether Beach. Thanks for joining us, to everyone in Webland and also the broadcast on television over there, Oceanic Cable in Hawaii. Thanks for coming on. I know it's late, so thanks for joining us and watching the live action.
Thanks to Telstra for making it all possible.
Yep, and NBN doing a really good job here, bringing you live vision and some replays, loading up the hard drives and getting those waves watched back for you at home, us in here, and the judges also. So, good stuff from that crew there at NBN. As we see Yaden Nickel live action, chucks the tail out, knows he's got to push something on a less than desirable wave. Not much happening on that one though, so he gets out of there. Looks like he might be hunting pretty wide on the peak. And Joanne Daru in the white does have first priority, so Timothy Biso has to let him have this one. He's in second place. Joanne, and unfortunately can't get much.
That's the first time he's looked shaky the whole heat, really.
I think it was the wave as well.
Yeah.
It looked a little bit funky, and here's your heat leader Matt Banting hunting on the inside. And
wow.
Not much on offer on both those rides. Our heat leader and a second place holder both going down on their first manoeuvres there. And here's the replay of the wave that Joanne chose. Nice and vertical, gets a little bit hung up and gets bowled off by the Rocks bowl.
Yeah.
Swallows him.
There's always a little bit of backwash, a little bit of bobble to deal with there, and Joanne getting caught up. But he's been impressive all heat. As we see Timothy Biso looking for a late charge here, with just under 2.5 remaining. Great section in front of him. Just got it maybe a little bit overexcited when he saw it come.
That's just such an uncharacteristic mistake. Tim just, you can almost see his bottom turn. He was kind of approaching it at a very strange angle, and then he kind of hit it a little early and under the lip instead of up nice, high and vertical like we're used to seeing from someone that surfs as good as this man on screen. Bottom turns, and just gets a little bit early and a little horizontal on it and goes down on that first turn. Not going to be the score required. Needs a 6.35. Not a lot of time to go. 2 minutes, or just under 2 minutes remaining. Man on your screen, Yaden Nickel. For sure the most experienced man in the water at the moment, is hunting down a score as well. A 6.44 is required. If anyone's going to be able to grab onto a score in the final dying minutes, it's going to be this man. Just needs an opportunity.
That's right, and it's interesting to see Yaden out his surfing. I'm wondering if he is going to have another sort of full tilt at the WQS this year and look at requalifying, or sort of one of those surfers who sits on the cusp of being a full-time free surfer who flirts with pro surfing now. But, I think he, depending upon his seed, will be in a couple of those bigger events.
Yeah, for sure. I think he certainly belongs on the World Tour, you'd have to say. I mean, his surfing's at that level. He's good in small waves. He's good in big waves. He's got the aerial game. He's got power. I mean, he shook it up big time at Margaret River the last couple of years in a row, pretty much at a semi-local event for him. And, he can definitely mix it up with the big boys. And he's pretty much is one of the big boys, but he just, like you said, flirts with the free surfing thing. He has really cool video parts and also has a dabble on the tour. And if he gets a good result here, if he can grab a score on his final seconds and gets off to a result here in Newcastle, you might see him throughout the year along the QS grind.
Well, I think we will be seeing next week at Manly, definitely, as he's having a look at this wave. What's Yaden Nickel got in the last 30 seconds, chasing a 6.44, races down the line. Controlled tail slide to open up with, arcs it back into the pocket. Really needs this one to stand up now.
Yeah, he needs to throw some heat on this last section if he gets an opportunity. He's looking a little bit flat. He's slashing back. The hooter goes in the background. Can he throw something down here? No section on offer. Just floats over it. One more little float. He knows there wasn't much happening on that wave. I think he was up the beach a little bit.
Yeah, he may have been a little bit wider, but hoping for something to present itself, but didn't get the surprise packing section he was looking for.
I mean, if there had been a nice little, foam puff little air reverse section there, he might have thrown down something critical and achieved the score required. I mean, not a stretch for Yaden Nickel to throw down a 6.44 in any case, but that time around it's going to fall short. So we will see that man on screen taking it out. Matt Banting moving on through to round 4. Joanne Daru in the white will join him in the next round. Commiserations to Yaden Nickel and Timothy Biso. And Luke, I've had enough, mate. I'm out of here. Let's throw to a commercial break. We'll see Terry McKenna and Matthew Hoy step into the booth and take you through the next couple of heats right after this commercial break. See you soon.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, Mark's the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
And welcome back to Surfest, where I am joined by one of Newcastle's favourite sons, Matthew Hoy.
Yeah, Luke, what's happening? How are you, mate? We've got another favourite son out there, Ryan Callanan. qualified for the tour this year. He's got a big contingent on the beach there cheering him on. So, yeah, hopefully goes pretty well in his seat. He's had a wave yet?
Not yet.
It's looking a bit difficult out there. The tide's dropped right out. It's dead low tide right now. Tiago, though, just making it look easy there. A couple of big turns.
So have you had a word to Ryan yet since he's qualified for the CT, Matt? You had a chance to get in his ear and discuss discuss a few things?
Oh, not really. Speaking of the devil up and riding here, not really. I just congratulated him and said, this year's, it's a learning curve year, but I think he sort of knows what he's doing already, obviously. So, and the tour this year, or the tour for every year, the last few years, the waves have been that good. It's built for Ryan because he charges big waves. He's got the air game down, and here he is in like 1 foot rocks bowl and ripping it up. So yeah, I don't really know. I just said congratulations, pretty much. Good on you.
How important is it to Newcastle to have a representative on the tour? There's a long tradition of it.
Oh, it's been. I think Luke Egan was the last one we had on there in 2005. So
yeah, right.
It's been 10, 11 years since we've had a Newcastle representative. So it's really good. It's good for Merewether. It's good for the town to have watching the events and then have someone to root for sure. Stoked for him.
Are you going to go on tour this year, Matt? We're going to see you travelling around a little bit with the Ryan Cullen and Cheer Squad, or not?
No. Hawaii with you and surfing Rocky Rights, probably. That's about it. No, but I'll be watching him. It would be good. There's a good little wave for Ryan right there, and inside of it, he tapped it on. Tapped 5 re-entries. There's his Cheer Squad right there, all the Merewether crew. His mum's down there. I think his sisters are down there too. So yeah,
looks like a bearded Trav Lynch is in the mix down there as well.
Yeah, bearded Trav Lynch, mate. He's down there. He's just hiding from everyone. Just got back from work, Travie. So he's loving it.
May make a cameo in the commentary booth at some stage during the week.
Well, I was just going
to get roped in. Yeah.
I know. I was just going to tell him to run in then, but yeah, he didn't really pay any attention to me for a change.
Here's Ryan having a look at another little inside one, getting really busy. Just kicks in and out, not holding down priority at the moment, so thought he'd get one under the radar. This tide's going out, Matt. What's going to happen with off the rocks with this outgoing tide? It's going to make it harder, isn't it?
It just makes the waves really small and tight.
Right.
It's really hard to surf, and it's hard to get some open face manoeuvres, but it's still there's still some fun waves if you get them. I think the deeper ones, we're ready sitting right here. Tiago, he's been surfing really well the last couple of days. Doing that sort of stuff. There you go. And see how it walled back up? That was like, it just keeps to the rock shelf. So, yeah.
That one, yeah, really hugged the bank.
Yeah. So that was a good wave. And he got that. I don't know. Did he have priority? He must have had first priority. So he took the right one. But he was sitting nowhere near. You can see how shallow it is in there too at the moment.
Yeah, he was 20 yards deeper than the other guys.
Yeah. So, yeah, it just makes it gets really tight and small and sort of the wave doubles up on the rock shelf, so it's really hard to surf it dead low. Look, here's the replay red. He gets a good little roll in here, straight into an air reverse.
A little bit of inversion, kick the tail up a little bit higher.
Nice snap there, and then just another little runner on the inside.
Just maintains a lot of speed and flow. Pretty tall guy.
Yeah,
with those long arms.
Yeah, he uses his long arms to generate speed by the look of it too.
Yeah.
Surfed really well in his heat yesterday, so.
You see Charles Martin.
Yep, he surfed really well too. Oh, there you go. See, this one's opening up a bit wider. A couple of nice turns there. Only fitting 2 in though.
He's from Guadalupe in the Caribbean, I think, and I made the mistake of calling GLP the Galapagos Islands yesterday. I was way off the mark with my geography yesterday, but that's actually Guadalupe for Charles, who's got a bit of history at this event. He's done well in the past.
Yeah, he's done well all over. He's been around for a long time.
He's been on the cusp of qualification a couple of times as well, Charles. You see Dale Staples, a big lump of a lad from South Africa.
No, he did some nice turns there. Ryan wanted this one. I think Ryan had a good look at it, but he had Black had priorities. Nice first turn there. Just gets a little stuck on the way down, hits the lip, and the first turn was good. The second turn was good too, but just got a little stuck on the way down. So we've had a few scores in there. We've had first 2 waves of red, a 5.33 and a 6. Charles Martin's first wave, not that last one, was a 3.6. Dale Staples from South Africa, a 4.23 and just a 0.23, not that good a wave. And Ryan Callanan a 5.27 on his best one and a 3.1 in his score.
What about this board Dale's riding? It almost looks like a fish, really short, wide in the nose, looking to kind of skate through those little inside bowls.
It looks tiny.
It does.
But it looks like it's working for him. He must have. He actually beat. Did he surf? Did the heats go through together these days still? There's two servers, they don't. They've changed that, which is a good thing.
You don't surf against, if you finish 1 or 2, you don't
Remember
follow that surfer.
Yeah, perfect.
Doesn't make sense to surf against the same person.
Yeah, I agree. It was the worst thing ever. End up with the hardest surfer in the world and surf against him every heat. It's torture. There's that replay of White. Not scoring that much at 2.83, but yeah, that board, it looks like it's like a bamboo or some sort of styrofoam.
A different material. It's really wide in the nose and quite a bit fishier than some of the boards we've seen ridden out here today.
Well, Tez was talking about it yesterday that they've still kept the fish tails on the boards from the wide point of the board to the tail, but they've narrowed all the noses on the boards. Instead of going all the fish types, and which is a fair thing because the nose of your board is hardly ever in the water anyway.
Yeah.
So you want to keep.
Allows you to be quicker in and out of the turn with the narrower nose.
Yeah, narrow the nose up, but keep the width in below the wide point to the tail, which keeps your speed.
Just
Good idea.
Don't jam too much foot down, weight on the front foot, or you go over the handlebars.
Tez was just saying from the shoulders up, narrowed it right off. I remember when I've snapped the nose off a couple of boards and keep riding the board, and it made
still
the board
works well.
Still worked amazing. Here's Ryan on a good-looking little wave. A couple of nice snaps there. Good inside section. Snaps it up there. Fits another one. He's going to get another one on the inside here too. Oh, just doesn't fit another one in, but that was all right.
Yeah, you saw him really open up when he got that steep section.
He should know which ones to take out here. He surfed it a lot. Although, he's a goofy footer. He likes the middle bank better than the rocks bowl.
I'm sure he surfed a few board riders heats here in his time.
No, exactly. Look at this one at the start. It didn't look that good at the start, and then it walls up on the inside. Hits this next double up on the inside. Nice snap there. One more. And just unfortunate. I thought he was going to get another one in there. Would have been good, but
as we see,
better wave.
Tiago Kamara's got that kind of hunched, sort of flowing style.
We're trying to think of who he reminded us of yesterday. He's got a style. It looks exactly like.
There's a bit of the Adriano's got a little bit of that kind of that hunch-shouldered sort of front foot.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good carve at the start. I forget.
Shades of Dean Morrison, I reckon, actually.
Yeah, a bit of Dino, yeah, for sure. Dino, for sure.
I think we're going to go throw down now to Fiona, who's with the winner of the last heat.
Hey guys, I'm here with Matty Banning, winner of the last heat. Matt, you had a pretty healthy little lead there throughout the whole heat. When you're in that situation, sometimes do you just sit back and kind of conserve energy, or are you still going hard?
After getting the 6 and the 7, I wanted to sit back and just relieve a bit of pressure. It took the pressure right off me, and I was waiting to get a good little wave to try some airs or do something, surf how I normally surf them. The first 6 and the 7, I was surfing so nervous and just trying to get the job done, get a couple scores on the board, but in the last back half of the heat, I didn't really get much, so I was just pretty disappointed, but always stoked to make it, and yeah, tomorrow's another day.
And you always seem to have really nice boards under your feet. Who are you working? You're working with LSD surfboards, but what are you working on at the moment?
Over the last 6 months, 8 months, I had so much time out of the water, so I had a lot of time to think about the boards, and I ended up cutting a whole litre of foam out, thinning them up a little bit, and sitting in the water a little bit better. But we've really refined the boards over the last 8 months, and I'm really loving them at the moment.
And on tour this year, who are you calling for world champ?
Hopefully me, but I think I'm a long way from that just yet. But hopefully just get a couple of big results and see myself somewhere up in the ladder. But it'd be good to see another Aussie get it. It'd be good to see Ryan and Jack and a few of the rookies do well too.
Yeah, I hope you young boys do well. See you in the next round, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Well, he had the right answer there, didn't he, Matt?
Exactly.
If you're going to ask someone on tour who's going to win it, well, you've got to think. You've got to go into every event thinking you're going to win.
Why are you there? If you're not there to win it, what are you there for? I think he answered that really well.
He thought about it and he went, nah, I'm going for it. That's it, yeah.
Exactly, I agree. Why wouldn't you say yourself? A couple of scores coming in there too. When we're on that interview, here's a replay of White's last wave. that ball looks sick in the pocket. Then when it gets out in the face, it looks like it
slows
loses a bit
down.
of speed. Just
in the
that
pocket,
flatness.
he whips in and out really quickly, but it looks like it's a bit too low in volume when he gets out in the flats.
Here's Ryan Callanan going out onto the left, which I don't know if this is outside of the rocks or he's gone out the middle, but he just got his last wave a 6.83, a 6.83 knot, and he's gone. He's looked like he's changed spots. I don't know if that's the left out the back of the rocks. Look, he's got a good inside bit.
Well, he's got a good turn on the left and then come back onto the right. Really made the most of that one. The tactics paid off.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where he took off on that one. Whether he did take off out the middle, went left into the rocks and came back, or just was out the middle the whole time. But with a couple of wave scores, Tiago, here it is again.
We're not seeing the big picture, so it's hard to gauge. But
yeah, there you go. We just got the confirmation that he went left into the rocks, and then here's the rocks bowl on the inside. He gets a couple of little phone floaters there, and this inside section he goes to town on. One turn there. This next turn's the one. Whack. Good ending.
Yeah, and Ryan, of course, has been doing a lot of work with one of your former peers, Richard Dog Marsh, Matt.
Oh, yeah. I did the tour with Dog for a few years and surfed a lot of events and had a lot of good fun, don't worry, too.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, he's done a good job of reinventing himself as a super coach, Dog. So he knew how to have a good time back in the day, there's no doubt. But
he always was good at serving heats, though.
Yeah.
He's never not been good at serving heats, so he's a competitor, too.
Yeah. One of those guys who maximised his potential, for sure.
Yeah, he rips. And then, he used to surf for Pacific Dreams from Newcastle, too.
Okay, the Pacific Dreams team.
Yeah.
Literally the dream team.
The Pacific Dream team. There's that tail waft there from Charles Martin. Quick in and out too. He's had a couple of just short rides, but he's doing some big turns. It's going to be interesting to see if he gets a double up, what he's going to do to it. So Ryan in the lead in the yellow. Second is Tiago in the red. He has a 6-point ride and a 6.07. In third, Charles Martin, a 3.6 and a 5.9 with the score still coming for that last one. And in fourth, Dale Staples with a 4.23 and a 2.83. And Ryan Callanan with a 6.83 and a 5.27, and he just got an 8 for that last wave. So a 6.83 and an 8 extends his lead. Huge score there for Ryan. They judged him really well on that one. They liked it.
Yeah, definitely a big score in front of the home crowd, and it's put him way out in front. Really turned it well. You know, it's not beyond the reach of Tiago, but it's kind of turned it into a three-surfer race a little bit for that second spot position.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, Ryan's just got to sit out there now and just do that. He might as well go and do that, try that again, really.
Yeah, that's right. He can go out on his own, or he might just put the block on. Try and lock down priority and put the block on, but a couple of different options available.
I know, he did really well to get that 8. That's a good score. I wonder if he'll go into other people's minds how to do that, especially the goofy footers.
Yeah, and in the next couple of heats, will someone paddle north? He used a little bit of local knowledge there, took a risk, and it paid off.
Yeah, well, that's just the goofy footer thing to do. They like going left.
We had this debate yesterday, I was having it with Beck Woods, and that probably the goofy footers seem to like going left more than the natural footers like to go right.
Oh, 100%. That's a given.
Yeah.
If there's a 6-foot right and there's a little 2-foot left, they'll go get a couple less before they'll surf that right. Don't worry. All of them.
Oh.
I know none that won't do that.
Yeah, I once had a flatmate, a goofy footer, and you just couldn't go on surf trips with him because you would always only ever end up surfing a left.
Yeah, exactly.
He'd go to window and just would never go right.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't do that in Indo.
Well,
there's a couple of
There's
rights.
a few rights, but
just at that certain time of the year, but yeah.
I think you can count on one hand how many times in his life he's been right, actually.
That bad. Yeah, well, I grew up with all goofy footers too, so I know the feeling. They'd always try and pick the left banks, don't worry.
Speaking of lefts with local goofy footers, you did the trip last year to G-Land with Peter McCabe. How was that?
Yeah, it was good. It was Peter's 60th birthday, and we went to G-Land for a couple of weeks. Good present for all of us. All the Newey boys were there. We had a great time. Jerry Lopez and brought a whole crew over there for a couple of days. So it was 40-year anniversary since they surfed G-Land. So
yeah, wow.
On Peter's 60th, it was pretty funny. So he must have had his 20th there. That's what I figured.
I know. I've been told by certain sources.
21st, I think he had.
Certain sources that that Jerry gets the Mr. Pipeline tag, but really when it came down to it, McCabe was Mr. G-Land.
Yeah, well, Mr. Padang too. First one to surf Padang apparently too. So yeah. Yeah, he'll tell you that too, don't worry.
That wasn't the source, but yeah, I'm sure he will.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's probably him who told you. No, but he was. Yeah, I just saw him out the front. Actually, he's just hanging out. He never comes over the hill from Newcastle either, so it's interesting to see him at Merewether supporting Ryan, which is good.
Yeah,
fellow goofy footer, see?
Yeah,
they stick together.
He needs a good reason to come over the hill, and Ryan Cullinan making the event and making the tour was that reason enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty funny. I'd like to. Yeah, he would tell you that one. If you see him later, ask him if that's the information. Who was the best?
Who was the best? Who was the best at G-Land?
Yeah, that was a good trip. They were all the Newey boys, and then, like I said, we stayed there for 2 weeks. Got really good waves too, which is good. Always a bonus. G-Land's the best spot in the world to go on a surf trip.
One of the things that emerged from that story that we ran in tracks actually with Peter McCabe is that on one of his earliest trips to G-Land, his roommate was the comedian Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
What a classic.
He's actually teaching Bill Murray to surf over in G-Land. Him and
to
Rory
G-Land.
Russell. Yeah. Bill Murray shaved half his face and told jokes the whole time at G-Land. What a trip. Well, not many people can say they've been on a surf trip with Bill Murray.
No, exactly. In the jungle too. That's epic. You wouldn't be bored.
No.
If he's non-stop comedy. From both of them. Here's the surfer in red. It's currently in second place. There it is. We've been seeing him do this all week. He's been tearing the bag out. Nice cut back there. Hopefully gets an inside section. He's been thrown to the air in here, and there it is.
He was going to do it. Straight air. Yeah, he's still going. Doesn't stop. He's found another two turns.
He's a really good surfer. He said he's been working all summer at home in Brazil to get the money to fund his trip over here. No major sponsor, so I heard his interview the other day, and he said, do you want to say hello to your friends at home? He went, no.
It's all about me. I've been working hard to be here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Here's the replay of red. Nice snap on the outside. This is a great roundhouse cut back here. Full rail. Did another couple of little snaps on the inside. Races to this air. Boom, little straight air.
And this finds another 2 sections here.
Wow, that was good. Well ridden wave.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea is what makes you actually hungrier, whether you actually surf all summer, kind of knowing that you've got the sponsor paying the bills, or whether you actually have to work for the money, which a lot of the QS guys are doing now. But they might not get as much surf time, but psychologically it's got to really, you've got to feel like you've earned your spot to be here and you want to make the most of it.
100%. He's worked, like you said, worked for the money, and he's hungry, and he's that keen to surf if he's been working all summer.
That's right.
So,
Throw me the singlet.
Yeah, I knew when I had, if I didn't surf for a while and went straight into a contest, I was like, well, I really want to go surfing. So I really want to get through some heat. So I didn't, it didn't hinder me at all.
Yeah.
I was psyched to surf. So you just want to get through a couple of heats.
With only 1 or 2 other guys out in the water.
Yeah,
that's
one
great.
other guy went good. Yeah. and in good waves. So, I didn't find that. And I'm not sure it's good for everyone, but, whatever works for you is what you do.
That's right. That's, working out what the best pre-contest preparation. Here he goes again, Tiago.
He's a wave warrior. He goes 1,000 waves. We're just getting a couple of scores coming. When they all come in, we'll keep you updated. We're waiting for last of red. But the positions at the moment are still the same. Ryan, yellow first, red second, black third, and white fourth. A couple of scores coming in there. That last wave of red, a 6.67. Doesn't change the standings, but just needs an 8.16 to go to the lead. In third, Charles Martin needs a 6.77, and in fourth, Dale Staples needs an 8.51. Still Ryan Cullinan out in the lead with an 8 and a 6.83. So Ryan's doing really well, and he's not going to better his other score. So we'll just tell you if they better their scores. It's easier like that.
Much easier.
Yeah, if they get a terrible wave, we won't even tell you about it.
And Ryan obviously is the great Newcastle hope right now too. It always gets talked about in the commentary with the Newcastle.
No, we're not allowed to talk about it.
Not allowed to talk about it.
Don't mention it. I know what you're going to say.
Okay, we won't put them off.
You can mention it. I can't say.
Okay, you can't say. But yeah, we know that no Novocastrian's ever won the event, and we'd love to see it happen. And Ryan Cullinan in good form, just qualified for the WCT, feeling confident in front of a home crowd. Well, it would be fantastic.
It would be fantastic.
But we won't talk about it anymore.
No, that's it. That's the only thing. I didn't even say anything then, because like I said, we'd all love to win it. It's now at Merewether too. I reckon if it had been at Merewether back in the day, I reckon one of us would have won it.
Yep.
That's my call.
You weren't as
I can say it now.
Yeah, you weren't as confident as Matt Banting then. You didn't say if it was at Merewether back in the day, I would have won it. But
well,
you
he's
did
won
say,
it at
but
Merewether.
He has, but no. But when he was asked who's going to win the world title, you know, you didn't.
No, yeah. If it had been over the hill, one of us would have won. Why at Merewether? But I'm calling is that if it had been at Merewether back when we were doing the tour, one of us would have won the comp.
Yep.
It was just it used to be at Main Beach, Newcastle, and we hardly ever surf over. We'd surf there just for the comp.
That was it.
Yeah,
yeah.
So a couple of times a year, of course, but we exaggerate. We exaggerate of not leaving Merewether.
Yeah,
because we do.
Yeah, for you guys, it's the promised land.
Yeah, exactly. It is. But yeah, I reckon it would have been different. But no, we just hope Ryan does well in the event and wins it. Did I just jinx him?
No.
No. Done it again. Nah. It'll be good, mate. And like you said, he's got a heap of support down the beach, and hopefully it'll be a good week for him.
Yeah, and it's just great to see a couple of new Australians on the WCT tour. I probably shouldn't be too biased, but this is an international event. But from an Australian perspective, seeing Ryan, Jack Freestone, Davey Cathels up there on the tour next year, it's going to be great.
Stu Kennedy too. I think he's surfing all the year. By
Stu Kennedy looks like he's definitely going to be a contender, and he's surfing really well. So
I saw him surf before he ripped, eh?
Yeah, he's riding those Dan Thompson designs.
Yeah.
Fellow Lennox head surfer.
Yeah.
Who Dan also working closely with Kelly Slater. So we talked about a lot of interesting, exciting things happening with surfboards. Seeing a lot more epoxy boards. Bit of a space race going on between the JSs and the Darren Hanleys to kind of come up with the technology that's going to, not only win world titles but make average Joe feel like he's ripping.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, well, that'd be interesting to see too. I haven't really picked up. I want to pick up and have a look at those new boards because I haven't had it. I've seen them all in the photos and the ads and heard about them, but haven't really picked one up or ridden one. So I can comment to you how to go. You know.
That's right.
So just over a minute remaining. Ryan Callanan still in the lead in the yellow. Second red needing an 8.16. Third black needing a 6.67, and fourth white needing a 8.51. I keep looking at the 5 and calling it an 8. Sorry about that. My glasses need a tip up. I need to go to plus 1.5s. But that's all right.
Can you still see the lip clearly? Or
I'm fine with long distances.
Right, okay.
I just reading stuff and it's not that good.
We grew up with a guy who was actually short-sighted, and he couldn't see the lip very well, so he just tried to hit it as hard as he could, and that was his way of dealing with the short-sighted.
Good way to do it.
That's right, yeah. We'd always be like, why does that guy hit the lip so hard? It's because he can't see it. He just aims and goes.
Just hits it as
yeah.
Classic. Well, I've never that good out of my. I've been blurry out of my left eye for my whole life, so yeah, I used to have to wear glasses at primary school. As soon as I went to high school, I went, I better get rid of these. I'm gonna get bashed. So there's the end of that heat. Ryan Callanan takes it out, the local boy. Second red, third black, and fourth in the white. And we just see that last wave. You know what? Charles Martin on his last wave then, he needed a 6.77. I don't know if he got enough on the outside, but we'll wait and see.
He was up just before the hood.
Yeah, just before the hood. I thought it might have been right on the hood because our countdown is a bit slow in here. It's delayed a little bit.
Slightly out of sync.
So, we'll just wait and see that one score. And it's not going to be enough. Need a 6.67. It looks like it's going to come in at a 3.5. Is that about right, would you say?
Yeah, it's not going to go.
A bit less, 3.33. 3.53 was close. So there it is, last heat. Ryan Callanan in the yellow taking it out. Tiago Camaro in second place. Charles Martin in third, and Dale Stables in fourth. We're just going to go to a break. We'll be back with Surfest 2016 in just a sec.
more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Alrighty, welcome back, folks, and just in time to see Hizzy Botero from Brazil. Oh, lovely little finishing move there for the Brazilian. We got Seth Muniz from Hawaii in the red singlet. Patty Gadauskas is from the USA, of course, in the black. We just saw Hizzy in the white, and Dimitri Uvois from BLM, that is St. Bart's or St. Bartholomew in the Caribbean. We've got some really nice representation here from all around the world, and very good representation from right here at Merewether in the form of Matthew Hoy. How are you, champion?
Good, very well, thank you. It was good to see Ryan win his heat then. So very happy about that one.
I was just out with the peanut gallery, the old just hanging in there with the locals, cheering him on, mate. It was unreal. Everyone was clapping after every ride, and it was such a good vibe outside.
Ah, cool. That's the way. It's good for the boys to be down. Oh, the whole boys, girls, family, friends, and support local boy, and yeah.
Looks like it looked like he had a few early nerves yesterday, but he looked a bit more relaxed today, didn't he?
Yeah, he did for sure. And he knows, like, it's a tricky wave to ride on the best of days, but he knows the wave so well. So good on him, and stay confident.
All right. Well, right now 22 minutes left on the clock. We've only got a couple of heats remaining here today. Pretty sure heat number 10. We'll just try and get confirmation on that shortly from the WSL, but I think we've got 2 more heats after this one, and then we'll pull up stumps because the new swell looks like rolling in tonight.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
They've been talking it up, so it'd be good to finally arrive.
When it comes from such a long way away, it's it's very hard to get a read on. That's a nice little combo there for Dimitri from St. Bart's. This guy's got a beautiful surfing style.
Hasn't he?
Yeah, lovely hits all the way through. And there are some really nice waves over there in St. Bart's. I remember Parko and all the gang went over there. And Andy they did a bit of a video there for Billabong years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And somebody told me that I think Parko might have even bought some property over there.
Really? Of course he did. This was that little insider. Dimitri from St. Bart's. That was a good little wave. Fits a lot of turns. It's a small wave, but tore it to bits.
All right, well, just here's Ipatara from Brazil. His first wave was a 6.17. We walked in and caught the corner of that one as we came through the door. Dimitri Uvois from St. Bart's. He opened up with a 3.67, but oh my goodness, big numbers dropping for Paddy Gadauskas. Have a look at this score.
Oh no, where was that one?
That might have happened during the break. 8.83, Patrick Gadauskas. So we'll see the guys in the 180 truck have a replay of that first wave for Black. That's been one of the better scores of the afternoon. So Seth Muniz from Hawaii, he's just waiting in first priority. And straight off the bat, look, Seth is chasing an 8.84 to go to second. That kind of hurts, doesn't
it? He's on naught though, but it's not too bad.
No, that's right. He hasn't got his foot into the wax yet. So we've got 20 minutes left on the clock. 2 more heats remaining. We're going through to heat number 10 at this point, unless somebody tells us otherwise. And heat number 9 coming up next. Nick Squires is an absolute bulldog from the South Coast. He'll take on Cooper Chapman from North Narrabeen, Jesse Mendez from Brazil, and Ian Crane from the USA. That's the next one.
Stacked heats from here on in, eh?
Absolutely. I really enjoyed yesterday's. I think I was saying to you off camera yesterday, I really loved the round of 96. That's where you get to see not just all the top pros, but you also see the young guys who are coming through as well that you don't get to see surf too much. Round of 96 for me is like the ultimate showcase.
That's when all the seeds come in too.
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
that's right.
It is a good round because you know what, the seeds, it shows the level that they're really at because the seeds are at that level, and it shows the young blokes coming through to see if they are good enough to beat these guys.
Well, there was a few people got their cages rattled, including Ace Buchan, who was eliminated here yesterday, number 1 seed. There's a nice little combo for that man, Patrick Gadauskas, wave number 2. So we'll get that one into the system and give the outcome on that. But he looks like he's on a bit of a roll at the moment.
I like the grab he's doing. He did a turn yesterday, he did the same sort of grab. Is it a mute grab between your front arm between your feet? Is it a mute?
Just a little look here.
Watch when he does his second turn. Boom. There.
Ah.
He did it yesterday too.
Right.
Is it a mute?
What's slob again?
Oh, I don't know.
No, we're going to have to.
I know. I used to know. I know. I know what a method is. I got that one. But I don't know if it's an India or a mute grab. I'd like someone to help me out on that one.
Yeah, I remember in the WSL rulebook they had a whole little bunch of pictures of all the different grabs.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, that's a great idea because when you're an old bloke, it's hard to get a handle on all that new terminology. But very intriguing little style there from that man, Patagadauskas. Well, he's got a 5.67 out of that one, and he moves into the lead. Dimitri in yellow, sitting in second place with a 5.17 and a 3.67. Yellow needing a 9.33 to take the lead. Hizzy Patero's had 3 waves. He's had a 6.17 and a 1.60. And no wave scores locked in so far for Seth Moniz from Hawaii. But I tell you what, this kid can surf, and he'll be... what's going on here?
I don't know. Nothing.
Oh, they're looking, I guess, for the priority sequence. Okay, there we go.
He got back out there, okay.
Yeah, so black got out there first, yellow went back into 4th priority. There we go. That judge has probably just wanted
Pat was just going to go. He looked like he was going to take it if he didn't want it anyway, so that's
right.
all right. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
you know, I'm calling it mute because I actually did one of them like 20 years ago and went, that felt amazing. I've been trying to do it since. On a board exactly like that, did a turn and went, well, the board's going to slide out, grabbed the board and pulled it up to my feet.
Yeah.
Went back down and went, wow, that felt sick. And then been trying it since and never got near it. Can't bend over that far anymore.
Tell me about it. What a classic, hey? So right now we have around about 17 minutes left on the clock. And no wave scores locked in for Seth Moniz at the moment. Seth is needing an 8.84 to go directly into second position. And Dimitri Auvoir from St. Bart's sitting in second. He needs a 9.33. This is Hizzy Batero chasing a 2.67 on this one, Matty.
Yeah, a bit of a flat one on the inside. See if it walls up. Nice snap there, though. Just a section popped up for him. Whacked it, and then it goes a bit flat again. See what he's got on the inside. Yeah, He's only got a bit of a 1.6, so yeah, I think he's going to do that in that one. But it's his first one was a 6.17, so he needs something better than that. And here's Seth Moniz on his first wave of the heat, waiting with priority. It's like a good little insider. He's been ripping all week. Got a little kick stall there. I don't know what that does, whether it gains speed or slows you up for the section. Or
well, what he does is he's trying to keep himself at the top of the wave. You know, I remember this is another classic Martin Dunnism. I always steal all of Martin's material because it was like the best ever. But what you do is when you ride small waves, try and stay at the top of the wave.
Yeah.
And then when you're going to do your move, you drop down, you've got gravity that you're going to be able to help to increase the speed. He was just stalling at the top of the wave to stay at the top.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
that's what everyone does it for.
Yeah, that's right. So
I always wondered.
If you can surf in small waves, ideally you want to try and surf the when you're trying to gain speed, of course, stay at the top third of the wave. And then when you're going to do your move, then you drop down. You're not going to lose speed. Here we go.
Watch what he does.
So he does this little snap here, and
Nice
then he
little
goes,
snap.
and he stalls there.
Ah,
see?
yeah, okay.
Trying to stay at the top. He doesn't want to go to the bottom of the wave, because once you get to the bottom of the wave and you start heading up, gravity's going to slow you down.
Yeah, true.
So it's just all about,
It's like his board had a little wig out when he did that last bottom turn too. It looked skipped out a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, just a little bit. But yeah, okay, I got it now. So that's why when they're going for airs, that's where they. I see a lot of people before they do the air, they stay at the top. They do it stall.
Yeah.
Whereas I was told none of that. Always keep moving.
Yeah.
Don't lose your speed. That's losing speed for me. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying now.
And they don't even go to the bottom usually on these airs. They only go halfway on the wave face and turn back up, because they lose too much speed. There's yellow once again hitting it there for Dimitri from St. Bart's. Getting
Good
real
first
busy.
snap.
Yeah.
I thought that wave was going to wall up for him then. Maybe on the inside again. That first snap was crisp.
Yeah, he's got a really sharp backhand. This kid actually finished runner-up at Boomerang, so he was he was on fire. Yeah, he almost won the final. But Wade Carmichael got him on that one. Wade was just unstoppable up there. Unfortunately, he didn't have too much of a good heat here in Newcastle, but he'll be looking forward to, of course, the next of the QS 6000 events at Manly. That's the replay. Very tight turn on that first one.
Looked like it was going to wall back up for him then, didn't it?
But they once again, they're so hard to read, those little low tide rocks bowls. They're just good. The good ones go all pear-shaped, and then the ones that don't look like they got any potential, they can really eventuate into something. And this is Patagadauskas, once again the current heat leader. Pat is looking to replace a 5.67 on his second best wave. And, well, very nice small wave surfing there from Patrick. Of course, a lot of the young American guys really proficient in the smaller stuff as well as really good at riding big waves as well. But just the waves in California, a little less grunt than the stuff that we have here, the small waves over there. You reckon that's why they have some really good small wave boards in California, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, the waves have got half the amount of power when they're small. When they're probably this side, half the amount. I'm saying. I'm stopping at that. I just hate going over there to surf.
Well, if you go over there to surf, you'd have to go and see somebody to make your board.
Yeah, 100. Well, a lot of the guys do it here too, though.
Yeah.
Where they go in the world, they get boards from that specific region. I reckon that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you used to just travel with 2 boards. Just go, good luck.
Yeah, all the best.
6 channel at Huntington Beach didn't go that good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But I think that a lot of people are doing that on the tour now, just getting to a destination and getting boards from that region.
Well, we're just waiting for scores to filter on through. 12.5 minutes remaining, folks. You're watching heat number 8, of course, of the Maitland Port Stephens Toyota Pro. And up and riding at the moment is the Brazilian Hizzy Botero. And getting a bit of a tear on that one. Nice stuff there from Hizanomi Botero.
I was wondering how to pronounce that. He got a couple of good turns at the start of that one and then finishes off pretty well. Just the middle bit wasn't that good, but here's the current heat leader. Air reverse Pat's boards look good. I reckon he brought them from home.
Yeah.
Here's Dimitri on one too. We just missed it. I think this is a replay of his. It's good looking insider. Throws an air to reverse and just comes off track. Yeah, that was a replay. We saw that one just before. Just a 1.17 for that one. He just needs to better a 5.07. And here's a replay of White again. Get some good turn here. And I think another one, quick one there. Yeah, good. Throws a lot of spray. A little foam climb there. And then the inside does another little foam climb and does 2 more little snaps in here. And that nice shallow bit. And flicks out where it's 1 foot.
All right, well, we'll get some scores through. Once again, this webcast would not be possible without our strong partnership with Telstra, who supply the digital capacity for the broadcast. Thank you very much to Telstra. Of course, they've got the best and fastest and best coverage and fastest network in this country here in Australia. We thank them for their support as we go back and look at that wave there. A little reverse on the end section for Dimitri, but an incomplete wave there, so it won't really go into the top 2. 2 more heats remaining here, by the way, this afternoon, folks. So stick around with us here. Hope you're enjoying the action, particularly those people watching in Hawaii on the Oceanic channel. So aloha to those people out there. And, well, let's have a little bit of a look at this one. It is heat number 9 coming up next. Nick Squires will take on Coops Chapman, Jesse Mendez, Ian Crane. And in the last heat of the day, it will be Jack Freestone taking on Josh Meneers, Ezekiel Lau, and Aritz Aaron Baru.
Another good heat.
Plenty of action coming your way, that's for sure.
There's a wave just coming from Pat Gadowskis in the black. The one before his last one he just flicked out on is a 7.5. So he has extended his lead. He's had an 8.83 and a 7.5. He is out in front by a mile. Second is White needing a C. He's comboed, White.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
16.34, so that's an 8 and an 8.34 to get into the lead.
That's huge. So he's, I don't know, what do you do? You know what the funny thing is? This is what always, it's funny for me that the third's not combo, but it's only to second. That's what I'm trying to work out. So they're all comboed for first.
Yeah, they're all comboed for first, But the computer just shows what second needs. So Dimitri, who just finished off on the inside there, incomplete. Dimitri's chasing a 6.60. I don't think he's going to get it on that one. And Seth Meneers is chasing a 7.8. Seth has really dominated all his heats leading into this one, but for this first 15 minutes, Seth Meneers has been really quiet.
Dimitri's moved out to the middle bank too. All the other boys sitting off the rocks bowl, and he's moved out to the middle.
Well,
so
I reckon the middle bank looks like it's really got potential at the moment.
For sure, that low tide, it just steepens up a bit, that middle. There it is. You can see the boys to the right are off the rocks, and then Dimitri just got that one from to the left there in the middle. So these ones are a bit steeper though. Here's Seth. See what he's got on this one, a little insider. Flying around, just goes a bit flat in that middle bit, just that low tide rocks. It's
very tricky. You know, it's 2 different types of breaks really, because the rocks is actually a reef break or thereabouts, sand kind of over the top of some rocks underneath. And then the bank to the north where yellow surfing, where Dimitri has decided to hang out. That's just your standard, sandy beach break. So the two different types of waves, and this is the replay of Seth Moniz on this one. Seth needed a 7.8 to try and move into second. I don't think he's going to do that, but he might. Well, he's definitely going to get rid of his second best wave, which was only 2.67. So that might make his job a little easier as we just catch the tail end of that one. Judges say a 4.37 for that one. And Seth Moniz now requires a 7.4 to go to second.
Really, you could probably say here that Pat, they're all going for second. 3 people going for second with 8 minutes to go.
Absolutely, it's all one-way traffic for Paddy Gooding. So he's looking to replace a 7.5. Here's your Patero. He's in combat land, so he really needs to now focus on his second best wave, a 5.60. So what you do in that situation, you go to his second best and go, okay, time to keep moving forward. What's my second best wave? 5.6 for Hizzy Patero. Dimitri needs a 5.91. Seth needing a 7.4. That's the go, folks. And we got 8 minutes on the clock.
A bit of a lull in the action too, yeah. So Pat's just got to sit around now. That's a huge score. Nearly a 9 and a 7.5. So yeah, he's actually dominated this heat. Surf the rocks. There you can see it there. The boys are surfing off the rocks. And Dimitri in the yellow, he's not even in the picture there. He's off to the left in the middle where it doesn't stand up as much, but maybe you get a runner through to the inside, and if you get enough flow through that middle fat bit, here he is, Dimitri off the middle by himself, which is a good thing. He's just needing a 5.91 to go to second, so he's stayed away from everyone, which is a good call anyway. And Seth Beniz in the red, needing a 7.4 to go to second. We might as well just talk about getting to second anyway, because Pat Gadaus is out in front by a mile.
All right, well, 7 minutes left on the clock.
By a kilometre, you say in Australia.
Yeah, exactly. By a country K.
Tongue twist that one.
It's funny that we live in a metric world over here in Australia, of course, but we still refer to our surfboard lengths in imperial measurement, don't we?
Oh, well, not anymore. It's litres.
Oh, yeah, of course. They snuck in there.
I know.
Didn't they sneak that
so
one
in America, you can call a 6.2 board, but then they go litres.
Yeah, gotcha.
So they go from one to the other.
All right, well, there's a little bit of a break in the action we might throw down to an interview. I think it is happening. Oh, okay, sorry, no, that was my mistake there. Unfortunately, we're just going to go into what we refer to as the God Box above everyone. Hello, everyone. Tezza and Hoyo taking you through the afternoon here.
Can we say something else about it? Not the God Box?
No, it's no. We won't call it the God Box. It's just that we're kind of floating above everyone like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spiritual box.
Keeping an eye on, well, look, that's the guy in yellow down there. Look, there's white. White's over there. It's like the opposite, isn't it? It's really hard.
Oh, yeah, there's yellow. Yellow's there.
There you go.
There's all of them.
Give you a little punch on the head, you little cheeky rugger. Hey? Classic stuff, yeah. So I hope you're enjoying the afternoon, folks. It has been another mammoth day here for the not just the webcast crew, but also the beach commentators, which is Nick Blanche from KOFM and Jamie Lambert, a.k.a. the Prince of the Point. Great to have him back here again this year. We've ripped him out of retirement. He's killing it on the mic.
Love it. Boys are doing a great job down there. It's a hard job too, with all the scores being read out and the priority now, so it's a really hard job down there. By themselves too, they're doing a great job.
That's right, yeah. Thank you very much, fellas. And of course, we've had Beck Woods in here throughout the day, Jesse Adam, and also Luke Kennedy from Tracks tomorrow. We will introduce, I think it's Johnny Shamuka will be coming in to join the crew.
What? Tomorrow, the Shmoo?
Yeah, so we'll be taking it up a gear. We're all going to wear our collared shirts and we're going to all really behave ourselves.
Wow, that's going to be funny.
It's going to be unusual. That's what it's going to be. We got around about 5 minutes left on the clock, and that was Hizzy Patero trying to consolidate second position, looking to replace.
That's going to change a lot, that wave, I reckon.
You reckon?
Yeah, I reckon he's going to get better than a 5.6, and these other boys are going to need even more to get to second place.
Well, have a look at this thing's got a bit of grunt in it, and this could have a nice inside section here, Hoyo, if it opens up. It's got a bit of volume.
It's got a bit of volume. He's sitting out in the middle too. It's sitting on a completely different spot than the other boys. Nice snap there, just gets a little stuck, and then finishes off pretty well and falls. Here's the heat leader by a country kilometre. What's he going to go? He's going to go there for sure, yeah.
And he's going to do a nice little fin chuck to reverse. Good stuff there from Patrick Dauskas.
He's had a heat, hasn't he?
He's really been all over it, hey. And
He's that last wave of white. Needing a 5. No, oh, no.
That was quality. And so was that.
Needing a better 5.6 to make the rest of it. Yeah.
Is that excellent?
Yeah, all right. It's pretty excellent to me.
That's got to be up in the excellent
Yeah,
range.
and he's already in second. And he's even more stoked to back that one up.
And instantly, this was a bit of a reply here from Dimitri, who really smashed this as well. So here's Butero and Dimitri sitting second and third at the moment. Good scores coming through for Hizzy, a 7.43, which meant that Dimitri on this wave here required a 7.73, and he might have gone kind of close had he have not failed the landing on that one. We'll just wait and see what those judges' scores come through as, and we'll give you the update with 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, that was a great way. 7.43, extended his second place. That's all I can say, is it? Extending his second place to make it all the more difficult for everyone else. There's Pat Gadauskas on another wave. He's dominated this heat. Had a blinder of a heat.
Yeah, he's been loving it out there off the rocks at Merewether. And without the help of some of our sponsors, we would not be here, folks. Thank you very much to Kim Burton and the gang from Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota. Long-time sponsor of Surfest, exceeded the $1 million investment mark a couple of years ago now. So well in excess of $1 million that he's put into Surfest. Thank you very much. They've got 2 great dealerships at Maitland and Port Stephens. And also sponsoring, of course, the official Surfest cars. Thank you very much to Destination New South Wales, long-time support and assistance to the event and the organisers. So doing a really good job there. And to our media partners, NBN, NXFM, the Herald and Tracks, thank you very much, you guys.
So there's the last wave of Dimitri in the yellow. It was a 4.77, doesn't go into his score here. He's up again. See what he's got on the outside. Yeah, he's out of there. Goes a little bit flat and fat, so he's gets out. And needing a 7.73 to go to the lead, Dimitri in the yellow, and fourth, Seth Moniz needing a 9.23. Pat Gadauskas out in the lead by a mile, and Hizzy in the white in second place. So these boys are sitting pretty with just under 2 minutes remaining. Pretty was a racehorse.
Was it?
No, I don't know.
Sounds good though. I love that. All right. Well, Paddy Gadauskas and Hizanomi Butero from Brazil sitting 1-2 at the moment. Can Dimitri Avoire from St. Bart's get himself out of trouble here, needing a 7.73 to go to second? And Seth Moniz, it's almost like Seth has just been missing in action the whole heat, hasn't it? I've hardly seen anything of him.
He just can't find the right waves.
Well, he's got priority, and this is a nice little chunk. How's that little look back?
Let's see if there was anything out the back, but he's had first priority. Oh, this is better from Seth. This is what we've been seeing. Nice low back snap there. Just
good recovery.
Look, he's going to fit another one in.
Wow,
What?
and the extension at the end.
Like
That's what we want to see from Mr. Seth Moniz.
40 seconds to go, though. He's going to get his highest score, and he's going to get a pretty excellent score there, at least a good score. It's a pity he didn't do that earlier. That's what we wanted to see earlier. That's what we're expecting to see earlier. Here it is again. Nice snap there. Just a little caught on the bottom turn. This is a turn, and the next one.
This is good.
A layback snap.
Yeah, and then he recovered from that, got back on the front foot, hit it there, and then threw it up pretty vertical at the end. So Seth Moniz probably getting one of his best waves in the closing stages. We're just coming down to the final. I'll tell you what, Seth Moniz looked around because the guy who was on the inside, they actually said something to him.
Did he?
And he looked back and said, "What? What are you saying, bro? What's going on right now?" So I saw the guy's mouth move in the background. That was pretty funny. So he's looking back at him and to say, "Settle down."
What, mate?
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm in fourth. Leave me alone.
We got a 5.4 in that last one.
Not enough.
No, not enough to get Seth Moniz out of trouble. He needed an 8.2 in the end. Dimitri in third position. So well done to Paddy Gadauskas and to Hizzy Butero. Moving on through with 2 heats remaining here for day number 4 of Surfest. We'll be right back with more action straight after this.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas,
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane centre.
No, Mark's the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
All right, well, welcome back to a very sunny Newcastle here, folks. Merewether Beach, in fact, and you can see how low that tide is at the moment. Around about a 0.4 of a metre low tide happening as we speak. The tide is really drained off, and that's the section where they're surfing right there. You can see that it's called the Rocks, but it's a long way from the rocks at the moment, Matty Hoy.
Isn't it? It's on the rock ledge at the
Sure.
shelf, but yeah, it's a long way. The tide, yeah, the big tides at the moment, full moon last night.
Yep.
So yeah, we've got king tides at the moment. It goes 1.8 high this
Sure.
morning and then a 0.4 this afternoon. As you can see, it's gone out a long way.
All right, well, there's another little view as we look down towards the looking down towards the Surf House, which is a really cool little place to have some lunch and take someone out for dinner. Taz McKenna, Matty Hoy taking you through day number 4 here at Surfest 2016. It's an incredible week in Newcastle. Matty, it's the best week of the year, isn't it, mate?
Oh, it's great. It's good to see all the world's best surfers in Merewether and Newcastle for the event, and ripping and beautiful weather. When we're going to get a swell, well, the swell's been here. It hasn't really got that much smaller than, what we said, but yeah, the next couple of days are looking good, so yeah, stoked.
Beautiful. Well, we've got 2 more heats remaining here this afternoon, folks, so make sure that you stick around. We've got a really good heat. We've got a really good heat. Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, we're just getting that through the headpiece then.
That's why we ended up still on here, Tess.
We're just going to confirm that competition over for the day.
They cancelled it.
Roger, that's a check.
Alrighty then,
hey,
we're saying goodbye now.
Can you believe they pulled the pin on the last 2 heats of the day? So you're stuck with me and Matt Hoy. We're just going to hang around and just tell you some stories about our crazy life that we've had here in Newcastle.
We've had some too, haven't we?
No, we're not. We're going to go up the pub and continue that conversation. But I'll tell you what, it's been a really good day here, Matt. There's been some incredible surfing. That is why they pulled the pin. That northeast has come in, and hopefully it's going to blow some of that swell that we've been talking about for the last couple of days our way overnight.
Yeah, he's hoping. You've been talking it up. So, yeah, tomorrow's a whole new day. Looks like it's going to be offshore in the morning, and then Sudley's going to hit about mid-morning. Is that true?
That's what the forecast says. So
Merewether's not too bad, though. The south wind's
it really handles the south wind. So the free surfers are out there enjoying themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, that is day number 4 here at Surfest. On behalf of Warren Smith and all the gang, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.